appear and not be seen again. Killarney is the leading Class B runner right now on a 29.8 from Chris Roberts on a 32. So very much the quickest man out there in Class B right now. But as always, the Class C contestants, you cannot cut them out of it. The Brat Pack, a little bit small on number today, but the likes of Nathan Victor, Colin Smith, John Henry Vaughan on his second outing. Mark Thompson is one of the Class B guys that's doing a 35. And then Wayne Field has only done a 35 so far. So he's still busy scrubbing the tires and the brakes in. And he'll probably post a quicker lap pretty soon. But as Frankie said, Marco Busi, the quickest man out there, he's done 2 laps, flying laps so far, and finds himself the better part of almost 1.5 seconds quicker than Colin Meader.
Yeah, 1:32.96. The quickest man out there in Class C is Kyle Wilshire. So he is the fastest man out there in Class C, Kyle Wilshire, with Alfie van Sale doing a 1:33 dead and a 1:33.3 for Calvin Wilshire. They are the top 3, first, second and third in Class C. Marco Busi going pretty slow through the kink towards turn 3, towards Damstep. Picking up the pace again. Well, he is the fastest man out there, 1:25.665. Colin Mead has done a personal best of a 1:26.614, and Dylan Jabir 1:27.004. So they're all putting up their personal best times so far, as there is 3 minutes and 40 seconds left in this qualifying session.
I'll be a bit surprised if anybody really goes any quicker than what they are now, because there's a couple of drips on the windows around the commentary box up here by us. And with the temperatures that there are down there and a couple of little drops of water around, even though you've got the tires up on temperature after your first 2 laps, the chances of going quicker at this stage, I pretty much doubt it. So I think you're going to find that Marco Busi, Colin Meader are going to be the front row of the grid. Dylan Jabir, Charles Visser will be on the second row of the grid. And they're all coming around on one more flyer. I see them talk about flying down towards Fastron Corner, Cape Town Corner, turn 5, and working their way back up towards us. So when they come past us now, we'll see if anybody's managed to better their times. Nope. 25.6 by Marco, Colin on a 26.2. So the man on the radio today, as always, Emil Brunt, Tiny from Tiny's Pitbox. Tiny, good morning to you.
Morning, Gary, and morning, everybody. And yeah, very interesting conditions today. And
I hope it rains.
Yeah, Gary, we know you hope it rains.
I can't say it live, but I hope it rains.
Well, it definitely throws a cat among the pigeons. And yeah, nice to see. I will say that the cousin Dylan Jabir back after a long layoff due to work commitments as well. Practiced with the car a couple of weeks ago and had gearbox issues. And prior to the last event, his parts only arrived Friday afternoon late, and he wasn't able to get the car on the circuit. But glad to see him back on track again. A little bit rusty. He said he felt a little bit, as I said, rusty. But yeah, just a nice confidence builder for him just to be out on circuit today.
Talking about confidence builder, the Maps Racing young lad, the youngest guy out there, John Henry Vaughan, just making the cut off age-wise, doing a 1:32.6. The fastest Class 3, 1:31.2. So only 1.4 seconds off the fastest out there in Class C. Now, in terms of his age and experience and or lack thereof, as opposed to who he's up against, to be within 1.6 seconds as a rookie on your second time ever on a race day on the track, that is very commendable.
Hey Gary, John Henry Vaughan actually in the ex-Dylan Jabir Class C Golfie, and quite a nice learning, a nice vehicle to actually start your racing career with. It's what Dylan started with about a season and a half ago. And as you remember, the last meeting, it was wet, and Dylan also did his first event in the wet as well. So let's hope, as I say, it stays dry. You'll hope it stays wet. And yeah, it would be nice to see maybe the Class B guys or the Class C guys might actually mix it up with the Class B boys today.
John Henry doing a 132.3 in the Maps Racing car. Just ahead of him, Colin Smith. And then Calvin Wiltshire just ahead of that. So the Wiltshire boys look like they are very probably going to be dominating Class C today. Pity that we don't see young Karl van der Merwe out there. I haven't seen him since post-COVID-19. It would have been nice to have him out there. And then the other one missing out of Class C is Chase Herald. His car is, in fact, standing in the pit bay by Raceway, Neandertoy. That's right here on the circuit. But at the moment, not competing with that motor car in the class.
Alright folks, that was the qualifying stint for the cheapercars.co.za GTI Challenge as we get ready for the RST and TrackMac Powersport motorcycles to come out and do their qualifying stints. Well, if I look to the right hand side of the commentary box window, I can see a lot of dark grey, low-covered clouds coming in, and that looks like a fair amount of water that is coming in from the northern side of the racetrack, and I think we could be in for a spot of rain as the morning goes on. There is rain predicted for today, according to Wind Guru. Not too much rain, but yeah, there is a spot of rain predicted in the early sessions of the morning. Right, so rolling out onto the circuit is the Powersport bikes, and the man that handles the Powersport bikes at short circuit is Francois Butler, and most of the entries are in the Powersport 390 category. I think there's only 2 bikes or so that's entered in the Powersport Class A, that's the 650 category. And there aren't too many of them that entered in general in this class, because a lot of them raced on the short circuit last weekend, especially those in the Powersport B class, that's the Powersport 390s. There are still a few bikes that's rolling out of pit lane, 2 of them making their way out onto the circuit into turn 1 KFM corner. So we'll watch as they come and post their time. It's looking very ominous out there. There's a lot of dark grey clouds hanging over Killarney Raceway. As a matter of fact, as I speak, we can see the rain on the commentary box windows coming down, and that's not exactly what these motorcycle riders need right now, as the majority of them are making their way out of turn 5. That's out of Fostron corner. So as they head out of Fostron, they are heading towards the kink. So that's that whole group of bikes, that first group that came out. They'll be doing their first lap, and then from there we'll pick up the times as the riders make their way through. There aren't too many Class A Powersport 650 entries. And so they are just basically working their way around. The times will start coming up on our monitor. Big thanks to RST and TrackMac.
While Frankie says the times are going to go up, Francois immediately says, I think the times are going to go down because the rain has just started coming down here at Killarney. You can see some of the cameras have got water splatters on them. So, yeah, look at that. There's a lovely shot looking down the back main, and you can already see there's a bit of a haze on the circuit. So, yeah, not the right time for the bikes to go out to do their qualifying. And, in fact, there's 3 bike sessions back-to-back, this being the RST Trackback Powersport motorcycles. And, yeah, not the right time to be out on circuit.
Yeah, Gary, it is drizzle. There's a big shizzle on the track. And, yeah, welcome to the viewers out there. Francois Butler, Mike's side. And the bikes are now suddenly starting to slow up ever so slightly, going down the back straight. You can see the rain coming down there in turn 2 on your microphone. And, yeah, look at it. It starts raining. We were hoping that this is probably the last of the downpours. So, hopefully, once this is now transpired, it seems like the rain is now coming from the Cape Town side, so that'll probably pass us, but it is a bit of a downpour. It's going to be here for at least another 3 to 4 minutes, and we'll have to see how that one goes. Right, having a look at the times out there now. Having a look at the times out there, there is a 1 minute 42 there from Edward Ralston. So, having a look there now, Rollstone. Is it in the right side? Right, so just having a check out there now. Rollstone 142.9. He had want to be down in the 135s to make this competitive, but it's raining. They're possibly on full road tires, and it's a little bit of an issue there in terms of that. So, unfortunately, not. It's not going to be a good one for them to make it out there. Right, so we are checking now. Right, so Ralston on a 142.9, and he's going to have to try and better that one. Just a short break while we check these sound systems. Ginger braking into turn 1 for the Powersport bikes. It's still coming down, quite a torrential aspect here on the main straight and down towards turn 5. Turn 2, which is G Energy corner, is also getting a bit of the water. The marshals all got their jackets on. You can see on your visuals now that the rain is coming down somewhat. Poor marshals standing out there without raincoats on. Definitely not the way you'd want it to be today. Right, so the Powersport bikes coming up towards the end of their time qualifying, and they've got 3 minutes left in their qualifying. So we'll have to see how that one transpires. And still Ralston out there, although some of the other riders have got, Ralston's gone up to a 142.9 now. Jason Lineker 143.5, Slade Fanikek a 145.5. Lance Jonas, nice to see Lance out there, 146.2. Mitch Robinson, 154.8. I think Mitch is taking it gingerly together with Peter Hill and Franco Flach. They're not too happy about the wet weather, and they're probably on slicks. So it's a little bit serious to be out there at the moment. Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. Right, all good, Stephen? Yeah.
All right, folks, the qualifying for the RST and TrackMac Clubman's and Breakfast Run bikes are out. They've got 3 minutes and 15 seconds of the qualifying session left. Sorry, people, that we were off air for a while. It was pretty wet out there, and there were just a couple of bikes going around doing a few test runs to see what the track conditions are all about and what it's like, seeing that we had a heavy downpour, and as quick as that downpour came, a downpour left, but it left a lot of standing water on the circuit. So the RST and TrackMac guys are qualifying now. The Superbike guys did not go out for a qualifying stint, so yes, we do apologize for that, but that was all about the rain that came down around Killarney right now. It seems pretty okay-ish. There's a lot of blue skies that are around, and Wayne Arendse has done a 147.173, so that tells you that the track is still pretty wet out there, and that there's a lot of water still standing around the circuit, because for Wayne Arendse to be the quickest man on a 147.47.3, that shows that the track conditions is still pretty wet out there. Zubair Adams has done a PB of a 149.066. Only 9 motorcycles went out there. Hopefully when these guys do go out and race, the track will be drier. Then a lot more guys will then come on, and they'll probably have to start towards the back of the grid. So yeah, the weather conditions is messing people around. I know that Michael de Tooy from Worcester is also here. He has not gone out to do a qualifying stint, but then again, the track is pretty wet, so you might find that a guy like Mike will join when they race, and hopefully by then the circuit is all dry. Then we shouldn't have a problem, because trust me, I think there's a lot more than 9 motorcycles out there. So the checkered flag has come out, and Wayne Arendse on a 146.795 was the fastest man out there on the ZX10. Then the GSXR 750 of Zubair Adams, he was the second quickest man out there, and as I so speak, he gets dumped down into 3rd position and back into P1. So Zubair Adams has done a 146.168. So from 2nd to 3rd, back into P1. So Adams has dethroned Wayne Arendse. Wayne is still on a 146.795. So he is the second fastest man out there now. So well done there to Mr. Adams for putting that GSXR 750 Suzuki in P1. Donovan Stevens is the 3rd quickest guy out there, and he's on a breakfast run bike. So he is 3rd quickest and the fastest in that class by 146.866. Then Mitch Robinson, he is the quickest man in Clubman's B, 4th overall, quickest in Clubman's B on a 149.809 by Mitch Robinson. So yes, the guys are making their way towards the checkered flag. Nigel Boer on the 22 BMW S1000. He went past us, so he's going to probably have to do 1 lap, and well, hopefully he can do a lap. No, he won't be able to, because the checkered flag does show behind his name. So he currently is 10th, and he hasn't posted a time. There are a few bikes going down the back straight, but I think they are just heading towards the Park Vermeer area for their scrutineering. So all the bikes have taken the checkered flag, except for Peter Hill and Faisal Muhammad on the 2 Clubman's Class B bikes. Peter on the Yamaha R6 and Faisal on the Honda CBR 1000. So the flag has come out for the end of the qualifying stint for the RST and TrackMac Clubman's A and B and breakfast run motorcycles. No classic bikes out there today, just A and B Clubman's and the breakfast run bikes. So that is the stint for them. There you can see Adams on a 146.168. Wayne Arendse qualified 2nd in a 146.795. Donovan Stevens qualified 3rd on a 146.866. It's all there on your screen, all the way down to Nigel Boer that did not post a time. So that was the qualifying session. We now go into race number 1 for the Mike's Place Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars. G'day everybody, Frank Guinness, Mike's side, joined by Gary Fleming and Francois Butler. Our radio man and informant is Emil Tiny Brunt from Tiny Spit Box. He'll be manning the radio and getting us information from the pit area as the day goes on. And welcome to the Wingfield Motors Power Series and best price for my car. Wingfield Motors in Goodwood and Kalshover. Big thanks to Mr. Johnny van Niekerk, or as he's known as Mr. Johnny Wingfield. A big thank you out there to Johnny. And well folks, once again, no spectators allowed, but we are doing this live stream on IMUSAT. You can pick them up on the IMUSAT channel on YouTube. They've also got a Facebook page, or on the Killarney International Raceway site. You can pick them up on, or the live streaming, all free of course, from Killarney International Raceway as we get ready for the opening race of the day, which is in the Mike's Place Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars. Race number 1 is about to roll off. It is approaching 10 to 10, and we are going to get ready for race number 1. Today, of course, a full program. The previous event was split up into 2 parts. Certain categories in part number 1 and the rest in part number 2. Today, it's all different. Everybody out here racing today, and all keeping with the COVID rules and regulations. Everybody wearing masks and sanitizing and doing the social distance thing. So, well done to all the competitors, officials and marshals down there in the pit area for complying by the COVID rules and regulations. As Gary, we're about to get ready with the opening race of the day, Mike's Place Clubman's Saloon Cars.
For those that have just joined us, welcome to the free live stream from Killarney International Raceway. It's great to know that there's going to be lots and lots of people that get the opportunity to watch the racing at Killarney from outside of the Cape Town area. And having had a look in the background at the information regarding the live stream, it's become very obvious and clear to us that there's a lot of people outside of Cape Town that don't get a chance to get down to Killarney International, but actually taking advantage of this opportunity to be able to see the racing from here. So I personally am super chuffed. I'm sure I speak on behalf of Frankie and Francois as well, that there's so many people getting opportunity to actually see what we enjoy here on a regular basis from Killarney International. Big thanks to Wingfield Motors, series sponsor, and all the class sponsors like Mike's Place that are sponsoring the Clubman's saloons. They'll be out on the circuit now. A good couple of new car driver combinations. Going to be pretty interesting stuff to see how this one pans out. Is a bit of a dry line here and there, a bit of a wet line here and there. I'm pretty sure that with the wind blowing the way it is, it's going to be a whole heap of slipstreaming down the back main into the Cape Southeaster. The beginning of summer is when the Cape Southeaster comes back and says hi, hello, welcome to everybody here in Cape Town. So it's going to be pretty interesting stuff to see as the track conditions change, how the racing line gets wider during the course of the event. 8 laps it will be, and I think you're probably going to find there's going to be around about 30 to 35 cars out there on the grid. A big thanks to our camera guys, as always, bringing us of the best feed from all the main circuits in South Africa. I think the other guys are going to have to try and catch up to us because I think our live streaming guys are really doing an excellent job downstairs, and they try and link up with what we're saying. We try and link up with what they are doing to bring you as much information, as much visual as possible on what's happening out there on the circuit. So the guys moving their way around. It's 9:51. We're slightly ahead of time for just in case things go wrong later on, to make sure that everybody can watch all the racing before they break for the end of our live feed at the end of the day.
Right, I want to say a big thanks to the IMUSAT team. That's Z, Stephen, Gideon, and Alex. They are the people. Where's Gareth's name? I don't see his name on this list. But a big thanks to Gareth, to Gideon, to Stephen, and to the 2 ladies, to Alex and Z. They are the IMUSAT team that makes it all happen out here for us today. So, Mike's Place, Clubman's, Regional Saloon Cars, Dylan Nell rolls out onto the circuit. I'm led to believe that there's a couple of E36 Cup cars that are going to be racing in Class X today, and that man in that BMW, Dylan Nell, is one of them. So as the cars roll up to the grid, just open the window quickly. We'll close the window the moment we are ready to go. It looks as if, yes, in pole position, it's going to be, no, it's not going to be Brennan Green in pole position. He's going to be in P3. Vicky Paither rolls up there in the BMW in that 4th position. So that's your second row of the grid. Brennan Green of Westcar Bakwerke and Westcar Engineering. As a matter of fact, Vicky Paither gets shown to move to the front row of the grid. So he is on the front row in a P2 in that M Series BMW. Baby Jake's just making his way into his grid position. He'll be there in P8 as we wait for the rest of the Clubman's cars to make their way onto a grid proper. And pretty soon, all these guys will be in position. There's more than 30 Clubman's cars that have entered for this one. GTI Challenge, sadly, they're slightly down on numbers, but still the racing will be of a high quality in Challenge. We'll see them the 3rd race of the day. But for now, it is Mike's Place, Clubman's, Regional Saloon Cars out there for race number 1, Gaza, as there's still a few more cars rolling out of turn 5, Fostron Corner.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who's gone for wets, who's gone semi-wets, who's on semi-slicks, and I hope that there's nobody out there on wet weather, because there's too much dry track already out there. I see turn 2, in fact turn 1's gone completely dry, so definitely anybody that's gone out there on wets is going to have a problem, there's no doubt about it. Nice to see that Ewald Weiland is back out on the track again. Haven't seen him for a period of time in the Alfa Romeo GTV, Bijou Trustee sponsored car. And Ewald Weiland that couldn't race for a period of time has in fact got himself back out there on the circuit again. Dani van Niekerk works his way up to the spot that he normally books himself at the end of the qualifying session. So Dani van Niekerk has got himself on the front row of the grid. Mohammed Isaacs and Ahmad coming off the back end of the pack with Philip Venter, a new Class X entry. So it's going to be interesting. Whoa, there's a lot of cars that's still moving their way up to the line. 30 plus entries, probably closing on 40 entries in total that's going to be out there. And I see that JP Share has moved into the new pit complex pit lane and going to be probably starting from there, and then yet another vehicle that's it looks like the Maxima.
If
that
that's
is,
that's Wayne Wilson.
Is it Wayne or is it his daughter? The 23.
Yeah, that is definitely the DTM Helderberg Nissan Maxima of Wayne Wilson that's standing at the exit of pit lane now. JP Shea, I see the bonnets coming off that motor car, so it looks like that might be the end of his race, but he didn't stress too much because the Clubman is the only class today that will be doing 3 heats. Everybody else will be doing 2 heats. Right, folks, we're about to get ready. Be waiting for the officials to get the cars in their right grid positions. Shane Smith is also out there as well. There's quite a few of them, and what a pleasure to see the Alpha GTV6 of Mr. Ewald Weiland. That's at red number 77 Alpha in Class B. That's standing there on the grid. It's been quite a while. We've got 3 pit lane starters down here as well. Actually 4 in total. 1 pit lane starter in the Joubert pit complex, and the other pit lane starter here in the main pit complex. 3 of them in here and 1 on the opposite side in the Joubert pits. As the Clubman's cars, Gary, roll off the line, and we've got 3 pit lane starters in the main pits and 1 pit lane starter in the Joubert pits.
I'm going to hazard a guess and say it's possible that some of these guys didn't have wets this morning and didn't want to take a chance out there on the circuit. But everybody that was in the pit lane is moving out. I see the 48 moving out onto the circuit now as well. That's Daniel could see a Class D E46 M3. That's the A&M plumbing car. In fact, that might even be the car that was originally campaigned by Piet van der Walt. It's possible. It looks very similar. But a lovely size field out there. And it looks like we're going to have probably around about 35, 36 of them out on circuit.
So those cars that weren't pit lane, I originally thought that they were going to be pit lane starters, but they have been released out onto the track, so that's good news. We don't want them starting from pit lane, but rather have the guys out on track. So they roll out of turn 3, out of Damstip. They're making their way up the KFM straight, quite literally up the KFM straight. There is a big uphill there. And it levels out in Car Care Clinic Corner, which is turn 4. And then they make their way down the back straight, known as the Killarney straight. That's the back straight. And they will be making their way now out of Sector 2. And they will be starting Sector 3 shortly as the BMW pace car leads these Clubmans out of Sector 2 into the third and final sector. Making their way down into turn 5, into a Fostron corner as they head into down into turn 5 into Fostron corner. They will all bunch up into turn number 5 as we say big thanks to our camera team, to Gareth, Alex, Stephen, Z and Gideon. I know Alex does all the replays. That young lady does all the replays. And I think it's Gareth, that's the man that listens to what we are saying up here. And wherever we talk, he goes there. And that's not an easy job. So to the whole team, well done. Gary, they're rolling out of turn 5. The lights are on. Take him away.
Nice to see Dylan Nel, Central Bakwerker, out there with the E36 as well. So Donnie van Niekerk going to be the first man to come off the lights, and on the gas he goes down towards turn number 1. Brennan Green on that inside line. He's going to try and hold out the second of the BMWs. The Fikkie Paither right in there in that lead group as well. So far so good. Everybody makes it down into turn number 1, KFM corner. Looking good. They slightly spread out the back end of the pack, which is good because there's less chance then of somebody only getting through one corner and packing up from there.
Right, the 3 leaders are working their way out of turn 2, out of G-Energy corner. Donnie van Niekerk, Brennan Green, and the BMW Fikkie Paither. Look who's moved into P4. That's Baby Jakes. He's made his way past Anwar Levy and past Mansour Parker as they exit turn 3, Damstip. Out of Dams, the 3 front runners race up the KFM straight into turn number 4. Through turn 4, Car Care Clinic corner. Now they'll hook 5th gear, climb on that loud pedal and hit that firewall at the bottom as they race as hard as they can down the Killarney straight towards turn 5, Fostron corner.
Fikkie Paither looking very, very good. I see Paul Minnick finds himself a little bit further down than normal. Wilson carving his way through the pack and very, very quick through those back markers down the back straight. I believe there's a spinner down in turn 5. Probably pick that up on the TV screens. We can't see it from here. Yup, there's somebody that's in the apex of the corner. And they have now managed to get the car turned around, but going to only recover pretty much at the tail end of the field. Lap number 1 in the bag.
Well, as he makes his way to the line, he's back up and racing again. This Golf that got it all wrong coming down the main straight now. We'll have a look and see. It is Rasley Harris. He's the man that got it all wrong coming out of turn number 5 as he works his way into turn 1. But the leader is heading through the kink and racing down towards turn 3, Damstip. It is Donnie van Niekerk now has got a pretty sizable gap over the Golf 5 of second place man, Brennan Green, who's now clearing the man that's in P3 now, Baby Jakes. So Baby Jakes has worked his way up into that 3rd position as the leaders head out of turn 4, Car Care Clinic.
Well, I must say it was nice to have a chat with the Wingfield man, Donnie van Niekerk, on the Second Gear Talk Show and having done a bit of homework on him, having commentated on him for so many years, now having done a bit of homework before going live on second gear, realized that that man's actually raced in Silverstone. So actually an international racer is Dani van Niekerk, and he leads out with the Wingfield BMW. Weskaap Bakwerker, Brennan Green in that second position and doing quite fine. Baby Jakes, the leading class. It's a matter of time before Baby Jakes, to my mind, is going to become a Class A entrant.
I fully agree with you, but look at this group of cars that's now working its way out of turn 5, and that group has been led there by Anwar Levy. Anwar Levy has been attacked there by that Maxima of Wayne Wilson as he heads down into turn number 1. We'll have a look and see who's diving through on the inside. That Nissan Sentra just hammered its way through on the inside. There's a gaggle of cars there. Paul Minnick in that Golf is in there. The BMW of Shane Smith. It's a whole group of them that's racing up the Joubert Straight towards turn 2 G Energy corner.
Somehow Minnick's got a whole heap of power in that 2-litre 16-valve Golf motor. And I'm not sure if it's the 20 valve or the 16 valve. I somehow think it might actually be a 20 valve he's got in there, because that is one of the most powerful Mark 1 Golfs that we've seen around this circuit for a long time. Wilson working his way through the pack very neatly as well, just a little bit further down as they come out of turn 2, the G Energy corner, and that whole pack of cars that's worked its way now out of turn 2 is on its way down now to one of the fastest sweeps on the track. As they go up the KFM straight, they're going to now come out of turn 3. Look at that whole gaggle of cars coming towards you now on the screen, and they're now going to go into that double right-hander. You enter there at around about 135, 140 kilometers an hour. You try and turn just once on the steering wheel, turn those 2 corners into a single corner, and hope and pray you get it right, because the curbstone on the outside is very high.
But there's a heck of a fight coming out of turn number 5. This is brilliant stuff, and this group is led there by Anton Jacobs. Jacobs heading down towards us. Behind him is Shane Smith. Then it's Anwar Levy, Paul Minnick, Ilval Weiland is in that group as well. Wille Swart and Trappies van Tonde slows down. Francois van Tonde in the Universal Healthcare Polo slows right down. But meantime, that whole group is just faltering out of turn number 1, out of KFM corner. And Shane Smith is on all over the back of that Nissan Sentra of Anton Jacobs. Minnick sails in there as well. Ewald Weiland races around the outside of Anwar Levy.
I tell you what, Weiland was brave with that one. He was much later on the brakes than everybody else. That's the red Alfa GTV6 that you see on the outside line. And he makes up one position. He now gets himself in there behind Minnick. Minnick with that Mark 1 Golf, he'll have lots of power as he works his way up the straight now towards that double right-hander. The BM in front of him doing a very decent job to keep the pace up and lead that group as they come out into the back main.
Down the back main they go now. This is where all the action is. Look at Ewald Weiland. That number 77 Alpha GTV6 is on an absolute flyer. He blows through on the inside of the BMW of Shane Smith. And Smith sitting on the outside. He's now behind the Nissan Sentra of Anton Jacobs as they exit turn 5 KFM corner. Levy looks up on the inside of the Golf there of Paul Minnick. Willie Swart in the Jetta 2 was catching that group as well as they head under the bridge and squirted down into turn 1 KFM.
Well, let's just have a look at our leader. Our leader's up, dusted and disappeared in the form of Dani van Niekerk. He's going past the main grandstand and into the double right-hander, out into the back main, a long way back, entering turn number 3. In fact, he's a Brendan Green in the Weskaap Bakwerker car. And then in third position, it's Wayne Wilson that's done a very good job with the Maxima. He's now entering into turn number 3, is Wayne Wilson. Then the first of the BMWs coming through behind that, and then that whole pack that we were talking about. Now, Ewald Weiland working his way through that pack and getting towards the front of it.
Well, we look at that group of cars. It's now working its way out of turn number 3, and they are catching that other boxy BMW of Mansour Parker. Mansour making his way through turn 4, car care clinic, but that group of cars is closing on him. Down the back main they go. Here goes Mansour Parker. Here, right behind him comes Shane Smith. Ewald Weiland through on the inside of Shane Smith. Man, is he on a mission? Ewald Weiland as he hunts down Parker in turn 5. Smith on the outside, then it's Levy, then it's Minnock, and coming through behind them is the Jetta. It looks like it's the Jetta. Yes, it is the Jetta of Willie Swart, but he's there behind the Nissan Sentra of Anton Jacobs.
I'm going to hazard a guess and say that GTV6 in the hands of Ewald Weiland was on slicks earlier on in the rain where the qualifying took it very, very careful, knowing that the car is going to be all over the show. It started way down the pack as opposed to where he would normally start, and for that reason he's just skyling his way now through the pack, working his way towards the front. And that is why Ewald is right up into that 5th position. He's second in Class B. Keep in mind that Wayne Wilson in the 3rd position overall is the leading Class B car, and he in fact is then the 2nd Class B car in Ewald Weiland, and he's probably around about 4 seconds further back. Pretty much the length of the KFM straight between 1st and 2nd in Class B, 3rd and 5th overall on the circuit.
Well, Donnie van Niekerk, 122.279 in the Wingfield Motors BMW. He is the fastest man out there as we wait for that group of cars. There they go, down the back straight. We'll pick up the leaders shortly, but Ewald Weiland has now blown his way past the Mansour Parker as he leaves Parker behind him and into turn 5. He goes now, that GTV6 out of Fostron corner. He goes high, but he holds it nicely there. Does Ewald Weiland. That's an old gaggle of them coming out of Fostron corner. Mansour Parker sits in there behind him while he's now caught by Shane Smith. And towards us comes this whole group. Anwar Levy, Munich and Vicky Paither dives through on the inside. Man, then it is Anton Jacobs, and behind Jacobs it's Willie Swart, and Ahmad has caught that group as well coming out of turn 1 KFM corner.
Well, it's actually Shane Smith that's leading out that Class D battle. Shane Smith is in 6th overall, then Anton Jacobs in 10th is the 2nd in Class D. The leading Class E car, I actually missed out on that one. I'll pick it up next time it comes up on the screen. But there's one Class E car that's way out of sync with the rest. And when it comes up on screen, I'll be able to pick up who that is for you. I think it could even be Kiara van Niekerk, if I've got it right. Let's pick it up now. Class F is Ahmad that's worked his way. The leading Class X car is Dylan Nel. Deviltron, that's the Class E that I was looking for. Deviltron, the leading Class E car. Gary Smith is 2nd in Class F, and Keanu Venter is 3rd in Class F. The 2nd Class X car being Melanie Spur.
Right, we're on the final lap, and the leader is making his way towards turn 4, towards Carke Clinic corner. This is the final lap. The checkered flag will be coming out shortly. Down the back straight, well, goes that BMW of Donnie van Niekerk. There you see the Wingfield Motors BMW running hard down the back main towards turn number 5. The flagman is making the necessary preparations down here for the checkered flag. Van Niekerk works his way out of turn 5. He's got slower traffic ahead of him, but he is way down the road from Green that sits there in 2nd position. He doesn't need to do anything silly right now as Donnie van Niekerk brings the Wingfield Motors BMW home in P1, and van Niekerk wins the opening Clubman's race of the day.
With Brendan Green having slowed down, you'll probably find the next man through is going to be Wayne Wilson. We wait for him to come into view, but I do believe that he's probably 2nd on circuit. As yep, there he comes. That's Wayne Wilson. So the Class B, the 23 car on its way down the back main, is in fact going to end up on 2nd position, the D10 Halberberg entry. Brennan Green, we don't see him at the moment. He has slowed right down. It looks like he's going to come through in 3rd place overall.
Right, and he's got Vicky Paither right there behind him as the slower cars come to the line. This is the slower cars coming to the line, but here comes 2nd place man Wayne Wilson, and Brennan Green comes home just ahead of Vicky Paither. And Gary, here comes the man that everybody loves out there on the track to bring the GTV home, that is Ewald Weiland.
Anwar Levy and Paul Minnick, second and third in Class B there behind Ewald Weiland that won his class. He did, as we say, start a little bit further down the pack than what we would have expected through not too great qualifying session. But yeah, he worked his way through very neatly, used the power of that six-cylinder underneath that GTV6 bonnet to good avail. Class C, Willem Swart. Class D is Shane Smith that wins out there from Anton Jacobs. The leading Class X car, I do believe, eventually was Dylan Nell. No, it was Melanie Spur from Dylan Nell.
Well, that was the opening race of the Mike's Place, Clubman's regional saloon cars. They got 2 more races still to go for the day, people. As we now move to the second race of the day, it's going to give the WPMC marshals chance to clear a few cars away. We see the safety and support vehicles making their way out onto the track. There is a boxy BMW in a G-Energy corner. That's turn 2. That needs assistance, and the marshals are on their way now to turn 2 G-Energy corner to go and sort that out. As you see the a replay of some of the drama that happened out there. Yellow flags waving, cars spinning all over the place, lockups there, and you see a couple of BMWs turn themselves inside out there in a turn number 5 in Car Care Clinic. That was towards the beginning of the race when we had the yellow flags for 2 cars that spun out in turn 5. As you see the guys leaving, well, the BMW that I'm talking about in G-Energy, you would have just picked him up on your screen running off the circuit there in G-Energy corner, one of those boxy BMs. So on the replays, bit of drama out there, but all is well that ends well.
Well, we've got our first message from Dario Busi. He did say he was going to keep us up to date, and that is with the Uttinger Polo Cup with today's round plus one more round after that. The Cape Town lad, his brother racing here today, Marco, and he was pole sitter for his GTI Challenge race. And this is the latest information from Dario Busi from Red Star.
Yeah, no, quali was good. The times were a bit slower than I thought they would be, but yeah, obviously it was good enough for pole. But yeah, super pole, I just didn't get the perfect lap in. But it's good, we got the pole point. We starting 1 point more than everyone else for race 1, and yeah, we'll go from there. But yeah, definitely feeling good in the car, but I have confidence in our consistent pace.
Well, there we go. That's the voice of Dario Busi, and that's from Red Star Raceway. So having picked up the pole, picks up 1 point for that, for starters. And yeah, let's hope he doesn't get punted off, because barring unforeseen circumstances in a straight race, not being punted off, the young lad looks well set, with Lee Thompson helping him to get the setup on that car to perfection, to be able to put in a very solid run there at Red Star today.
Well, folks, the next race up will be in the Formula Libre single-seater category. And at the previous event, Andy Rackstraw and Byron Mitchell went one-on-one, with Byron doing a 1:11 odd. Today we do not have Andy Rackstraw with us. He's doing the Formula 1600 event at Red Star Raceway, and calling that race there will be Greg Maloney and his crew. So he will not be with us today, Andrew Rackstraw, but Byron Mitchell is. Now, we've always said the moment that DJ Boyson gets that machine of his, that Reynard of his sorted out, he will be a force to be reckoned with. It was only the very first time that that car turned a wheel in anger here at Killarney approximately 2 weeks ago. So let's hope he has got that thing sorted out, because if he doesn't, Francois, there'll be no competition out there for Byron Mitchell, because Damon White in the Formula GTI Ray, he races in Class A, and these two boys race in Class S.
Yep, it's a fine one to watch. And Byron Mitchell coming off that 1:11. I'm telling you something, that blew my hair right back. As a matter of fact, I'm still trying to comb it forward. But nonetheless, that'll be great to see how he performs today. And DJ Boyson maybe finding a little bit more grip underfoot. Having a look at the board out there, in 7th place, Kelly Fletcher, used to 1 horsepower, and that's a real horse because she can ride a horse, has now got 100 horses to contend with, and doing very well, posting a time of 1:30 in treacherous conditions. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. So let's see how she does today. We wish Kelly all the best out there. She is the better half of Byron Mitchell. She makes him look good. So watch out what's going out there. Damien White there in Class A. He's the only Class A car out there, so he'll try and contend with the Class S's. He sits in 3rd place. Damien, like Frankie rightly said, in the Formula GTI Ray in Draken Racing. So we'll see how he does. Richie Carr in the Formula V Rima. Hayden Alwoods in the Formula V Stealth. And then Graham Knight in Class B in the VW Ray 1.6. And the Elof Transformers outfit, keep an eye on him. He's going to be closely followed there by Kelly Fletcher, who's going to give him some grey hairs. Not that he has enough. Zane Amundsen is out there as well. Cyril Somerville and Donovan Ramsey. So we'll see how they all contend. 10 cars in it. It's a fine field. We expected a little bit more, but like Frankie rightly said, some of the guys doing national duty.
Yeah, there will be quite a few of them that will be doing national duty, including Andrew Rackstraw at Red Star Raceway. And so, yeah, Red Star Raceway just outside of Delmas, for those people that didn't know. So we are now waiting for the single-seaters to make their way out onto track. Right now, in Turn 2, G-Energy Corner, the marshals are busy cleaning up the circuit. There's an oil spill that was put down by that BMW. And it's a pretty big oil spill that the marshals are clearing up. So the moment they have sorted that situation out, the paddock marshals will allow the Formula Libre single-seaters out onto the track. So just bear with us, people. Give the marshals chance to sort out that situation, and they will be back up and racing once again.
Right, folks, as you watch on for the viewers at home and the guys on circuit, always we talk about viewers at home. We are live streaming the marshals down in G-Energy Corner, working feverishly to clean up that oil spill. And while we have this opportunity, we'd like to thank our corporate sponsor, Wingfield Motors, for bringing this event and the live stream to us, together with Western Province Motor Club. Best price for my car, also part of the Wingfield group. And we see that Wingfield Motors has now extended their footprint to Durban Road, Belleville. And they are now got another dealership there, Sakales River, Durban Road, Belleville, and Goodwood alongside the N7. Great to have them out there. Having a look at the prices of the cars, very well priced, very well placed in the market there. So if you're looking for something to run about in, that'll be the place to go. And they are helping us out to present this to you. Down in turn 5, we see the marshals have got a hefty oil spill to deal with there. Really putting it out, and in the apex of turn 5. And I'm sure that the bikers won't be too happy about that, because as you come into turn 5, you're going to be facing this broad line across the circuit of cement dust and sand and stuff that they're trying to clean up. So we just want to say to everybody, please be patient with us, folks. The marshals are actually running around as they sweep the circuit and making a bit of a dance out there. Should have played Jerusalem for them, and they could have danced while they brushed up there. Nonetheless, doing the best they can and making sure that all the drivers and riders out on circuit are safe. Well, it's all happening this weekend. I see live streaming there from Red Star. There's live streaming from Durban with the Motocross Nationals as well. So if you've got your cell phone or your tablet with you or whatever it may be, you can just flip-flop between the various events. It's an absolutely exciting weekend. Then we've got MotoGP, we've got F1. It's all happening. It's unbelievable. Tomorrow at Zone 7, we've got stock car practice. That's going to be another one that's going to be off the chains. I see that Gary, myself, and Frankie have just had our lives rearranged for us. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I'm supposed to be at a function to watch the F1, but maybe we can bend the rules ever so slightly. To the competitors that came out today to join us in this unforeseen weather, we want to thank them for making the sacrifice and bringing us the entertainment. We wish all the competitors well in their points and challenge. Hopefully nothing untoward happens to anybody today. They keep it on the black stuff. We don't mind a little bit of rubbing as racing. That'll be great. And let's also remind you that on a Tuesday and Thursday night, Gary Fleming, together with Andries Olwacher, bring you the Second Gear Talk Show. I see there's over 1,000 members on that page, and we've had viewership up to 7,000 people watching that show. So it just gives you an idea that that is growing from strength to strength. And Gary brings you a lot of information. He doesn't talk about the past. He only talks about the future, what's to come. Thursday night, I was fortunate enough to have the great youngster, Mr. Stephen Orendahl, who's doing SSP in the Superbike category, riding for Tenkate Yamaha. He was on and he gave us a lot of background knowledge. What a lovely youngster to interview, Gary. I even said to Gary and Frankie that a little wealth of knowledge, and he said he would be on again sometime soon in the mid part of the season. It's a short season, but what an absolute gentleman, and so well spoken, and you can see the wealth of knowledge that young lad has picked up over the last 10 years. He made it very, very exciting for everybody. And Frankie, you watched the show, and I think the boy is really going somewhere.
Yeah, and he's really confident in what he's doing, and he deserves to be. I think in the championship season, I think he finished 7th or 8th overall. Top 10, not bad for Stephen Orendahl. But getting back to the show in general, it is probably one of, if not the lead motorsport show in the country. Every form of motorsport gets covered on the show by Andries Olwachen and of course by Gary Fleming, from main circuit racing to karting to short circuit to main circuit racing to motocross to dirt oval karts to drifting, rallycross, drag racing, you name it. It all gets covered on that show nationwide, I might add. All forms. And then I myself, Frank Guinness, is on the show every now and then. Francois Butler's on the show. Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, he's on the show as well. And we all give you as much information as we can. There is a Facebook group or a Facebook page called Second Gear. Go and click to join it. It is a group, yes, it's not a page. And the admins on that group will then accept you every Tuesday and Thursday evening, 8 p.m. Depending, of course, if we don't have load shedding or or something in that line. That's normally when the show was on, yes.
I must just add something. The nice thing is that Gary is paying for everyone's ticket, so it actually goes out free. Because he's got a lot of money. I mean, he just pays everyone's tickets and they put it on free on Facebook. So that's the nice thing about it. But we'd like to thank Gary for paying for all the tickets. He's actually going from strength to strength.
Does he know? Does he know he's paying for the tickets?
Yeah.
If
But
he doesn't, it's a huge wake-up call. I think his pacemaker just stopped here in the commentary box.
Beat, it's sort of up the ante slightly. But the nice thing is we've got a couple of sponsors coming on board. Gary has gone to great lengths now. You'll soon have advertisement up behind him and on the show, so they're especially sponsors. And if anybody would like to hop on board to sponsor the show, get seen on the show, contact Gary, myself, or Frankie. We will get you in. You can put a bit of sponsorship up on the show, and we would like you to, because it does cost, I mean, I'm not being funny, it costs a lot of money for Gary to run that from home. He sits at home. He's now actually building a studio in his lounge, which we get the benefit of sometimes when we do some live streaming, Frankie.
Yeah, alongside the Western Province Motor Club, that's also on board as well. A big thanks to Des Isom and Gavin Surf and everybody else that is involved at the Western Province Motor Club. But you know what, Gary, Francois, we don't just do commentating on the weekends at Killarney and you do the karting and in the short circuit, and Gary and myself are basically involved in the oval side of it. On a Monday and a Wednesday evening, the three of us are pretty busy as well. Monday evenings we do TMSA, which stands for Team SA. And it's mainly all the young guns from Western Province Motor Club. There are competitors. This is the iRacing, for those of you that didn't know what we're talking about, internet racing. And most of the drivers come from the Clubmans, from GTI Challenge, from karting, and they basically all from Cape Town, but not all of them. We do have iRacers and competitors from up north that do TMSA. And then, of course, Francois, on Wednesdays is the Western Province Sports and GT Series and the Master Series as well.
Yeah, we do the Master Sports and GT. And just coming back to that iRacing, one of the contenders there, Clinton Besana, now currently leading out on today's race on the Polo Cup. So it's all happening out there. The Sports and GT Masters, yep, those are the guys that we usually see in the Sports and GT, the likes of Mike Verrier, Sandra Bakari and that crowd. They're all out there. And they have a good scuffle of it. They get joined there by Johan Fourie, a couple of guys from up north as well, Julian Familiaris and company. And they have lots of fun out there. There's a chap by the name of Len Gerber, who's taken to iRacing like a proverbial duck to water. And he is absolutely super fast. We call him Yellow Lightning Len because he's always got a yellow car, Frankie.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them. Willem Botha, Willem Pina. There's quite a few people that's names have now become household names. And they are top-class iRacers. And they campaign with the drivers that do proper racing, meaning real racing, if you know what I mean, from Western Province Motor Club. There's quite a few of them out there that are genuine iRacers, and they mix it up very well with the guys that do the actual racing. That's the proper word to use, the actual racing. So yeah, but folks, getting back to what's happening here, it looks like the marshals, yes they have, the marshals have cleared up the track. We see one of the safety vehicles just making its way down the Killarney back straight towards turn 5 to Fostron. It'll probably be peeling off into the pit complex. As a matter of fact, the marshals are cleaning up in turn 5. In Fostron, I see a couple of fire buckies standing out on the track, so there has been a spillage down there as well. And the officials and the marshals busy cleaning up that mess there in Fostron. That's turn 5.
Excuse me. We just want to thank the marshals in the early part of the day. Always doing sterling work out there. Top quality marshalling out there. To Bradley Jacobs and his crowd, they're doing a fantastic job as always. Nice to have them out there. And I can tell you something, that without them, racing will not be possible.
Just got some information from the Uttinger Polar Cup that's taking place in Delmas at the Red Star Raceway. That race has been concluded, and Dario Busi finished that race in 3rd position, and Yuri Umpi Swart finished his race in 7th position. So a top 10 for both of our drivers, Umpi in P7, and well done to Dario Busi in that third position.
Well, like we say, we'll bring you updates from around the country as we go along. And nice to see that it is really a typical race day in South Africa. Like I said, racing up north. There is motocross in Pietermaritzburg. And I believe there'll also be a bit of oval track racing in Oudtshoorn tonight, Frankie. Just give the folks some of that.
Yes, at 14:30, Gary was saying you can cross over. Gaza, I'm not sure, where can the people buy the tickets?
Actually, wasn't too sure. I had a query this morning on that, and I actually did pick up the link. What I'll do is I'll put the link onto Second Gear Talk Show page. Then you can pick up the live stream from Oudtshoorn, and I think that starts at 2:30. There's in excess of 70 entries there. A good couple of visiting drivers from all over joining up on that one. And then, as you know, from Killarney International and from Red Star, all of those going out at the same time for you today for your motoring pleasures. Go and have a look on Second Gear Talk Show. We'll put up the link for Oudtshoorn as well.
All right, Francois, here we go. That I don't think that Damon White knows, but that back wing of his Class A machine of his Formula GTI Ray is busy breaking off as he works his way out of the pit area. I'm sure the marshals will pick it up and radio it in, but I don't know what happened there. He had some kind of rear wing failure coming out of the pit area, and that is going to break off pretty soon, and hopefully the marshals will pick that up and radar that in. So the moment he stops on the grid, they'll be able to tell him, listen, but unfortunately for you, you're not going to take part in this one unless you can get it sorted out before the cars move off the line in anger.
Well, you know what bothers me, Frankie, is that he might have a loose bolt there, and that you don't want that bolt on circuit because that can create a little bit of an impasse for one of the drivers. And as it is, it's getting a little bit wet out there. Some of the cars on circuit, I don't know if all the cars are out on circuit now. Do they have wet weather tires? Are they going to partake in this rain? And the rain now, it's just a cloudburst moving over us. You can see the track is pretty damp out there still, and now also with that oil cleanup, it becomes a little bit treacherous. Now I see the rest of the cars coming onto the circuit, so that is a plus. And yeah, they're going to have to see him on the line when they come around up onto the start grid. I think the marshal's either going to go and speak to him, or he's going to get that proverbial black flag with the red dot in the middle to say to him, you have got a problem with your car. So I don't know if the marshals will give it to him on his warm-up lap, but they definitely will speak to him when he gets to the grid proper. But yeah, I'm having a look down the back straight. That wing has collapsed properly. You can't even see in his rearview mirror, but it's probably dragging on the floor by now. Just. It has definitely moved in its mounted position. Or maybe, Frankie, maybe it's a special wing for going around the corners.
I'm thinking the same thing. Help him through the corners. No, definitely jokes aside now, as we were saying, rear wing failure on the Formula GTI Class A Ray of Damon White. And when he gets to the grid, the marshals and the grid officials will certainly pick it up that he has got a problem with that car. A lot more cars did come out onto track. I only saw a few of them go out originally, but with the rain that came down, we thought, oops, not many of these guys are going to come out. But yeah, the rest of them have come out. They are making their way around Killarney. You can see on your screen, look at that wing. It's complete rear wing failure on that Ray of Damon White.
Well, they're moving up towards the grid proper. There you can see on your screen now the grid line that they will go and form up on. And Damon White's going to get told, listen, buddy, you have got an issue with your car. So they will go and talk to him about that. He's going to be right up on the grid. I don't know if he's aware of it. I don't think he has got mirrors on his car. He might have mirrors, and I don't know if he spotted it. So we'll have to see. And I see him waving his hand there. I don't know what the issue is there, but I think he's lost a bolt or a clip there. Maybe someone can run up there with a cable tie and tie it back into his socket.
Right, so unfortunately for Damon White, he'd be pretty miffed sitting in that Ray, but it's broken and you cannot compete, as the marshals have told him, please sir, you need to pull off the circuit. You'll only be doing one race today and not two. That has failed completely, as he's now making his way into the new the main pit complex. And he is pretty unhappy with that. But yeah, that's one of those things that happen. And sadly, it's one car less that we have out on track. It's a lovely looking motor car. Runs in Class A. It's pretty quick. But the car's now been pushed into position as he drives the car down the pit lane and disappears behind the buildings in the main pit complex.
Well, Frankie, what I was thinking now, he could possibly quickly put a bolt in that and start from pit lane if he was quick enough. I don't know if there's enough time, but the 5-second border's up, the lights are on, and racing, and away they go. Byron Mitchell goes, and right up behind him, DJ Boyson. Boyson gets on the gas loud now as they all make their way down towards KFM corner. There you see them coming into view. Byron Mitchell gets the whole shot, so to speak, and sitting right up there behind him, DJ Boyson. So it'll be Richard Carr there in third place. He's in that Soldana Pulchard's outfit, as I call it, the lovely colors scheme there that he's got, that red, yellow and blue. He's up there. He's really pulling away there nicely. It looks like Graham Knight's coming through there now as they work their way into G Energy corner with the leaders going towards the kink.
Right, the leaders running through the kink now towards turn number 3. Those are your two runners working their way out of turn number 3. Your leaders, Byron Mitchell sitting out there in P1. DJ Boyson in that second position. Those are the two Class S cars. Now, I believe that Byron will probably be wanting to go and see if he can equal or better that 1 minute 11 odd. But with the track conditions being the way it is, it's highly unlikely. It's not raining now, but the circuit is pretty greasy as these two leaders run it down the back straight towards turn 5, Fostron corner. The third place man, that is the Class C Formula V of Richard Carr. He's heading towards turn 5 as well as the leaders make their way onto the Porsche straight. That's the main straight and under the bridge.
You know what, Frankie, I think that Byron Mitchell has now got that sniff of the stopwatch. He knows what the stopwatch can do, and he's now going to get in there now, see what kind of times he can post. Hopefully with a good time, he can start upping the ante. And this is what some of the drivers that sort of get into the swing of things can do. He's now already pulling away from DJ Boyson. Boyson trying to close down. Boyson, the same type of car, although he's in the Reynard. That Formula VW that Byron Mitchell's got back down in about 2005, 2006 were some of the quickest cars around Killarney. Some of them still holding certain lap records. But I can tell you something, Byron Mitchell is starting to understand that car, and it's becoming a lot of fun.
Now Richard Carr's in that second position. He leads Class C, followed there by Hayden Elwood and Zaina Munson. As we look at this battle that's working its way out of G-Energy corner. And that is Amundsen, Graham Knight and Kelly Fletcher. And Kelly dives through on the inside of Graham Knight. He's the only Class B car as the three of them are working their way out of turn number 3. So Lady Racer Kelly Fletcher, she sits in there now behind the 30 car of Zaina Munson as they head out of turn 4 for Car Care Clinic.
Well. Let's go and have a look at that, Frankie. 1 minute, 18 seconds there in this weather for Byron Mitchell. 3 seconds a lap quicker than second place man DJ Boyson. 118 in this weather. I can tell you something, I don't even know if the bikes will get there. We'll have to see. It's really a stonking time, and he's getting quicker.
Well, you wouldn't believe it coming out of turn 5. Fletcher has moved up another position. She has got her nose ahead there of Zain Amundsen. Wow, here comes Hayden Elwood across the line, and here comes Lady Racer Kelly Fletcher. Fletcher crosses the finish line now. Amundsen will be in there behind her. Then Graham Knight that runs in a Class B. And what has happened to Cyril Somerville, I'm not too sure where he's disappeared to. But back ahead of Kelly Fletcher, working their way out of turn 1 is KFM, is Zaina Munson heading towards turn 2. Kelly Fletcher, my goodness, she was there or thereabout a couple of weeks ago, and this young lass is right on the button now as she chases after a Munson out of turn 2, G-Energy corner, and Francois, she's going for it once again.
I tell you, I've actually got goose flesh here watching her diving on the back of Zane's car there as they go now into turn number 3. Hard on the gas now. She's going to go up towards turn number 4. And watch her get on the gas now. She closes the gap up there behind Zane Amundsen. Coming up towards turn number 4, Car Care Clinic corner. Into Car Care Clinic they go. Take that double right-hander down the back straight. Is she going to draft him going down towards Fostron corner? Here comes Kelly Fletcher up behind Zane Amundsen. She's closing the gap. She is really pushing hard. She goes alongside him now as they go down towards turn number 5, which is Fostron corner. Is she going to dive around the outside? She does. My word, nerves of steel, Frank.
Right around the outside of Zain Amundsen, working their way out of turn 5, Fostron corner. Will she stay ahead of him? She needs to stay ahead of him and pull away from him to catch Hayden Elwood. That is making his way into turn 1 KFM. He will be sitting in second position in Class C, but here comes Amundsen once again into turn 1. He dives up on the inside of Fletcher. Fletcher gives him enough space to go through. She didn't have the courage to dive across his bows, and who can blame her? But right now she's doing extremely well. Well, you need to be ahead of him at the checkered flag. That's where it counts the most. And she's learning her lines around. Oh, she's late on the brakes as they work their way out of turn 2. And Francois, as they exit turn 2, they're not too far behind Hayden Elwood. That's making his way out of turn 3.
Well, you know what? If I was Kelly, I'll just sit behind Zane because he's trying to get away. So he's upping the ante, closing down on the back there of Hayden Elwood. So he can push and Keeping an eye on Byron now, dipped into the 1 minute 16s, 2 seconds a lap quicker than the previous lap. I tell you what, this youngster is really having a field day out there now. He goes down through the kink, but keeping an eye on that dice there between Zane and Kelly. This is really becoming something special now as they make their way down the back straight. And Kelly goes alongside him down towards turn number 5. She's got lovely speed coming out of turn 3 or turn 4. Down into turn 5 she goes, late on the brakes and just dives up on the inside. Like I said, 1 horse now, 100 horses. Man, can she ride him.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's the only dice out there, so we're going to stick with this one. Richard Carr leads Class C. Second in Class C is Hayden Elwood. And here comes this fight for P3 and 4. She's got the inside line. She needs to hug that inside line. This is the fight for third position in Class C. The lady racer, Kelly Fletcher, up on the inside. Amundsen dives around on the outside, but she's got the line. She must climb on the gas and hang in there. Amundsen will just stay where he is because that will give him the line for turn 2 G-Energy corner. But she is late on the brakes. Very late into G-Energy corner, and she dives in front of him. What a move there by Kelly Fletcher, but she's giving him too much room. He's going to stick it up on the inside. She needs to cover that line through the kink and into turn 3 Damstep.
You know what, Frankie, having a look at that little scrap going on there, it's almost as like she got the gumption to say, well, if you want to dice, come up my inside and give it your best go. I'll show you how it gets done. Now up into Car Care Clinic corner, turn number 4 they go, and Kelly Fletcher's got the upper hand. If she's going to step on the gas, she's going to pull away from Zane, going down towards Fostron corner.
Well, here comes the leader to put a lap on them. That is overall leader Byron Mitchell. And I don't know if these two know that he's behind them. Oh, he's bobbing and weaving. The blue flags are out. And they were having such a great dice. They never realized that he was right in there behind them. They moved out of his way and he found a way through. They're not going to be too worried about going a lap down because this guy is doing lightning speeds. He's just on a 1:15.698 and that is super quick there for Byron Mitchell. Second place man is still DJ Boyson. He's making his way out of turn 5, out of Fostron corner, but we have to stay with his leaders. There we go with the two, well, not the two leaders, the fight for third and fourth in Class C that is heading towards G-Energy corner.
Well, Zane tries to pull away from Kelly there. Kelly gets nice and deep going into G-Energy corner. She rolls, she hugs the inside now. That's the line, typical line she should be taking. Gets on the gas nice and early as she exits G-Energy corner down through the kink now. She can't afford to let Zane get away. She's pretty quick coming out of the corners. That's where she closes up, and she dives very late into the corners as well. So whoever's been coaching her, and probably young Byron Mitchell and the likes, has given her the right tools for the job. Now they're going to Car Care Clinic corner, turn number 4, and Zane Amundsen is leading out. He's now pulled away there a bit from Kelly now. Will Kelly close down as they come down the back straight? Killarney Fletcher's on the gas hard. She pulls up alongside Zane Amundsen. Can this lady drive, or can she drive, Frank?
Oh, she can drive and she can drive. She can ride a horse. She can race a motor car as well. She's damn good at both. As they head into turn number 5. Through Fostron corner they go now, and Zane Amundsen, oh, she gets it wrong. That car was snaking underneath her, but she caught that thing. I think she probably got the fright of her life, and she never put the car on the grass neither. Man, there was quick reflexes there by Kelly Fletcher, and she hasn't let this get her down. She's on that wheel. She's diving around the outside. She's trying to hide herself so that when he looks in his rearview mirrors, she's in that blind spot of his. And Amundsen is thinking to himself, how the hell do I get away from this young lady? She is giving me all sorts of issues as they head into turn 2 G-Energy.
Very trusting on that car. She dives late into G-Energy corner, dives up into the inside now, sits right up the exhaust pipe there of Zane Amundsen. And DJ Boyson starting to close down on them now as they exit G-Energy now into the king, down towards turn number 3. Down to 3 they go now. Zane Amundsen there with Kelly Fletcher in the red car, hot in his heels now. Out of turn number 3, up the KFM straight now towards Car Care Clinic corner they go. Zane Amundsen's trying to pull away. Kelly Fletcher's up for this. She might see a blue flag waving in her now as DJ Boyson closes down her. She must not let that unsettle her. She's in her own race. Just hug the racing line now, down the back straight. She's now not that close towards Zane Amundsen. Will she close down? We'll have to see.
Well, 1:15.208 by Byron Mitchell. The track is beginning to dry out now. It's virtually dry. He doesn't. He's only got 2 laps to go, well, almost a lap and a half. So I don't think he'll break the 111s. He's going to give it a go to get to 114, maybe high 114s. That's what he will try. He's making his way towards turn 3 now, but we got that dice coming towards us. That's the one that we're going to stick with. That is the dice between Zaina Munson and Kelly Fletcher into turn 1 KFM. You just saw second place man DJ Boyson put a lap on them, and Fletcher and Amundsen are still having a heck of a dice. She's on his inside heading to turn 2 G Energy.
What a startling maneuver there by Kelly Fletcher. She hugs the inside of the Uber straight down to G Energy. She's got the inside line. She can force Zane wide there now. A bit of a shutout coming out of G Energy now through the kink down towards turn number 3. Kelly Fletcher gets the upper hand now as they're going to turn number 3. Now the red car's ahead of the orange car. And now can Kelly hold it together here in the closing stages of this one? She tries to pull a bit of a gap there over Zane. Zane tries to close it down as they're going to car care clinic corner. Your leader still Byron Mitchell, followed by DJ Boyson. Byron with the quickest time of 1:15.2. And not too long to go. He's got about a lap and a bit to go, Frankie. And this one is heating up towards the closing stages.
This one, heck of a dice out there between the two of them. Here comes Hayden Elwood. Elwood making his way out of turn number 5, out of Fostron corner. He sits second overall. He's going to be lapped there by second place man DJ Boyson as he comes through, and DJ hits the lead. We have lost Byron Mitchell out there. Byron Mitchell is gone. The race leader, Byron Mitchell, is out of this one. DJ Boyson is your new leader.
Well, it looks like he got some sort of engine issues, according to our radio man now. Tiny has told us that the car was smoking, which we did not pick up as the commentators. But thank you for that one, Tiny. Great. DJ Boyson goes to the lead. Hayden Elwood now. And Kelly Fletcher's for a potential podium.
That's why we pay him the big bucks.
Yeah, no, Tiny gets the big money. He gets paid a lot more than we do. So fortunately, he's earning. We don't actually. He gets paid because he's special. And that's why we're out there now. Right, DJ Boyson leads out. Byron Mitchell could possibly be off the circuit. We don't know. And Hayden Elwood together with Kelly Fletcher fighting for that podium now as DJ Boyson goes down the back straight. The flag beckons for heat number 1 of the vehicles. So the flag man is out. Now we keep an eye here on the start-finish line for DJ Boyson as he exits turn number 5. And that is Fostron corner. DJ Boyson now coming out of Fostron under the bridge and gets on the power checkered flag. And race number 1 goes to DJ Boyson as he crosses the line. Great race there. But check the dice coming out of turn number 5, Frankie.
Right, crossing the line now will be Hayden Elwood, second overall and first in class. This is for third overall. It's going to be Zaina Munson that crosses the line. In second, Kelly Fletcher right behind him, but Kelly Fletcher will finish 4th overall and 3rd in Class C.
Well, some fantastic driving out there. Graham Knight behind Kelly Fletcher. And then Cyril Somerville and Donovan Ramsey crossing the line. 2 cars out, Byron Mitchell, Richard Carr. And it looks like Damien White also with the DNF. He didn't start because of that wing. Hopefully he'll have it up for the next heat.
Wow, Graham Knight finishing 5th overall and winning Class B. Byron Mitchell still the quickest man out there, 1:15.208. But sadly for Byron, picking up car issues. And, well, with a lap and a bit to go, Byron Mitchell retiring the Formula VW. Well, some great action out there between Zaina Munson and lady racer Kelly Fletcher. And if you compare where Kelly was 2-3 weeks ago at the last event we had here, and it was a dry event, I might add. No, it wasn't a dry event. They were racing when it was wet. That's at least 4 weeks ago, if not more, compared to what we've seen her do today. Wow, 200% plus improvement. Right, folks, we're about to go racing with the cheapercars.co.za GTI Challenge, race number 1. There's only 15, 16 cars, 16 of them that entered, being not really a long weekend, but a lot of people turned this into a long weekend. A lot of people are not in Cape Town. They've decided to take a long weekend's break, hence the numbers that are down a bit. And I think the weather also had a role to play. Our sports and GT guys, Pirelli Sports and GTs, were supposed to take part today as well, and their numbers were very low due to the fact that a lot of these people took a long weekend break, and they have been removed from the program for today. But the Clubman's cars will be doing 3 races. Everybody else will be doing 2 races. So we move on to the cheapercars.co.za GTI Challenge, and this is the 3rd race of the day. Here they go, working their way out onto track. Mr. Marco Busi, representing Automan Fitment Center, will be the man that leads this field of 16 GTI Challenge race cars out onto the track from the main pit complex. He says, follow me, boys, and let's go out there, Gary, and let's do this.
So a slightly smaller field of GTI Challenge cars, but you don't need a lot of GTI Challenge cars to make one hell of a race. The cheapercars.co.za being the main sponsor for the balance of the season, which is fantastic. So to the sponsors, a big thanks. Wayne Field's going to be out there in the at the tail end of the field. In front of him, Mark Thompson, John Henry Vaughan, the youngest man out there in the Maps racing car. In front of that, Colin Smith, Calvin Wiltshire, Alfie van Sale, working from the back of the pack going forward. That's what it looks like. And then going a little bit further up the pack towards the front end of the field, Nathan Victor, Carl Wiltshire, the leading Class C car. The Class B battle, Eden Thompson and Jacques Heldenes on the front row of the grid there, with Ian Cup in there behind that, and then Chris Roberts. So 2 of the main contenders in Class B once again going to be leading out that Class B battle. It's going to be, as always, utterly brilliant. I personally think that Marco Busi is going to be the man to catch here today. I don't believe that anybody is really going to stand a chance against him. I think he is pretty much on song. I think him and Carr have become one, and given what happened in the wet this morning, the confidence was coming through very strongly, and he posted a very quick time. In fact, just over half a second quicker than Colin Meader, who is no slouch out there whatsoever. Dylan Jabez, having sorted out the gearbox, finds himself in Class A on the 2nd row of the grid. So far so good for the Class A guys. But let's be honest, Frankie, Class A, Class B, Class C, that Class C battle, Carl Wiltshire, Calvin Wiltshire, I think it's probably, although Carl is the best qualifier, I do tend to think that Carl's going to be the man to catch in that class, irrespective of the fact that he was quickest out there in the wet this morning. But then again, you cannot count out Nathan Victor. We've seen him out there on the circuit before, and he is super duper quick as well.
Right, we're about to get this one underway shortly. Marco Busi, Colin Meader, Dylan Joubert, Charles Visser, this young man from Charles Electrical Engineering, one of our top Western Province and SA carters. He sits there on the 2nd row of the grid in P4. Eden Thompson, Jackie Heldenes closes the door on the Polo. Behind them it's Ian Cup. Then we've got the 6 car in there. I can't get the number or the name of that driver right now as the lights go off. And away we go. Oh, that's Chris Roberts. as Carl Walsher looks up on the inside of Chris Roberts as they race down into turn number 1, into KFM corner. Marco Busi gets the run through. Dylan Jabir shoves his nose up on the inside into second position. Colin Meader drops down into third. And coming through now in P4 and leading Class B is Jockey Geldenhuis. Geldenhuis sits there ahead of Thompson as Roberts runs around the outside and gets himself in a knot. And Charles Visser comes right back at him again. Then in Class C, we've got the two Walsher brothers. That's Kyle and Calvin Walsher. They head of the Class B car of Ian Cup as this whole group races through into turn 3.
Ian Cups found himself exactly where he doesn't want to be, amongst the front end of the Walsher clan, leading out the Class C battle. Carl was brilliant on the takeoff. He made up a good couple of positions, and we'll see now once they get out into the back main, the more powerful Class B cars will dust him down the back main. But for starters, that was utterly brilliant. Look at that. The 65 on the way down the back main, doing some great stuff there in Ian Cup, that finds himself in third overall in class as they work their way down the back main down to Fastron, turn 5, Cape Town corner.
Well, a whole bunch of them working their way out of turn 5 as we have a look at the leader coming towards us under the bridge. Lap number 1 in the bag for race leader Marco Busi, as he squirts it down into KFM corner and side by side into turn 1. It is a Meader on the outside. It's Jabir on the inside. That's a dice for second and third. Coming out of turn number 1, KFM corner, as the two of them race it up the Jabir straight towards G Energy, and Meader sits on the outside of Jabir. Jabir late under braking, coming in there behind them now. There's 3 more cars. Charles Visser making his way out of G Energy. Behind Visser, it's a 2 Class B cars, Jock Geldenhuis and Eden Thompson.
Well, pretty much the two top Class B runners for quite a long time as they work their way down into turn number 3. Having a little bit of a look up there on the inside of the GNA Promotions car, but they stay line astern as they come up now towards turn number 4. Light on the brakes, just loosening up the tail end slightly, and then flat foot, 4th gear all the way through there, up onto the curbstones, out into the back main. That's the 2 leading cars in Class B, in Jacques Geldenhuis and Eden Thompson.
Right, heading down the back straight now behind Thompson. We've got Chris Roberts, and behind Chris Roberts, it is Ian Cup as that group head down into turn number 5, into Fastron corner. But right behind them, look at this Class C dice. That's a heck of a dice in Class C. I think Calvin Walsher, if I'm looking right, is leading that Class C. He's got a Class B car in there behind him. Mark Thompson is going to go past him, but he's in a different class. So leading Class C is Calvin Walsher as he heads down into turn 1, into KFM corner. Look at these Class C Golfs all dive down into turn 1 KFM.
Eden Thompson has now taken the lead up the front main as they work their way now into G Energy corner. Eden Thompson from Geldenhuis. They almost touched as they came past one another. It's almost as if the wind caught them and they veered towards one another. Must have been, you couldn't put a ruler between. Oh, he's slowing down. Geldenhuis has got a problem. The man that top qualified in Class B slows it down, pulls it off the circuit, and what would have been a brilliant battle between the two of them has now come to nothing. I think Jacques Geldenhuis will be very, very disappointed with that.
I'll have a look at these 4 cars making their way up the KFM straight now towards turn number 4, as one of them is John Henry Vaughan. It's Nathan Victor in that Golf that leads that group out there. Alfie van Sale sits there on his outside, followed there by John Henry Vaughan, and then running hard down the back straight is the 46 of Colin Smith, as that old group of cars head down into turn 5.
Look at this Class A battle going past the start-finish line now, side by side. It's going to be one hell of a dice as they go down into turn number 1. That being Colin Meader, Dylan Jabir and Charles Visser, 2nd, 3rd and 4th in Class A as they work their way out of turn number 1 and up the Jabir straight. You'll see them coming into your picture now, and that's Dylan Jabir that's got to the front. Colin Meader in there behind him. Meader runs just a little bit wider, but Jabir's doing a brilliant job at this stage of the fight to make sure that that battle is going to end up being a very, very tight one all the way through for the 7 laps that's remaining in this race.
Well, I've got to go back to this fight in Class C that's working its way into G-Energy corner now. There's 5 of them coming out there. The 71 is Nathan Victor. Then Alfie van Zyl sits in there behind him, followed there by John Henry Vaughan. It's a heck of a fight. Colin Smith is in there. Then you got the field Jetta that is also making its way onto the back end of those group of Golfs that's making their way now through Turn 4 Car Care Clinic.
That Class C battle is in fact led out by Calvin Wiltshire from Kyle. So Kyle, that had the brilliant start, has actually dusted his brother and managed to get just a little bit away from him. So the Wiltshire boys doing an excellent job of leading out the Class C Brat Pack battle. And the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th is that between Nathan Victor, Alfie van Zyl, John Henry Vaughan. That's the one that we were referring to, and that is for 3rd, 4th and 5th in class.
Right, that group is now heading under the bridge and working their way now past the start-finish line into Turn 1 KFM corner. Let's have a look at this dice that's diving down there. Look at these Golfs. And then you got the Jetta of Waynfield in there as well as they work out of Turn 1, out of KFM. While the overall leader of Class C is Calvin Wiltshire. Second in the class is his brother Kyle. And heading now down, Alfie van Zyl sits 3rd, and Van Zyl is right on the case of Kyle Wiltshire. And John Henry Vaughan dives up on the inside, and Nathan Victor, Colin Smith is in there as well in that other Golf as they run through the kick now, and Victor is all over the back of John Henry Vaughan. Is there contact? No. They gave each other enough room as they exit Turn 3.
Oh, that was very, very tight going through there. Dylan Joubert, Colin Meader, what a battle between the two of them. And it's undoubtedly Boosie that's up, dusted and disappeared. But it's Meader that's got ahead of Dylan and Charles Visser, just dropping slightly back from the two of them. Very, very nice dice there. Eden Thompson is now completely broken away from Chris Roberts after the loss of Geldenhuys that was running 1st and 2nd with him in Class B. And then a little bit further down on the circuit, you'll pick up that Class C battle. Calvin from Kyle Wiltshire, Alfie van Zyl, Nathan Victor, John Henry Vaughan having a brilliant, brilliant race as they come through underneath the start-finish line. The Maps Racing car diving to the inside. The young lad doing a brilliant job on only his 2nd outing in the GTI Challenge, his 2nd outing ever on a main circuit. And that Maps Racing, that's the orange Golf you see there in the middle of those 3 cars. That's John Henry Vaughan behind Nathan Victor and working his way up into G-Energy corner.
Yeah, and he's been chased by the Golf of Colin Smith as they work their way out of G-Energy. But the leader, all on his own, is making his way out of turn number 5, out of Cape Town corner. The Automan Fitment Centre Polo of race leader Marco Busi working their way out of turn 5. Now he's at fight for 2nd, 3rd and 4th in Class A. You've got to go to that fight because there's a massive fight. Charles Visser is having a look there as well. He wants to make his way around on the outside of Dylan Joubert as they head down into turn 1 KFM corner. That is 2, 3 and 4 in Class A working their way out of turn 1. Colin Meader followed there by Visser, followed there by Joubert.
Well, I tell you what, that battle further back going down into turn 5, that Class C battle, it's still the Wiltshire boys leading out Class C, but look at the battle behind that. Alfie van Zyl, Nathan Victor and John Henry Vaughan as they come out into the front main past the bus stop. The Wiltshires running nose to tail, doing a nice job pulling away, but the battle behind them, that is the one to watch as they come down past the start-finish line. And down towards turn 1, John Henry Vaughan in the Maps Racing Golf has a look up on the inside line, says nope, it's not going to work from there. I going to have to just hold tight a little bit with Alfie van Zyl doing a very, very decent job. But it looks like the Wiltshire boys are starting to work together, Frankie, as they're not slowing one another down at all. I think a little bit of slipstreaming the order of the day as John Henry Vaughan moves up one position in G Energy corner under braking.
Yeah, well, Calvin Wiltshire's way down the road in Class C. His brother is fighting there with Alfie van Zyl for that second and third positions in Class C as the two Golfs make their way towards turn number 4. Calvin Wiltshire making his way out of turn 4. He's way down the road ahead of his brother and Alfie van Zyl that are second and third. Yeah, they come side by side. Who's on the inside? Wiltshire's on the inside. Van Zyl's on the outside. They sit second and third in that class. They've been chased down there by Nathan Victor. Behind Nathan Victor, John Henry Vaughan and Colin Smith.
Marco Bussi's checked out at the front of the field. Can you believe it? 9.7 seconds. That's what he's taken out of that second place battle. Colin Meader has pushed very hard to make sure that he stays in that second group of cars, but not a contender for top honours. None of them, in fact, in Class A, with Marco Bussi cleaning up. Charles Visser finds himself now in a pretty safe third position in Class A. But I think that's about as good as it's going to get from him, because Colin Meader is looking very racy today and not looking to give up any positions whatsoever with 3 to go.
Right, we still watch these two Golfs as they head towards G Energy corner, and Wiltshire still sits in that second position. Alfie has look on the outside, and they're almost side by side out of G Energy. Behind them there's another two-way tussle out of G Energy. That's Nathan Victor, and right on his case there is John Henry Vaughan. My oh my, these guys are going one-on-one through turn 3. These 4 cars go, 2 groups of 2. One are the 2 red Golfs of Carl Wiltshire and Alfie van Zyl as they work their way. They are side by side out of 4. You can't go side by side out of 4 unless you give each other enough room, and that's exactly what they've done. And once again on the inside line is the 54 of Carl Wiltshire, and the 26 of Alfie van Zyl sits on his outside, and behind them another dice raging on between John Henry Vaughan and Nathan Victor.
Well, it's almost like going into the arc. 2 by 2, they enter turn number 5, and 2 beautiful dices there. Don't forget about Calvin. That's up, dusted, and disappeared into the future. But these 2 battles, I think that's where the camera should stay right now, because that is 2 very, very even battles. One hard up against the wall, one sitting further towards the inside, side by side as they work their way down into turn number 1. Who's going to be latest on the brakes, carry the pace around the outside, hold a tight line on the inside? It looks like it could be Carl that's going to beat out and hold on to that second position, distant from his brother Calvin, but second is second no matter which way you look at it. And then that battle just a little bit further back between the black and the orange Golfs. I must say Nathan Victor is looking, he gets it completely, he gets it completely sideways, does Nathan Victor, and John Henry Vaughan puts it up on its side. He had to turn out. He thought that Nathan was going to lose it completely in front of him, and he turned out towards the outside of G Energy corner, and it just softly rolled up onto its side. The young lad, who I don't think will have too much of a problem with that, he is bottom side there, so it's not like when they drop that car over, it's going to be a heavy bump for him. And it's a very soft roll on soft ground, so I don't think there'll be much damage to that motor car. I think it goes more about a loss of pride than anything else as the young lad walks away from the car. Would have been nice if they pushed that car over, because now it's going to run the oil all over the show inside the engine bay, and that might cause him not to be able to race later on, but let's hope for the best.
Well, hopefully that camera man can just pick up that car that is on its side there in turn 2 in G Energy corner. That is the 32 Maps Racing Golf of John Henry Vaughan. There you can just see it on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. That is what Gary was talking about. The driver, John Henry Vaughan, is out of the car. He's fine. He's okay. He's standing up against the wall with the marshals. So the driver is fine. The other guys must just realize now there's no overtaking in that sector. And heading towards turn 2 now is this fight in Class C with Carl Wiltshire And Alfie van Zyl, as the checkered flag comes out, the race winner crossing the line. Man, we were watching that one in turn 2. Marco Busi comes home in P1. Colin Meader finishes in second. And third across the line is Charles Visser.
Yeah, having lost one of those Class A cars. Eden Thompson will be pretty chuffed with that victory that's coming his way as he works his way out of Cape Town corner. He's the next man to come through, but I think he would rather have had a one-on-one with Geldenhuys all day long and beat out on Geldenhuys without not having the competition there. Eden Thompson, Ian Cup, and Mark Thompson, the next two to come through behind that.
And then this is massive fight going down into turn 5. Yes, Mark Thompson bringing the blue polo across the start-finish line as we wait for that fight that's heading out of turn 5 to head towards the checkered flag. Calvin Walsher crosses the line in P1 in Class C. Coming down towards us now, this is Chris Roberts, but second and third in Class C will be Carl Walsher from Alfie van Zyl from Nathan Victor.
Sure, I must say a very nice run there by Calvin. Carl being the quicker of the two in the quali and looking to be the man to catch, but once Calvin broke the toe, and that was pretty quick, it was a lap and a half into the race that he broke the toe from behind up into the southeast, and from there on out he just eased his way away. Pity about the soft roll over there from John Henry Vaughan. I'm sure that our camera people will show that because I did see it on camera. So I'm pretty sure that they will show us a replay of that. It was a case of Nathan Victor losing the tail then. John Henry Vaughan turns towards the outside and just a soft little roll over onto its side. So I don't believe there will be any real damage to that car. Maybe just put a hose pipe over it. Seeing that we've got lots of water in Cape Town, we can use hose pipes. And get rid of any oil spillage. And I'm pretty sure that the young lad will be out there for race number 2. There you can see it in slow motion. Nathan Victor loses the tail, and John Henry says, whoops, just now T-bone this guy, let's rather play safe. And frankly, that's purely a case of inexperience, if you can refer to it as such on main circuit. It would probably have been okay, having seen what happened thereafter. But if that car in front of him did end up sideways, he would have T-boned it, and that would have taken him out of the race as well. So in hindsight, maybe the right way to go.
Definitely the right way to go. He stomped on the brakes, turned it to the left, and just put it on its side. A soft roll, no harm done to the driver. As a matter of fact, the car is actually moving again, and you probably find that they will drive that car back to the pit area here. If you look in G Energy corner, you'll see that the car is on all fours again, and it's working its way back to the pits. So John Henry Vaughan says, man, I'm jumping back in this thing and I'm driving it back to the pit area where they will do an inspection to see if that car is right for the second race a bit later on.
Well, there can't be any oil spillage of note. Otherwise, the marshals wouldn't have let him go back out onto the circle. So, yeah, maybe with a little bit of luck, there's not too much oil spillage underneath the bonnet of that one. And yeah, now the acid test is how does that affect his nerves and his composure? Does he say, oh, well, fine, it happened, let's keep on trucking?
I think so. I believe so. This young man comes from oval track racing where he was afraid of nothing, and there's no reason why that this should deter this young man. They'll get the car back to the pit, sort it out, and he'll probably grab a Coke or something and just chill and get himself sorted out for the second race a bit later on.
Obviously, Emil Brunt is down on the pit area, and very possible that we might be able to do a live interview from there with the guys once they come down into the pits.
Right, folks, next up we got the Mad Max and RST Trackback Powersport motorcycle race. I see on the screen, brought to you by Mad Max Motorcycles. Recently, older Robert Craig had the MD of Mad Max Motorcycles had a birthday. So, Rob, we hope you're having a lucky day, bud. Nice to have you out there. In the Powersport on the 650, we got Edward Rollstone and Franco Flach. I don't know where is Mr. Trevor Westman of Mad Max. He's got some new paintwork, nice firecracker red. So we'll see if he'll come out. Jason Lineker, the first of the 300s. Slade van Niekerk's there. Slade had a bit of a tumble yesterday. I hope that bike has been sorted out. He might have a dent in the tank. Lance Jonas on a 300. He's on a KTM. Mitch Robinson's out there. Peter Hill's out there. Together with HSC Racing's Hutchings boys, the two cousins, Nicholas and Braden. And Braden last week on short circuit was absolutely lightningly fast. So hopefully Braden has now brought that form with him through back onto the main circuit. The gearing will be changed. The surface a little bit different as we see them roll into G Energy corner. There you see bikes going into turn 1 on your screen. This should be a crackerjack race. They're going to have a warm-up lap. RST Trackmac Powersport motorcycles, and as you see there on your screen, the Power Series proudly brought to us by Wingfield Motors. So the bikes get out there now, and they're just going to get, you see them leaving pit lane there, the likes of Mitch Robinson and co. They go down into there. You see Mitch Robinson coming into your picture, going there into turn number 1. And it looks like the firecracker of Westman is out there. So Trevor Westman will come back onto the timing board a little bit later as he crosses the line. He will have a transponder on his bike, so the screen will pick him up. Trevor Westman, also multiple champion, also a short circuit champion on the 150s, believe it or not. He's come a long way. Also watch the young lad grow up in front of me, together with his dad, Alan Westman, AWRA. Oh, and someone's pulling off there. Is that Jonas or Hill that's got a problem with their bike in the kink? A little bit of an issue. Those KTMs are a little bit hip. He gets the bike going again. They have that onboard computer that can throw you ever so slightly. The bike going again. It could also be Mitch Robinson. I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see. As the bike's now on their warm-up lap. And they usually get 2 of them. 1 out and 1 around. So out on there now we have a look-see as the board is lighting up. Hopefully when Westman crosses the line we'll get his name onto the board. A lovely picture there. You see the sun is coming out at Killarney. So thank you to the gods, or to the god, for allowing us some fine weather here at Killarney. Now as the clouds start dissipating, hopefully that is the end of the rain, and we can have some good old-fashioned racing. Right, so the bikes cross the line there. Waiting for a few of the other bikes still to cross the line and finish their warm-up lap. Yep, Trevor Westman's up on the board now. Nice to see Trevor out there. Another bike crossing the line. As the rider has a look at the bike, I see Franco Flach out there too. He went out to qualify in slicks in the wet. He didn't have the greatest time, so he'll sort of start from the back of the pack, but having been on a 650, I'm sure he can work his way. Franco Flach, also a very well-equipped rider from the short circuit, has done motards and the likes. So he would definitely not a slow chap. He also does a bit of motocross, so he knows his way around a circuit. So we wait to see now as they roll up towards the line, the starters on the grid proper. They will slow them up and stop them on the grid, and the racing will get underway. There you see on picture, you see the flag marshal, or the, we actually call them the flag official, because they are not marshals, they are officials. There they step onto the circuit as the bikes come to line up on the grid proper. So let's have a look at the grid. Your pole man should be, could be David Lindemann on a 300. But I see Ralston going onto the front there now. So Edward Ralston had the quickest times. The 2 Hutchings boys are there. The number 20 machine of Franco Flach is there. Jason Lineker rolls up there. And he's on the second part of the grid. Third one there is Slade van Niekerk. His bike looking a lot prettier after having a little bit of a tumble there yesterday in the wet. The young lads, Jason and Slade, watch these boys grow up in front of me on the short circuit. Nice to see the lads out there. Then we got Mitch Robinson and Peter Hill. Peter probably the oldest man on that field, already over 60 years of age. Lance Jonas rolls up there. Good to have Lance back out on the circuit. At the back there's Trevor Westman together with David Lindemann at the back. So now they're under starters' orders. And John Green puts up the 5-second board. And waiting for the lights. Lights on and off, and away they go now. Massive jump there by Lineker as they get off the line there now. Now they make their way down towards KFM corner. Someone has flown up into the front side there. And they roll their way around. They make their way now out of KFM corner, up the Uber straight up towards G Energy corner. Lightningly quick is that Westman. Westman on the firecracker bike gets through there now. And he gets moving. That's the Rockstar Alan Westman racing machine that makes its way up towards the front. Westman already quick and running. And I think he could have Slade van Niekerk there with him as they roll around. Down they make there. Ralston sits there in third place. Edward Ralston on the 650 and the 300s are mixing it up there now as they make their way through turn 3. Down into turn 3 they go. You see a whole gaggle of bikes there. Westman leading out, and it looks like it's van Niekerk up behind him. There the gaggle of bikes come. Ralston leads them out. And they make their way up towards Car Care Clinic corner. Double right hand. It's got 2 apexes. You've got to work your way around nicely. Roll through there down. The racing is red hot racing now as they make their way down towards Fostron corner. That is turn number 5. We watch Westman and van Niekerk go down there. Late on the brakes is Westman and young Slade van Niekerk on a 300, trailing that 650 twin as he goes down. They roll there out of turn number 5. See how nice and low they get those motorcycles. Van Niekerk has a look over his shoulder to see what's coming. Up towards the line they go now. Alan Westman, a great start from the back of the grid, already up to the front. Over the line he goes. Makes his way down towards turn number 1, KFM corner. Late on the brakes as they go through there now. Westman leads out from Slade van Niekerk. Franco Flach sits there in third. Ralston, then Lineker, then Lindemann. Hutchings, Jonas, Mitch Robinson, Braden Hutchins and Peter Hill. Now, Braden Hutchins, like I said, did so well on the short circuit. I thought he'd bring that form through. So we'll have to see if he gets a bit better during the day. He's having a lovely tussle out there now. Nicholas is out there. And, well, we'll have to see how that one works out as they leaders now make their way into turn number 3 through the kink. That's Trevor Westman. He's been followed there by Slade van Niekerk, who's on a 300, and Franco Flach. So he's sandwiched between 2 650s, and Slade doing a sterling job there after his tumble yesterday as they make their way now up towards turn number 4, roll out of the Car Care Clinic corner and make their way down the back straight. So down the back straight goes Trevor Westman on the Rockstar machine. The Alan Westman Racing prepared machine now down towards turn number 5. There they go down towards turn number 5. A whole gaggle of riders there. You see Lineker being chased hard. Lineker's in those green leathers. Down into turn 5 they go. Still sporting a little bit of moisture down there nonetheless as they work their way around now. Westman leading out from Slade van Niekerk. Franco Flach trying to close down on the back of Slade. Flach's getting some good speed coming out of turn number 5. He comes alongside Slade van Niekerk and Flach moves up into second now. That is Franco Flach. He's on the 650. They're doing 125s and Flach is not too slow. You can catch Westman. They're doing similar times. Slade van Niekerk on a 127 for the Yamaha R3 is nothing to be sneezed at. Very close to the lap record of what those bikes do. So they work their way now into turn number 2. That is G Energy corner. There you see Flach ahead of van Niekerk. Then he'll be followed there by Edward Ralston. Ralston now goes through the apex, down through the kink they go now. The leaders there coming down through turn number 3. Flach there ahead of Slade van Niekerk. Ralston's got the 2 bikes of Lindemann and Lineker up behind him. Young Lindemann, David, started from the back of the grid, finds himself in 5th place. And I can assure you, he's going to give Ralston something to think about now. As they work their way up to Car Care Clinic corner now, they'll work their way out of turn number 4. And having a look, see what's happening there now as they go down the back. Slade van Niekerk, then it's Edward Ralston, and then it's Lineker and Lindemann having a fantastic tussle on the 300s. There they're side by side. As they go down to turn number 5, who's going to be late on the brakes? It looks like it's Lineker. Lineker late on the brakes. Lineker doing very well, sporting a number 1 there. He is the current 300 Powersport champion. So He's having a little bit of a tussle there with Davey Lindemann. And Lineker's on the Kawasaki, the 300 Ninja. Kawasaki has got a 400 out already, but they're not on the circuit. This is a 300 category. Franco Flach now posting the quickest time of a 1:24.2. So Franco's upping his ante. He looks to close down on Westman. Westman is about 4 seconds up the road ahead of him, and Franco Flach doing a sterling job with Slade van Niekerk right up there behind him now. The Rockstar Energy machine of Westman leads out Franco Flach there in the second position. He's trying to get away from Van Niekerk. Van Niekerk, the first of the 300s on the Prestige GT Graphics R3, works his way up in third place. They make their way into turn number 3 and now work their way up towards turn number 4. In fourth place, Edward Ralston on the ER6 Kawasaki on the 650 is followed there by Jason Lineker on the Samurai Racing Kawasaki Ninja R300. And David Lindemann up behind him in the Yamaha R3, the GM Contractors machine. And they all having a fantastic tussle now as we watch down the back straight goes Franco Flach. You can see Westman going into 5. He's chasing him down hard. And Slade van Niekerk sits there in P3. And he might have some of this, the 650, possibly Ralston closing up on him. So he's going to up the ante. There he goes. There's young Slade van Niekerk coming out of 3. There comes Ralston. Up behind Ralston, though, it's Lineker and Lindemann. There comes Jason Lineker, followed there by young David Lindemann. Out they come now, down the main straight they go. They work their way down towards turn number 1. The camera picks them up, coming into 1. Here comes the bikes into 1, and already it looks like Lineker could be pulling a little bit of a gap there over Lindemann, but Lindemann tracks him for pace now as they exit turn number 2. Some great photography as they go up the Uber straight up into G Energy corner. So G Energy corner they come now, and there you see Flach coming into G Energy. He's trying to close down on Westman. There is Lineker taking it a bit wide, and Lindemann closes right up onto him. Lindemann takes a tighter line as they go through the kink. Lindemann's got great speed now going through the kink. Will he look up on the inside of Lineker? Lineker gets on the brakes late, and Lindemann's right up behind him. Into turn number 3 they go now, and Lindemann gets close, but the cracking on the pace now is Lineker as he works his way up into Car Care Clinic corner. Lindemann must be thinking to himself, Jason, what did you have for breakfast, bud? Because I just cannot reel you in. And Jason's thinking to himself, bro, this is simple riding. It's what I do every day. As they make their way down towards turn number 5, and that's Fastron corner. There you see the bikes going on into 5, high-speed stuff. They only get up right as they enter the corner, so they back it in hard there now, as they would say, and kink it over, keel it right over. It's a nice cambered corner towards the inside. You can really lean the bike in hard, and Lineker's on the gas early. That Kawasaki is starting to pull on the Yamaha now as they come over. A beautiful shot there of the track as they work their way down towards KFM corner. And still Westman leading out on a 125.4. And Flach is closing him down. He's running 125 flat. So Franco Flach is on a flyer. He's feeling very strong. And strong lad he is indeed. He's a gym instructor. So he's got all the strength that's required. So he's looking to close down on Westman. But Westman's about 3.5, 4 seconds up ahead of him there now. Make it 2.9 seconds now as Flach closes the gap. And he's out of turn number 3 they go. So they're making their way up towards Car Care Clinic corner now, the leaders. But they're followed by this other gaggle of bikers. And that is Slade van Niekerk, followed by Edward Ralston. Right, so the leaders now coming out of turn number 4 down the back straight. And that's going to be Slade van Niekerk comes into picture there. There's Slade rolling his way around. Ralston's up behind him, pressing as hard as he can. But here comes Lineker, followed by Lindemann. Lovely scrap now as they make their way down the back straight. But already on the leader's side, coming out of turn 5, is Trevor Westman, and Franco Flach is closing down on him. There's Westman, there's Flach. So this dice at the front end now is getting nice and heated up. Franco Flach is pedaling along on that ER6, really pushing hard to close down on Westman. Here they come now, and the gap now down to 1.8 seconds. So Franco Flach is on a flyer. Franco Flach is really on a flyer, looking to close down on Westman. We've still got 4 laps to go. So it's anybody's game here at the sharp end of the field. There you see Flach up the Uber straight now. There behind Westman, you can visibly see that gap now. Westman into G Energy corner. Franco Flach coming in nice and steady. Brings it in, rolls it around, and then gets on the gas there. There he will roll on the throttle now and work his way out towards that kink. Through the kink he goes down towards turn number 3. Westman leading out Franco Flach now under 2 seconds. And if we were doing Formula 1, if you had the second, you could use the DRS, but there's nothing on a motorbike. It's just rider ability. So the leaders now making their way up into turn number 4. That's Car Care Clinic corner. And Westman's hard on the throttle there, but he's been tracked. He's been tracked heavily there by that man Franco Flach. And Franco really going down into turn number 5. He can smell the fumes out of Westman's bike. And goes into turn number 5, nice and late, goes high up on the corner, looks to get that slingshot effect as he comes out. There's Westman, there's Flach. This is real nail-biting stuff now. Up the main straight they come now, there comes Trevor Westman and Franco Flach's closing down. Is that gap going to get less? It's down to under a second. Franco Flach is really fighting hard to close down on Alan Westman. Alan Westman must have got or Trevor Westman, my apologies, Trevor, Dad would love to be out there. But Trevor must have got something from his pit to say that Flach is closing down. So Trevor's going to have to step up the ante because here comes Flach going into G-Energy corner. And now it's close stuff. It's under half a second now. Franco Flach is really pedaling along. He's still the quickest man on circuit on a 124. And he's going to be pushing to close down on Westman. 2 and a bit laps to go. Into turn number 3 they go. It's Trevor Westman, it's Franco Flach. The rest of the race stays the same. Slade van Niekerk, head of Ralston, Lineker and Lindemann, they stay there. But this dice is becoming almighty. Franco Flach looks like he's on a Sunday breakfast run up behind Westman as he sits relatively upright now. Down the back straight they go now. And it's going to be Trevor Westman. Trevor has got Franco Flach right up behind him. Trevor Westman can probably hear the purr setting up behind him as they go down into Fastron corner, turn number 5. Flach right up behind him. He goes high and tries to get that slingshot coming out there. Trevor Westman is hard on the gas. We got another lap or so to go. And here comes Franco Flach. Flach looking up on the inside. Westman and Flach goes to the front. Franco Flach goes to the front. And he takes the lead away from Trevor. Trevor looks to go up on the inside of that corner now. And Flach dives across his bow. Trevor Westman must think to himself, where the heck did you come from, lad? Franco Flach not qualifying this morning at a terrible time, but his race face is on and Westman goes to the front again. Westman makes a bit of a race out of this and goes up into G-Energy heading off Franco Flach. Franco must think to himself, man, the experience is killing me as he tries to track down. Westman now ups the ante and pulls another half a second gap over Franco Flach. Trevor Westman's going to step up to the plate and say, here we go, chap. You want a race? I'm up for it now as they exit turn number 2 up the KFM straight. Trevor Westman gets hard on the gas. Franco tries to follow him there. Up to Car Care Clinic corner they go now. And it's that double apex right-hander. Westman rolls around there now with Flach up behind him. Will Flach be able to get close enough and draft his way down towards Fastron corner? Flach looks up on the inside. He goes alongside Westman. Westman is an animal on the brakes as he goes down into turn number 5. There you see Westman late on the brakes, goes into turn number 5. And Franco Flach goes a little bit high and wide, comes in. Westman gets on the gas early, shifts up through the gearbox, 3rd, 4th, and then possibly even 5th as he rolls out that 650. Here comes Franco Flach. Good drive out of the corner now. Side-by-side stuff. Flach goes ahead now, and Westman will be stupidly late on the brakes. Flach might dive across his bar. He does that, but brings Westman in very close there as you see him going into turn number 1 KFM corner. Now Westman will sit up behind him and try and roll up the Hubert straight. Now they're side by side again. Franco Flach gets more of a pull, but Westman goes late on the brakes, dives up there inside of Franco Flach. So this one is going to go down to the wire. This is possibly their final lap. They're going to be closing down on a back marker of it, but they're really going hard. The fighting's on. The gloves are off. Trevor Westman, Franco Flach. This is what you expect from the Class A. In Class B, it's still going to be Slade van Niekerk, who has now been passed by Ralston as they go out of G-Energy corner now. But watch the leaders. They're coming up towards the flag now. Trevor Westman leads out of turn number 4. Down the back straight they go now. And Westman's got a slow marker. That's Braden Hutchins ahead of him now. He's just going to pull past Braden Hutchins and try and keep Flach behind him. But Flach pulls up alongside him. They side by side as they go down into Fastron corner. It's possibly Westman that goes late on the brakes. The checkered flag beckons. They come around now. They've got another slow marker ahead of them now as they come up towards the line. Trevor Westman hard on the gas. Franco Flach slides up on the inside. He left the door open. They're side by side as they come towards the line. And Franco Flach takes it from Trevor Westman. A brilliant ride by Franco Flach. He crosses the line ahead of Trevor Westman. We try and pick up the rest of the riders now. That'll be Rolston and Slade van Niekerk. They're coming up towards us now. Here comes Edward Rolston on the third of the six. He'll be third in Class A, followed here by young Slade van Niekerk, who takes the 300s. Jason Lineker follows him there over the line in the next 300. And then it's going to be David Lindemann. Then they'll be followed there by Lance Jonas, Nicholas Hutchings, Mitch Robinson. They're the last three making their way down into Fostron Corner now. There's a little bit of a scrap going on there too. Lance Jonas is having a whale of a time there now, as he has Nicholas Hutchings there with him, possibly Mitch Robinson up behind him now. Lance Jonas shows Nicholas Hutchings the way around. Nick comes back at him now up towards the checkered flag ride. And it's going to be Nicholas Hutchings and Lance Jonas. Jonas tries to squeeze at Hutchings. Here comes Hutchings. Here comes Jonas. Jonas takes it just by a millimeter from Nicholas Hutchings. A lovely ride with Mitch Robinson up behind him. The gap 0.017 of a second. Phenomenal stuff. Dices all around the track. Lovely to see Lance Jonas out there, the father of Hayden Jonas. And Lance, I know he can ride. I rode against him a while back. He knows how to pedal a bike. He's got ample experience. So great to have Lance out there on the 300s. He must be having an absolute ding-dong day. And he's really enjoying himself. So, folks, that was the RST Trackback Powersport motorcycles. The viewership brought to you there by Mad Max Kawasaki and Sim Scooters. Nice to have them out there. They also Sport Suzuki motorcycles as well. You'll find them in town. You can find them in Somerset West. So they're doing pretty well out there. And you want to get your bike of choice, those are the guys to go and visit, together with the likes of Suzuki out in Weinberg. So great to have them all out there. That was a real phenomenal race. Right, ladies and gentlemen, next up will be the RST Suzuki South Superbikes. And we're going to have a real crackerjack race there. Having a look out there. 27 bike, the fueled racing bike, sits there on pole position. I'm wondering if that's Peter Haupt. He was out there practicing in the wet. So yep, it's Uncle Pete. Second place there is the 85 machine. It looks like it could be Jonathan Schwerin, who sits there on the HP4 BMW. Kewan Steyman on third there on the Missile Motorcycles ZX10. Malcolm Rapson is out there together with Ronald Slammett and Robert Craig. It looks like that is the sum amount of the motorcycles. So all the guys are up north racing, and Motor Mission is Brandon out. Peter Haupt sits there on the pole sitter. Will he get going? And off they go. Ronald Slammett gets a crackerjack start up the middle there now. And Slammett goes to the front. Sneyman gets caught out by Robert Craig. He might go up on the inside of Craig. Craig lies alongside him now. Slammett gets a bullet of a start there now as he rolls out. So it's going to be Ronald Slammett. He's going to be followed there by Kewan Steyman and Robert Craig. The three of them pull, but here comes Johnny Schwerin on the HP4. Jonathan Schwerin rolls in there now. He doesn't sit, he sits a bit back. In fact, it is Malcolm Rapson on the Suzuki ahead there of Peter Haupt. So Peter Haupt is just going to go out and have some fun. A man that's also 60 years of age sits out there on a superbike. And let me tell you something for nothing. That is some serious machinery he's got, and that's an R1M. That is the upgrade of the R1 now. But out front at the moment, it's going to be Ronald Slammett, and he's getting tracked there by Kewan Steyman as they exit Car Care Clinic Corner. They come out of Car Care Clinic Corner, and he's on the back wheel. But here comes Steyman. Steyman sits up alongside Slammett. He gets some beautiful drive on that ZX10 down into Car Care Clinic Corner, and he slides up on the inside. Is he going to go high? No, he doesn't. He closes the door there in Slammett's face as they work out of turn number 5. It is Kewan Steyman riding up ahead there of Ronald Slammett. Slammett's going to have to fight hard and dig deep to come back at him here. Robert Craig sits in third. Here comes Malcolm Rapson, then Peter Haupt, and up behind him it's going to be Jonathan Schwerin. No, Schwerin gets ahead there of Haupt now. So the old man Peter Haupt brings up the rear now as they're all going to turn number 2. Rolling up the Uber straight now towards G-Energy Corner is Steyman, and it's Slammett. The Red Baron sits there with Steyman. It's high-speed stuff into G-Energy Corner, out of G-Energy down through the kink they go now. They make their way down towards turn number 3. In the kink they go, and Slammett pulls right up behind Steyman. He tries to keep Steyman honest. Steyman dives into 3. Slammett follows suit. The leaders are on a high-speed chase now as they make their way up towards Car Care Clinic Corner. Turn number 4, double right-hander, twin apex as they roll out there now. Get on the throttle nice and early. Switch up through the gearbox they go. And work your way down, and Slammett sits there with Steyman. Steyman's not having it all his own way now as they go down towards turn number 5. Slammett breaks in line there with Steyman. They nose to tail. They literally almost touch tires they're going. And Slammett goes in nice and low. Steyman high now. Work your way out of turn number 5, coming up towards us now. Steyman gets in the gas. Slammett pulls up alongside him. He's going to be late on the brakes. We know Steyman is a demon on the brakes. Puts the leg out a la Rossi style now as they're going into turn number 1. High speed stuff now. They're going to roll out of turn number 1 and make their way up towards G-Energy Corner at the Uber straight. And Slammett is right up alongside Steyman and he's keeping him honest. Gary, welcome to this quickie.
Sure. It doesn't get much quicker than that out there. Well, as Frankie was saying, down the bottom end of the back main, around about the 270 to 275, 276 k's an hour, that's normally what they get clocked at when they have the gatsometers down that side of the world. And these guys pretty much very similar pace to the national guys when they down here. And no doubt that these two cycles are super duper quick. And these guys at national level would also do exceptionally well. Kewan Steyman still leading out. A man that's an iRacing ace as well. It's the diminutive size body, but an amazing racing brain as he leads Steyman down into Cape Town Corner.
Right, Steyman goes high and wide and brings it down. Gets that slingshot effect out of Fostron Corner. Slammett tries to hug that inside of the exit of turn 5 now. Works his way now, banging down the gearbox. He goes down towards turn number 5. Brakes, and then they start switching back up to the top of the gearbox now. Probably into about second gear as they roll up into turn number 1, KFM Corner. Snyman leads out on the Missile Motorcycle. ZX10 makes his way up the Uber straight now. And slam it there on the JP Markets. ZX10 holds him for pace. He sits right up behind him. This one's going down to the wire.
Well, let's have a look at Robert Craig and Malcolm Rapsum, the two seniors, the masters. Seniors depicts age, masters I suppose also depicts age. But Robert Craig doing a very nice job with the Mad Max ZX10R as opposed to the Malcolm Rapsum Suzuki GSX R1000. The two bikes, in real terms, there's very little between them. And it's pretty much between these two guys who's hot on the day and who's not. Who's got the newer tires on and who preserves the tires the best through the first 2/3 of the race to be able to hold on to the pace in the latter part. But at this stage of the fight, no doubt that Robert Craig of the three Masters out there, remember Peter Haupt is also in the Masters category, and he finds himself third in the group with Kewan Snyman and Ronald Slammet still going one-on-one with 6 to go.
Well, I can tell you, folks, they come past the start-finish line doing in excess of 270 kilometers an hour now before they go into turn number 1. And Slammet closing up on the back of Snyman now. In the UB straight they go. Get on the gas nice and hard. And here comes Slammet. Slammet looks up on the inside of Snyman, but Snyman just gives it that extra bit of urge into G-Energy corner. They nice and low there now. Hitting the curbstone as they roll around those knees, scraping the tar now out through the king. Down towards turn number 3 they go. Kewan Snyman head up as he gets onto the brakes there now. Slammet sits up behind him. They're going to roll out at turn number 3 up the KFM straight. There they come into picture now. Up towards the car care clinic they go, and still Snyman leading out on the ZX10 Missile Motorcycles machine. Up behind him, Ronald Slammet on the equal type machine there from JP Markets. They make their way down the back straight. Now Snyman gets a bit of a gap there over Slammet. Slammet a little bit slow coming out of turn number 4, down into 5, into Fastron corner they go. So it's about a quarter of a second gap there, Gary, and it looks like Snyman's upping the ante.
It looks like it, yes. I think that on a 1 minute 12.8, Ronald Slammet having the fastest lap, it's not working in his favor right now. I think he's just, maybe he's overcooked the tires just a little bit initially. Kewan Snyman ups the ante at 12.7. So he's definitely preserved those tires pretty decently. 5 done, 5 to go. And he's broken that toe now from Ronald Slammet. Maybe Slammet can get back at him, but I think Kewan Snyman is now confident. He's on song. He looks, if you look at the close-up camera shots on him, it would actually be nice if our cameras can do a couple of close-ups on him. You'll see he's looking very, very comfortable on that motorbike, and slowly but surely moving away with 1 minute 12.71 on the previous lap. 5 to go on his way down the back main. He must be having a lovely time out there underneath that helmet.
Well, that's almost a second quicker than Slammet, and you can see it. He's notably pulling a gap there now over Ronald Slammet. Slammet's trying hard to close down, but it's a tall order because Snyman is absolutely flying down into turn number 5. Kewan Snyman in those notable pink leathers and white helmet as he rolls out of turn number 5. Gets down nice and low, gets on the gas nice and early now. You watch him hug the inside of the kink as he comes down to the main straight. Kewan Snyman leading out now. Down the main straight he goes down towards turn number 1.
Robert Craig, Malcolm Rapson a whole heap closer than what they were. Down into Fastron they go. And Craig's not having it his own way. Rapson's closed up very neatly with a GSX R1000 as they work their way out into front main past the bus stop. Well, look at that. Now it's all in play. Is he going to have a dive up on that inside line? The two seniors right in line astern as they climb on the brakes down into KFM corner. They work their way through KFM. Now they'll just slowly but surely wind open that twist grip, holding the nose down as best you can. It tends in the third gear when you come out of that corner. It tends to want to lift the nose up. You really got to move your weight as far forward as possible and ease it in. We've seen before the likes of Kewan Snyman, definitely the ratio that he's got coming out there as he comes out of the corner and gets it onto a straight line next to the curbstone. He actually really moves forward a long way on the bike to keep the nose of that bike down, because when it comes into that line of power, probably that's around about the 8,500 RPM at that point, and it just wants to lift its nose off the ground.
Keeping an eye on the two masters now. Robert Craig from Mad Max Motorcycles being chased there by the fastest accountant in Africa, Malcolm Rapson. Down into turn number 5 they go. You see Rapson shift his body weight to the inside there now as he tries to close down on the back of Robert Craig. Craig brings it out there, fast strong corner, gets on the gas now. leans it around there. Malcolm Rapson trying to close down on him. This is the race for third and fourth place, and also the race for 1 and 2 in the Masters. Craig down into turn number 1, KFM corner. Malcolm Rapson trying to close down on him as they exit turn number 1. There you see them go. And coming up the main straight now, Robert Craig on the back wheel as he opens up the throttle towards G Energy corner, and Malcolm Rapson closes right down onto the back of his bike. This is going to be a real fisticuff affair with about 3 laps to go, Gary.
Yeah, 1 minute 12.5. Kewan Snyman being the fastest out there, and that in fact was on 1 lap back. It's a 12.73 that he has just done now, so that's just a smidgen slower than his fastest lap out there on the ZX1000, the Missile Motorcycle sponsored bike. And Kewan Snyman looking very good at this stage of the fight, breaking away from Stamets. Stamets dropped 5.6 seconds further down. Could it be because he cooked the tires? I think that there's definitely something that's holding him back, and he has dropped off the pace. It's not Kewan that's gone any quicker. He's actually dropped off the pace and dropped down to a 14.9. So very tentative drive from here on out from Stamets in second.
Well, Gary, I'm going to add something to that. It's possibly his tires, like you say. He might not have enough trust in those tires. I also do believe Ronald Stamets is a relatively fit lad, needs to maybe do more anaerobic exercises and lose just a little bit of that muscle that he's carrying. It's heavy. He gets tired. He's got to carry his body weight on that motorcycle. Nonetheless, still a great Sterling rider, ex-Western Province champion. And in those days, he was pretty quick in the day. We're going down into turn number 5 now, Fostron corner, where your leader, Kewan Snyman, goes into turn number 5. We're exiting now. Kewan Snyman has probably got a lap and a bit to go. He's got a solid... You just have a look at the performance of that young lad coming through there as he hugs the inside line, goes right out to the wall there now. He's using every part of that circuit down there into turn number 1, doing about 270 plus. There he goes into turn number 1 now, rolling out now. And making his way up the Uber straight towards G Energy corner. Absolutely murdering that motorcycle, but he's got lovely fluency going into the corners. You see, he goes wide and he sort of just leans it into the corner, lets the bike do the work for him, and then feeds it out of the king down towards turn number 3.
As I said earlier on, 2.5 laps back, looking very comfortable on the bike. More comfortable than what Ronald Stamets is. I mean, Ronald Stamets looks like the ultimate racer on any given day anyway, but somehow Kewan just seems to be smoothing out the edges, and it's showing in terms of the race pace. The nice thing that I like about it, as he pops a little wheelie coming out into the back main, is even though he has broken away from Ronald Stamets and he's on the last lap, he's still within 0.2 of a second of his quickest lap out there, and that means that he's now not just racing for the race win, he's out there for getting around the track as quick as he possibly can. Kewan Snyman picks up the win on the Kawasaki ZX1, the Missile Motorcycles sponsored bike. Second will go to Ronald Stamets, and that ZX10R JP Markets and Trust being the sponsor of that one. I think they'll both be pretty chuffed with their results, but I think we must have a look at that Masters battle going down the back main.
There we go. Robert Craig, Malcolm Rapson go down into... it looks like Rapson's got the upper hand on Robert Craig, so he's cooked the books, has Malcolm Rapson. He's definitely cooked the books, because he's going to take third overall as he rolls up towards the line. Rapson on the GSX-1000 takes a third over there. ZX10 there of Robbie Craig from Mad Max Motorcycles. Lovely to see. Jonathan Schwerin crosses the line there in P5, and down the road will be a tiring Peter Haupt, my personal broker. Don't tell everybody. But Peter Haupt there on the R1M just cruises over the line, says, I've had enough of this, lads. When you're 60 plus, it ain't easy. Well, guys, that was the first of the RST Suzuki South Superbikes brought to you and by Western Province Motor Club, and it's nice to have them out there. We'd like to thank our main sponsor, Wingfield Motors, for bringing this race day to you. Fantastic racing from the motorcycles. There you see Mad Max, Suzuki, Kawasaki, and Sim scooters, the authorized dealers on your screen. You need a motorcycle, pop down to them, and I'm sure they'll be able to assist you.
All right, folks, we now move into the final race before we take a bit of a lunch break and just sit and chill and relax a bit. And it is in the RST and TrackMac Clubman's A and B bikes and Breakfast Run bikes. A big thanks to all our main sponsors, especially Wingfield Motors in Goodwood and Kuilsriver, Johnny van Niekerk incorporating best price for my car, where you can literally drive your car while you're busy selling it. Best price for my car, part of the Wingfield Motors group of companies, and JAC Motors as well. So a big thank you to Johnny van Niekerk of Wingfield Motors right here in Cape Town, in Goodwood and in Kuilsriver. Then a big thank you as well to KFM 94.5, the official media partner of the Western Province Motor Club. They also sponsored Turn Number 1 and the Tygerberg Straight. So big thanks to KFM 94.5. And a big thanks as well to G Energy. They sponsored Turn 2. Fostron Oil sponsors Turn 5. And Car Care Clinic, they are the sponsors of Turn 4. And the Porsche Club, they sponsor the main straight. So those are all your big sponsors. And then, of course, a big thanks as well from everybody to all the different class sponsors. Right. You want to say a big thanks to everybody involved, all the marshals out there that work so hard. They are out there in the wind, they're out there in the sun, they were out there in the rain. And then a big thanks as well to our photographers. Colin Brown will be out there. There's so many out there. Kokis, Heinrich Sauer, David Marchio. There are more of them out there. Big thanks to them. And then to our IMUSAT team, the people that man all the cameras. To Stephen, to Gideon, to Gareth. And then to the two ladies, Alex and Z. A big thanks to you ladies for what you do. Alex, she does all the replays. So a massive thanks to our IMUSAT team for doing the camera work. And IMUSAT is going out live on the Killarney International Raceway Facebook page. So phone your pals, phone your friends, phone your family, your working colleagues and say, guys, if you're not on the Killarney International Raceway Facebook page, go and join now. And IMUSAT will be going out live there and on their own Facebook page as well as on YouTube. And guess what? This one, just like the other two, is going out free of charge. So get hold of everybody. We've got one more race to go before lunch, and then we'll do the entire program over once again before the end of the day. Right, the Clubman's bikes roll out of pit lane. There were only a handful of Clubman's bikes that went and entered this morning. I think the weather might have played an important role. You don't want to go out there and race if it's raining, and just a lot of riders have also, especially in our superbike category, is taking part in the nationals up north. But this is the RST and TrackMac Clubman's A and B and the Breakfast Run bikes. I only see 5-6 bikes out on track. Hopefully there's a few more. There's another bike rolling towards the pit lane exit. I'm sure we'll see a lot more bikes making their way out. 6 of them on track so far, and there's 3 more that's busy working their way. Make it 4 more. I tell you what, let's make it 5, 6, 7. Now they are pouring out of pit lane onto the track, so we can have a decent feel of RST TrackMac, Clubman's A and B, and Breakfast Run bike. Sadly, like last time, no classic motorcycles. So they're out there on their warm-up lap, and then we'll get them lined up on the grid, and we'll get the RST and TrackMac Clubman's and Breakfast Run bikes underway. Right, the bikes roll up to the line. There, Michael Du Toit on the number 7 machine rolls up. I think that 13 bike is Michael Hunter. If I got my facts. Yes, it is Mike Hunter. They're both running class. Well, it says they've gone to Clubman's A. So they were in Clubman's B at the last event. It looks like as if Michael Hunter and Du Toit have been promoted to Clubman's A according to our time screen here, which is brilliant to see them there in Class A. So we'll wait for the rest of the Clubman's field to line up. But you've got about, 6 of them on the line already waiting for the others to come through, Francois.
Yeah, no, they're all out there. It's nice to see Mitch Robertson on the Eric Buell racing machine. That's the Buell. And up alongside him in the 55 machine there is Molefe Ratlachane. Nice to have Molefe out there again. Saw him this morning, had a chat to him. He's up and ready for it. See Peter Hills out there on the Yamaha R6. Here come the big boys. Wayne Aronson on the ZX10. He rolls up. The number 22 machine of Nigel Boer finds himself a little way down. And then it's the two Michaels, Michael Hunter and Mike Du Toit. The 17 machine rolls up there. That is Robbie Pedrica. And the 91 machine also on the line there. That is Donovan Stevens. Taking up the pole position there is the 62 of Zubair Adams. So a couple of big guns there. Nice to see a Suzuki on the front row again. GSXR 1000. So Zubair Adams, Wayne Aronson sitting there. And they're going to have a nice one. Donovan Stevens, part of the Breakfast Club guys, come through. And he's right up there on the front row. So Donovan's obviously taken to this like a duck to water. So we see how this one pans out. Having a look there at the 44 machine of Karaba Makafani. And Karaba, also one of the guys from the Breakfast Club, coming up now into the race here, sitting on the 4th row. So let's have a look, see what happens now. We're under starters' orders. We'll soon get cracking. And the 5-second board's up. Wait for the lights, and away they go. They're going to make their way now down towards turn number 1. And into 1 they go. We're trying to see who takes the whole shot there on the screen. It looks like it can be. Indeed it is. It's the 91 machine, Donovan Stevens. Stevens gets on the gas and just blows the field away there. So the Breakfast Club boys already showing their muscle. That's an awesome GSXR 1000. That's the new one. I think it's the S2 that he's riding. And he works his way now out of G Energy down through the kink.
Well, as we watch this whole group of bikes working their way through the kink towards turn 3, I'm going to watch the progress of Michael Hunter and Michael Du Toit, and even for that matter, Nigel Boer. The 3 of them are going to be cutting and carving their way through this Clubman's Class A and B field as this whole field works its way out of turn 4, Car Care Clinic. But it's still Stevens that runs towards. Mike Du Toit sits in P4, and he's just in there behind Wayne Aronson.
Mike Du Toit had a couple of changes done to that motorcycle by Donnie Maritz Racing as they work their way now into turn number 5. Frankie the Weather. Ooh, let's hope it hangs. It just stays clear. We can see something creeping towards us. It's at the Cape Town side there of turn number 5 now as they roll up towards us now. They come up towards us. It's going to be Stevens that still leads out. Indeed it is. Stevens crosses the line, followed by Zubair Adams, Wayne Aronson, Mike Du Toit, Willem Binnendal, Michael Hunter, Mitch Robertson, Molefe Ratlachane, Nigel Boer, Robbie Pedrica. They all go over the line. Brandon Bramdor, Karaba Makafani, Faisal Mohammed, Willem Lowe and Peter Hill.
Right, lap number 1 is in the bag. Now we can get it all sorted out. Donovan Stevens from Zubair Adams and Wayne Aronson is right in that group of motorcycles as well. Mike Du Toit has dropped down there to P5. What has happened to Michael Hunter? Hunter's crossed the line in P6 on that number 13 machine. As this front runners, there's a group of about 6 of them that's working their way now out of turn 3 towards turn 4 Car Care Clinic.
Well, there's a mover and a shaker by the name of Willem Binnendal that's worked his way up to 3rd and is looking to close down on the back there of Wayne Aronson. They come around there now, and there's still going to be Robinson that leads out there. And Zubair Adams is there. Here comes Willem Binnendal. Benadel cracks on the pace and is looking to go towards the front end of the circuit. Benadel flies down. There's about 5 bikes going into turn number 5, side by side. You cannot do that going into, but they all managed to hold their line now as they roll out of Fostron corner up towards us.
Riding out of turn number 5, there's rain on the south end of the circuit, but it's down towards Milnerton Way. I don't think it's going to affect us. Look at this. There's about 6-7 of them that just race down into turn number 1, and there's nothing between them. We've got the yellow flag out. There's a yellow flag here on the start-finish line. I think somebody might have put the bike down. Yeah, there's a bike down in turn number 1. The rider seems to be okay, but trouble there in turn 1.
Well, it's going to be tricky underfoot now as they go into G Energy corner. Willem Benadel and Wayne Orense, followed by Michael de Toy. They make their way out of G Energy corner, and it looks like Michael Hunter's got a head there now. So Michael Hunter and Mike de Toy have got a head there of Wayne Orense. And Mike de Toy has moved up into second place now, and he sits there up behind Willem Benadel.
Spots of rain on the front windows of the commentary box. This is not what these Clubman's motorcycle riders needed right now. Down the back main, they race as hard as they can. Willem Benadel disappearing down the road. Michael de Toy is in that second position, and Michael Hunter is there in that third position. Then a bit further back, Wayne Arendse leads that second group of 4 or 5 motorcycles down into turn number 5 into Fostron order. But Michael de Toy and Michael Hunter, they are the 2 riders on a move.
They are literally side by side, de Toy and Hunter gets the drive coming out of turn number 5, but here comes de Toy. De Toy gets on the gas and gets back past him now as they work their way down towards turn number 1. Hunter looking up on the inside, de Toy keeping him honest as they go in there. And this is still the dry part of the circuit, so they can still ride. Willem Benadel, the quickest man out there on a 121.3, leads out up towards turn number 2, G Energy corner. So Benadel goes in. There's those second and third. It's Mike de Toy and Michael Hunter. Hunter slides up on the inside of de Toy. A late break maneuvers. He slides in there now. Wayne Orense still in P4. They lead out of G Energy corner down towards turn number 3. And there's Willem Benadel leading. Here comes Michael Hunter and Mike de Toy. They work their way through, and then it's going to be Wayne Orense up behind Orense. There's Donovan Stevens with Zubaya Adams and Molefe Ratlagani. They all make their way out of turn number 3 up towards Kalke Clinic corner.
Yeah, but we make our way down to turn number 4. Down the back main goes Willem Benadel. He's racing towards turn 5, and Michael Hunter and de Toy are busy chasing him down. Michael de Toy is so fast down that backside. Look how he catches Michael Hunter as they run down into turn 5, Fostron corner. Immense speed there by Michael de Toy.
Mike de Toy closing down there on the back of Hunter there. It looks like the rain has abated, which is a good thing as it blows the other way. And Willem Benadel, the man on the move now, the shaker. And there's Hunter, the quickest man on the circuit on a 120.9. Hunter has found something new inside that motorcycle. With de Toy closing down. Then it's going to be Wayne Orense, Donnie Stevens, Zubay Adams, Molefe Ratlagani, Mitch Robertson and Robbie Pedrica all up there behind them as the leader makes his way into G Energy corner.
Into turn 2 the leader goes, but Hunter and de Toy has been caught there. They've been caught hand over fist there by Wayne Arendse. Stevens is in there as well. Donovan Stevens followed there by Zubay Adams. They pulling away from Ratlagani and the rest of the guys behind them. So the 3 of them are saying, listen here, we're going to leave you guys behind because we need to go after Michael Hunter and Michael de Toy. And it seems as if Hunter is beginning slowly but surely to edge away from de Toy as they work out at turn 4.
Yeah, I know. I must admit, Mike Hunter's found something special in that bike now. Mike de Toy gets hard on the gas now, blows it down towards turn number 5, Fostron corner. They're closing up on Willem Benadel. Michael Hunter, the quickest man on the circuit on a 1 minute 20.9. Folks, that is pretty quick around this circuit. Take nothing away from Mr. Hunter. He's working hard. You can see Benadel ahead of him. We still got 6 laps to go. This race could have a change up because here comes Hunter. Hunter pushing hard, and here comes Mike de Toy. De Toy has a screamer down towards turn number 1 and tries to close up, but they're definitely finding Benadel.
And it looks as if Zubay Adams has got his nose ahead there of Donovan Stevens as this group works its way out of turn number 1. Somebody going very high and wide. Is that Zubay Adams? I think it is Subay Adams that got it wrong there. Lucky for Subay. He never put the machine down, and that has released Donovan Stevens ahead of him as that group works into turn 2 G-Energy corner.
Well, there's Molefe Ratlakhani, and he's got Mitch Robinson on the Buell up behind him. So Mitchy is looking a bit racy there on the old Eric Buell machine as he chases down the back end of Ratlakhani. Right, so the rest of the bikers coming up here into G-Energy corner. Now they work their way out of G-Energy down towards the kink. And up they come out of turn 3 up towards turn 4.
It looks as if Hunter, yes, Michael Hunter has caught up onto the back wheel of Willem Benedel as they head down the back straight towards turn 5, Fastron corner. He's going to dive around him on the outside, and boom, into the lead goes Michael Hunter. What a ride beam. He literally hunted, excuse the pun, his opponent down out there from towards the mid-pack into the top 3 and into the lead. But look at the power and the speed being carried there by Benedel as he regains the lead going into turn 1.
Well, I think Mike du Toit might be wishing that the two of these trip each other up now in the struggle for first, because Mike du Toit sits there in 3rd place. He's going to try and close down. Can he close down? No, he can't, because I tell you what, the two front runners, that is Willem Benedel and Michael Hunter, are absolutely zooming around the circuit now as the Toy goes in, and Wayne Arendse closing down on the back of the Toy.
Yeah, Wayne Arendse in the back of the Toy, but going through G-Energy corner now. Stevens is leading a group of 4 motorcycles out of G-Energy corner, 5 of them all together. Subay Adams is also in that group as they dip it through the kink and run down into turn 3, Damstip.
Well, there we go. They exit there now out of turn number 3. There's Donovan Stevens. Up behind Stevens is Subay Adams, then Molefe Ratlakhani together there with Mitch Robinson on the Buell. Robinson gets past Ratlakhani, so Robinson's up on Ratlakhani now as they exit turn number 4. Down the back straight they go. And already Donovan Stevens leads that pack of 5 bikes there with Subay Adams, Mitch Robinson, Molefe Ratlakhani, and Robbie Padrika up down into turn number 5.
Well, here comes the leader across the line, heading into turn 1, into KFM corner. There goes your race leader into turn 1, and that is Willem Benedel. He got a bit of a scare early on when Michael Hunter bombed him going down into turn number 5, but he has regained that lead again as they work their way towards turn 2, G-Energy corner. Hunter sitting in 2nd, Mike du Toit sitting in that 3rd. I had a chat to Michael earlier on this morning, and he said to me, man, it's only my 2nd race back, my fitness level's not there. I'm okay in the first 2, 3, maybe even 4 laps, and then I get a bit tired. But I'll tell you what, for a man that reckons his fitness level is not 100% right, he's still riding the wheels off that motorcycle, is Michael du Toit, and he's been chased down there into turn 4 by Wayne Arendse.
You saw him picture there, Arendse closed down. There's Benedel, there's Hunter, and here comes Michael du Toit with Wayne Arendse also on a ZX10 starting to close down. Du Toit doesn't want Arendse to pass him. We've still got 3 laps to go, and Wayne Arendse up behind that screen hurtles down into turn number 5 and gets in the brakes extremely late. 1:19.320 by Willem Benedel. He's the quickest man out there. He's broken the 120. He's now low 119s as they start another lap. 2 more laps to go. The penultimate lap for the leaders as they work their way out of turn number 1, KFM corner. It's still Benedel that sits out there in P1. Hunter in 2nd, but Michael Hunter's closing. Michael Hunter is closing on the leader as they head into G-Energy corner, turn 2. Michael Hunter had to look over his shoulder and suddenly slowed up because that's brought Mike du Toit into picture, and here comes Wayne Arendse. Can Mike du Toit dig deep into his treasure chest and get a little bit of energy out there now because he needs to get away, because here comes Wayne Arendse. Into turn number 3 they go. There's Hunter, there's du Toit, and there comes Arendse up behind him. Mike du Toit's got to dig deep. They've all done personal bests. Hunter on a 119.7, du Toit on a 120.4, and Wayne Arendse on a 119.3. So Arendse is closing down, hand over foot on Mike du Toit. There they go down the back straight now. Benedel, Hunter, and then it's going to be du Toit followed by Arendse as they make their way down towards Fastron corner.
Right, you watch those leaders heading towards turn number 5, Fastron corner. There's nothing between this group that's heading out of turn 5. When they cross the line, they will start their final lap out of turn 5. Fostron, they come now under the bridge on the Porsche straight. Here comes Benadel across the line, Hunter across the line, DeToy across the line, and Arendse as the four of them race down into turn 1 KFM.
Oh, Arendse stupendously late on the brakes now as they dive into KFM corner. Mike DeToy still keeping him at bay. They work their way now up the Uber straight up towards G-Energy corner now as it's Willem Benadel. Benadel leads out over Hunter. Mike DeToy steps on the loud pedal there and goes out into G-Energy corner. Dives in nice and low, tries to keep the likes of Wayne Arendse at bay. They roll out of G-Energy corner through the kink down towards turn number 3. This is high-speed stuff. It's final lap time. Willem Benadel leads out there. There comes Benadel now out of turn number 3, followed by Michael Hunter. And right up behind him, Mike DeToy and Wayne Arendse. That are your front four, making their way into Car Care Clinic corner for the back straight for the final time in the seat.
Man, you're going to watch them there. They go down the back straight. Racing, their back markers ahead of them, but these guys will not come into play. They are too far ahead of this group of 4. They still got one more lap to go, believe it or not. These guys are heading towards the checkered flag as they work their way out of turn number 4 now. Sorry, turn 5, Fostron corner. Here they come towards us now. Willem Benadel's going to bring it under the bridge. And home in P1, Michael Hunter will come home in second. Mike DeToy will finish in third. Just there, Francois, ahead of Wayne Arendse in fourth.
Lovely, lovely stuff. There's a whole gaggle of bikes coming out of turn number 5. It is a scrap a dozen now as they work their way out of turn number 5. Here they come up towards us now. Is this Robbie Badrika that leads the pack? Indeed it is. Robbie's coming up towards the line. He crosses the line and he's going to be followed there by Donovan Stevens, Zubay Adams, Balefirat Lakhani and Mitch Robinson. That was a fantastic tussle between those 5 motorbikes. Robbie Badrika getting the upper hand and a couple of the other bikers just to finish off.
Well, a bit of high fives as the leading group are slowing down, working their way out of turn number 2. They are just slowing down. They're chatting to each other, these guys, as they work their way through the kink. But what a race up front. Well done there to Willem Benadel. Great ride there by Michael Hunter. And probably the best ride ever so far for Michael DeToy. He even popped a wheelie between turn 1 and turn 2. And he claims he's not fit. Nah, I don't believe him. But what a ride there. And then Wayne Arendse rounding off the top 4. Man, great stuff out there by them as they roll down the back straight.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a short break for luncheon. We'll be back in about 30 minutes' time. Those that are watching, this gives you the ideal opportunity to go and charge your cups and your plates. We're not allowed to say glasses on air. Yeah, we'd love to be there. But nonetheless, we'll see you back in about 30 minutes' time where we will continue the racing. And there's a good couple of heats still to come. Lots of action here. And there's also racing up north. There's racing on the east coast. So there's plenty out there, and also a little bit of GP qualifying and F1 qualifying. And there's racing in the Klein Karoo at Albert Blomme is in Oudtshoorn this afternoon. So there's plenty to watch. If you are bored this afternoon, it's your own fault. And we'll chat to you later.
Testing 1, 2. Well, folks, we are back up and running again. The marshals have been dropped by their different positions. The lunch break was over, and we are ready to rumble with the second half of the program. And we'll start off the second half of the program with the Mike's Place Clubman's regional saloon cars. They will be coming out shortly for their warm-up lap. Some of them will be peeling out the main pit complex. Some will be coming out of the Libre pit complex as the Clubman's cars start working their way out onto the circuit for their second race of the day. I had a chat on the phone to Francois van Tonder, who is the chairman of the Cape Al Drivers, also a competitor in the Mike's Place Clubman's regional saloon class. He had a gearbox problem out there in race number 1. They changed the gearbox, got the car all sorted out for the second race, and guess what? He's only got first, second, third and fourth gears. He doesn't have fifth and sixth. So he said to me, man, he's now going to have to work around the problem. He's not going to carry the speed that he needs down the back straight between turn 4 and 5, between Car Care Clinic and Fostron. When the revs go too high, he's going to have to roll off a bit and then climb back on the gas again. So he's going to have to develop a whole new driving skill around that motor car, as he only sits with 4 gears, which means the revs are going to be pretty high, and you don't want to blow that motor sky high. So we'll watch out for that number 44 Polo of Francois Trappies van Tonder, Cape Al driver chairman, that is in action in the Clubman's class today. So the cars are rolled out. We see the pace car on the start-finish line waiting for them. The pace car will take them around again after they've all lined up, and then from there we'll go into race action. Joining me on Mike's side, Gary Fleming.
Well, folks, for those of you that missed round number 1 this morning, whoa, what an amazing race that was. The likes of Ewald Weiland in Class B started a little bit further down the pack than what you would have expected, and he came storming through and had a lovely drive there to the second place in Class B, and that behind the Heidelberg Nissan entry, the Nissan Maxima of Wayne Wilson. So that was a pretty good one. See, looks like the GNA Promotions Frans Immelman Class X33 entry will be coming off the back of the pack. So that should be pretty good. Nice to see that he's out on the track again. JP Share, he had a bit of a problem in heat number 1 and retired the car into the pit area, back into the pit area before they even got onto the start-finish grid. So let's hope all goes well for him. Once again, a bit of smoke trailing from the back of the Beamer as he comes up towards the line. That is the 63 car, Ahmad. And we saw it puffing a little bit of smoke earlier on as well, but nothing major. So just maybe a little bit of oil ring that's not too lacquers on that motor car, but otherwise all good. Moving up with the 25 car, right up onto the front row of the grid, Vicky Paither, with the BMW, pretty much BMW M colors on there, BMW Performance Parts. Good couple of Beamers that's pulled up onto the grid. Well, once again, Frankie Lucas just pulled into the Joubert pits.
Well, JP Shea not having a good day at all. Once again, pulling into the Joubert pit complex, and he'll be wishing he never climbed out of bed this morning. Just not going his way. And I see nobody starting in pit lane this side, so all the Clubman's cars are out. Even Wayne Wilson in the G Energy Nissan Maxima, he's on the second row of the grid in P3. We're waiting for the cars to come to there. Trappies van Tonder in the 44 pulls into position, and he's only got 4 gears. They put the gearbox in, Trappies was telling me, as I said to you earlier on, and he's only got 4 gears. He's going to have to work his way around that. Ahead of him is Ewald Weiland. That is the man that was on a high-speed flying mission early on, and he powered that GTV6 like a rocket ship around Killarney International Raceway. P12 is open for now. There's still a few cars rolling down the middle of the circuit. One of them is the Vescar Bakwerker Golf 5 of Mr. Brennan Green, as he makes his way there into P5 on the third row of the grid. Well, coming through now is Nias Modak in the NSI Racing BMW. He'll be there in P4. And the Wingfield Motors JAC car, the BMW of Daniel van der Kerk, in P1.
See, Nias Modak doesn't have the back wing on the motor car, so probably a structural error with that, rather playing safe and taking it off in totality. So a nice sized field coming through. Nice to see Dylan Nell back out there on circuit. That E36 is a E36 Beamer that he campaigned pre-COVID-19 with the local rallycross. I see the car's been beefed up a little bit now. The usual purple has been added to the livery, and he's back out on circuit with that. So it'll be interesting to see if he's actually going to go back to the rallycross at all with that motor car now that it's been set up for this Clubman's racing, Mike's Place Clubman's, or if it's going to be a case of using it for both disciplines. Chiara van Niekerk in Class F with Keanu Venter. That should be an interesting tussle between the two of them. Big thanks to our series sponsors, Wingfield Motors. Speaking about Chiara van Niekerk. Nice that they've stayed on board through good times and bad. And if you're looking for a vehicle, when you do your grade 9 to 5er, support those that support us in motorsport. Wingfield Motors Series sponsor 2020 WPMC.
Well, I think it's about the 8th year that Johnny van Niekerk of Wingfield Motors in Goodwood and Kalsriver is sponsoring the Power Series. And once again, a big thanks there to Johnny van Niekerk and all his people at Wingfield Motors. Incorporating JAC Motors, part of the Wingfield Group of companies, and best price for my car. Right, Gary, into turn 5, fast on corner, they work their way out. The BMW pace car been driven by, I think it's Piet van der Walt that's behind that wheel. He moves out the way as the Clubman's car slowed down out of turn 5 Fastron.
Well, heat number 1, when they came off the line, they were a little bit spread out. Not this time. They're sitting right on top of one another. Dani van Niekerk is going to be leading them towards the line. Vicky Paither right in there as well. Closing off the center of the track is Paither. He wants to make sure that that Class B Nissan Maxima doesn't get in the way whatsoever. Well, down towards turn number 1 they go, having a look around the outside and moving up into that second place. That was pretty much down from 5th position that he came through right around on the outside. Nias Modak up into that second position. Now they move up the Joubert straight down towards turn number 2 and very quick in that second position, all over the back there of the Wingfield BMW of Dani van Niekerk.
We saw Brennan Green just make a move there on Vicky Paither, and right behind Vicky Paither, Ahmad, but watch once again for Ewald Weiland with that GTV6. He's behind Baby Jakes and just ahead there of Shane Smith with Trappies van Tonder right in there behind Shane Smith as they work their way out of turn 3. The leaders now heading into turn number 4 for Car Care Clinic. Down the back main straight they go now, and Nias Modak crawling all over the back of Dani van Niekerk. As they run it through, Van Niekerk moves to the right to cover the line, going down into turn number 5. Modak going to take some serious evasive action to try and get around him on the outside. But it's Van Niekerk still in P1. Modak in that second position and coming out of turn 5 now in P3, the Golf 5 of Brennan Green.
No shortage of straight line oomph in those two cars. Make no mistake, it is up, dust and disappear away from the rest of the pack. I would not be surprised if the two of them are on the edge of breakout. Oh, Modak runs it wide, locks up the left hand front. That drops a gap between himself And Donnie van Niekerk, it'll be interesting to see if he can close up on Donnie van Niekerk, and if so, how quickly Brennan Green in that third position has now worked himself away from the leading Class B car. A lovely drive once again by Wayne Wilson, leading out from Vicky Payther, the first of the Class B cars, fourth overall out there on track.
Well, I'm watching Trappist van Tonder. He's definitely losing ground. You cannot race around here with 4 gears only, so he's nursing a motor car with a very sick gearbox. But he's not going to give up, Will van Tonder. But the leaders are working their way through turn number 4, through Killarney corner. Down the back main they go now. Van Niekerk sits in P1. Modak losing ground in that second position. He went wide in turn 1, remember. Now he's in the clutches.
Coming off in turn 4, it's going to be a biggie. Bang into the wall he goes, spins it right around, bits and pieces fly off that motor car. Wow, that was a biggie on the exit of turn 4 with a BMW that's up against the wall. We can't see it from here. It's behind the building, but when it disappeared there by the building, well, it was just pieces that went flying. And it doesn't look like we can pick up a camera shot of that specific position.
Well, Gary, you picked that one up just in time. I saw the car hammer against the wall. Red flag has come out. And I just saw the end of it. To me, it looked like as if it was Vicky Payther that hammered the wall. I'm having a look-see as the cars go around, and I do not see the Vicky Payther BMW as the leading group of cars are now slowing down in G-Energy corner. Vicky Payther's car is Vicky Payther's car. I just want to make sure it's definitely one of the new BMWs. I think Vicky Payther might be out there, but just going to get confirmation. I don't want to say it is a certain driver, then it's not. But we will get confirmation, people, and we will get back to you. But for now, the red flag has come out and the race has been stopped.
It doesn't look like there's a way to get a camera shot on there. So, yeah, it's a pity that we didn't get a camera shot of that. We'll just wait to make sure that the driver is all fine. And a good couple of bits and pieces that he's been kicked out of the way. But I'm pretty sure that you will find that the producer will go back and pick up that footage. That Beamer was on the outside of turn number 4 on the grass and trying to get it back onto the track before the grass disappeared and the wall came closer, because as you come out of 4 it's pretty wide and then it gets narrower, narrower, narrower until you get into the back straight, and he was trying to get back on the track, and then eventually the tail end just came around and there was nowhere to go, and he was heading straight towards the scene of the accident. So it's Ahmad that's gone into the wall. Oh dear.
Yeah, I was on the radio. I thought it was Vicky Payther. It's not Vicky Payther. I just climbed off the radio to the marshals. It is the Class F63 BMW, and that is Ahmad that had that biggie on the back straight. So Vicky Payther still making his way around. It was Ahmad.
Well, unfortunately, from where we are, we can't see the car, and there's no camera shots at the moment yet either. So very difficult to ascertain the amount of damage to that motor car. The medics didn't seem to be in any undue form of haste to get to the scene of the accident. So don't believe that the driver has got any form of injury at all. Let's just hope for the best.
Well, there's the replay for all you people sitting at home. That was Ahmad that made his way around. The car picks up dirt and it just turns itself in, and the rest, sadly, is history. Picks up the grass, then on the dirt, and sure, the cars behind him had to take evasive action. There's a lovely shot of The 63, the driver is out the car.
Surprisingly, it doesn't look that bad from here.
We heard the marshals were raiding in that they need marshals from the other posts to come and help repack the tires and clean up the mess, and they ordered a flatbed as well, and the flatbed is now at the accident scene. The driver, as far as there's Ahmad standing there, Ahmad's fine. He's standing in front of the car. You see him just rub his nose there. So thank goodness Ahmad is okay.
Yeah, you can almost see what's going through his mind. Okay, that's 2.5 grand. That's 4,000 rand over there. That's about 3.5 if I buy a second-hand one. And then that part's about 6K. And as he does the mathematics, he realizes it's going to be a rather expensive one to fix. Looking at that camera shot, there doesn't appear to be that much damage on the car. But believe you me, the pace that he was going, I'm pretty sure if you see a full shot of that motor car, there's going to be a lot more than just that little front corner. That must be impact at probably nothing under 125, 130 kilometers an hour. I mean, the average Clubman's car comes through there at around about you enter that corner at about 130, 135. I mean, you're around about 6,000 RPM in fourth gear when you come through there. And even having gone onto the grass, he was flat foot. He didn't lift off. He was all systems go still. It was just that very last piece, Frankie, before. And when he was on the grass, he was fine. The moment he touched the sand, the tail end started to come. And that put him at the wrong trajectory when he touched the tar. And from that point out, well, you're just a spectator.
Yeah, as Gary always says, heading towards the accident scene. And that's exactly what was happening there to Ahmad. And I'll tell you what, he was fighting and wrestling with that BMW to avoid the wall, but at that point in time, at that speed, at that angle, there's nothing that he can do. And once again, I say thank goodness Ahmad is fine. He's busy walking around, he's showing people thumbs up, so Ahmad is okay. And sure, that's the most important thing. You can fix up that motor car, and Ahmad is fine.
Interesting piece of information that's come through. One of the marshalling posts have said that they've picked up a fan belt on the track, which means that somebody's probably going to run into a problem in the not too distant future. But let's hope that it's not a major once the guys get going. If that fan belt is purely for a normal fan on a radiator, it wouldn't matter, because at the pace these guys are riding, there'll be more than enough airflow over the radiator. So if it's an alternator belt or something similar, well, or a power steering belt, that's another story. But then again, at least you would know about it, because your power steering would be slightly heavier than what it normally is, and you'd be very aware of it, that something's gone wrong with that.
Another camera angle of the accident scene.
Ouch.
The tires is completely destroyed there. So there's a lot of work that the WPMC marshals have to do to rebuild that tire wall. I heard one of our senior marshals, Paul Lehman, on the radio saying we need people here quickly after the scene's been cleared up to rebuild that tire wall.
I think if it wasn't for that tire wall, it would be a whole different scenario on the front of that Beamer. Those tire walls are tried and proven, no doubt about it. They're actually bolted together, so it's not just a case of you hit 2 or 3 tires and that's all that happens before you hit the wall. When you hit those tires, there's batches of 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 of them that's all together, and it's the combined weight and elasticity of that whole construction together that takes away the worst of the violent impact and makes it a whole leap better.
Ahmad's BMW is on the back of the flatbed, and open the gate there that takes you into Harp Motorsport. And what you can't see, but what we can see through the commentary box window, is the as Emil was saying, the front end of that BMW. I don't think a wash and a polish is going to sort that out.
No, there's a bit too much road rash to polish that one out. Yo, that's Aina. Yeah. Not a nice way to end your race day. But then again, the most important part of all is that the driver is okay, and everything else can be fixed. So that's all good. So Fikkie Payther and Dani van Niekerk on the front row of the grid, and they are the two leading Class A entries. Nias Modak in there behind Fikkie Payther, and alongside him the leading Class B car of Wayne Wilson, soon to become a Class A. I cannot see that Nissan Maxima is going to stay out of Class A for very long. Then we got the 71 Weskaap Bakwerker car, the second of the Class B cars alongside that, which is Baby Jakes. Off the line they come. Brennan Green keeps the door open as long as what he possibly can. The G&H Transport car coming through underneath us of Daniel Kutsia. Mansour Parker comes through. Ewald Weiland. Trappis van Tonne, Paul Minnick, Dylan Nels out there as well. Well, I see Mel Spur in the car clinic car. Philip Venter coming off the tail end of the field, and that's the whole pack that's just run through underneath us. A nice size field post COVID-19. To get us this amount of cars out here is actually heartening and surprising. Nice to see that Mel Spur, Car Care Clinic, one of our sponsors, has made it out there onto the circuit today again. And I think that Etienne Ruiz was looking for a gearbox yesterday for the Honda. I did manage to find one for them, but it wasn't the exact one that they were looking for. So obviously that didn't solve the problem eventually. And unfortunately, he did not make it out onto the grid today.
Clubman's car is behind the pace car, working its way out of turn number 3. Damstip up the KFM straight towards turn 4. So everything is back to normal. That situation that happened has been cleared up. And a big thanks to the WPMC marshals, very quick to be on the accident scene. And they sorted that out very, very quickly and effectively. And we are ready to go back racing. Mike's Place, Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars, race number 2.
Frankie,
as the field.
Everything back to normal. What's normal on a race day at Killarney? I'm just asking for a friend.
Nothing is normal at any race event anywhere.
Fikkie Payther on the front end of the grid. And as we said, the leading Class B cars out there, both of them very, very quick. Baby Jake's 8 laps ahead of him, and 2 cars ahead of him. The man is going to try and track down Wayne Wilson, the Helderberg Nissan Maxima, which I am pretty sure is going to become Class A very, very soon.
I see Mel Spur with a Car Care Clinic Polo. She's working away down the back straight.
Can't miss that car.
No, something new to Mel, racing full-time at Killarney International Raceway. She's used to racing lots up at Swartkops International and Red Star and all those other racetracks up there. But now she is in Cape Town. She is now out there with that Car Care Clinic Polo. She's just behind mid-pack. So lovely to have Mel Spur. I think they live in Paarl, if I'm not mistaken, Mel. Yes, they do. So the pace car will pull off. And now it's in the hands of Dani van Niekerk as they make their way to the bridge. Clubman's cars are bunched up. The lights on pit road are on. And soon, Gary, we're going to go racing once again.
Once again, sitting right in the middle of the circuit, trying to close that line off, is the man there in the second place. Well, Fikkie Payther, is he not making space for Modak to come around the outside? Modak does come around the outside and gets ahead of the Class B entry there of Wayne Wilson. It's Dani van Niekerk in the Wingfield car that leads them out in that second position. as they come out towards us. That looks pretty interesting. Look at that. The man that was on the front row of the grid has held out Nias Modak and held on to that second place. Third, Nias Modak. Fourth in there, the first of the Class B cars, Wayne Wilson. Brennan Green, Class A, finds himself between the two leading Class B cars there. Brennan has a look around on the outside. It doesn't look like he's got enough grunt to get past that Nissan Maxima. That Nissan is super duper quick, and Baby Jake's right in there with that big 5 Series BMW. There's obviously a little bit of extra grunt underneath the bonnet because that car's looking very quick.
And that boxy BMW behind him, that's Mansour Parker as they exit turn number 4. Down the back, man, they go. Look at these 3 BMWs just run away from everybody else down that Killarney back straight towards turn 5, Fostron corner. Van Niekerk sits in P1, Modak sits in second, Paither sits in that third position as they exit turn number 5, Fostron corner. Brennan Green is having a tussle there with Wayne Wilson. It is the Golf 5 versus the Nissan Maxima. Mansour Parker is also coming through now, and right now behind Mansour Parker is the 5 Series BMW of Baby Jakes as they all dive into turn 1 KFM.
Well, everybody made it through pretty fine at the end of lap number 1. It looks like Trappies van Tonder's found a way around using 5th and 6th gear. It's obviously going to affect him up the 2 main straights, but the rest will be quite fine. Let's have a look at that Class B battle. It's going to be Wayne Wilson from Baby Jakes. The Class C battle is Willem Swart from Trappies van Tonder. Swart having got past van Tonder as they went down the back main, and that purely because of the gearbox problem. Spinner on the apex of turn 2.
Yeah, getting himself going. I think it might be Daniel Kutsia just having a look at the car and the color on that car. It's probably Daniel Kutsia. However, the leaders are running down the back main. Those BMWs are popping and squeaking as they race down the back straight. But here comes the Golf 5 of Brennan Green. He's got missile lock there on Vicky Paither as he sits on the outside of Paither working out of turn 5 Fostron.
Well, there's an unknown car driver combination that I just picked up now that's sitting in the top 10. Rasley Harris. It's a white Golf with 66, and that thing is blindingly quick. That's a new car driver combination. In fact, it is a Class X entrant. Let's see if we can pick it up as it comes up towards us. And that right in there behind the Class B entry there, the GTV6 of Ewald Weiland. So another very quick Golf Mark 1 out there on circuit.
Coming into turn number 1, there's another dice coming out of KFM corner. There's 4, 5, 6 of them out of that turn 1 KFM. They're working towards G-Energy corner now. Daniel Kutsia is in that dice. Anwar Levy is in that dice as well. Then we've got Shane Smith right there with him. It's Paul Minnick, and Willie Swart is also in that dice with the Jetta 2 as these 5, 6 cars are flying through the kink heading towards turn 3 Damstep.
Leaders down the back main, and Modak dives to the right-hand side. Van Niekerk says, "Where are you going?" Comes across in front of him. Modak dives to the left-hand side. Donnie's already made 1 lane change, so he can't make the second one. Side by side, they go into the corner. It's Nias on the outside line as they went in. Donnie Van Niekerk took a very neat, tight entry. Was good on the apex. Oh, somebody's blown up big time as they go down the back main. It's Harris that's blown up the Golf. He's come right across the track onto the inside, so that means there's probably going to be oil down on the circuit with that blow up. I'll just hope that nobody goes off the circuit with that one. He went off on the inside, went straight over the circuit, up onto the outside, and Harris says bye-bye motor.
They are 3 abreast coming down the main straight. This is immense stuff, and that 85, I must get hold of that one as they run down into turn number 1. Man, look at these guys go through turn 1, KFM corner. Daniel Kutsia is in there. So is Anwar Levy, Shane Smith, and Paul Minnick. And not too far behind them, it's Willie Swart. Is a gaggle of them that is running as hard as they can up the Joubert Straight into turn 2 G-Energy.
Well, a very nice tight battle that going through turn number 2 as you see them there on screen. Those BMWs, nothing much between them. Paul Minnick, the VW Mark 1 Golf in there behind them. That Golf is blindingly quick in a straight line. Front wheel drive versus rear wheel drive as they work their way out into the Joubert Straight.
Well, that 85, that's Suleiman Effendi. He is in Class X. He's also in one of those boxy BMWs as that group worked their way out of turn 4. There goes Effendi down the back main. That thing is super quick and not too far behind them. Here comes Anwar Levy, also in a boxy BM. He's right there with Daniel Kutsia, Shane Smith, and the Golf of Paul Minnick as that group just bombed down into turn 5 Fostron corner.
Donny van Niekerk having a massive battle as they go up into the Joubert Straight now with that lead BMW of Nias Modak. Well, they must be very close on breakout times. Donny van Niekerk is very aware of those breakout times and makes sure that he doesn't break out. Nias Modak wants to win the race. He's not worried about anything else for him. It goes about taking that Beamer to the front of the pack. Brennan Green still in third place there in a Class A, and Fakkie Paither in a fourth place in Class A. Then the leading Class B car and the second place in Class B is Wayne Wilson and Baby Jakes as they work their way out onto the KFM straight.
Well, the leaders are going down the back straight, and for the first time, Donny van Niekerk finds himself in that second position, and that's not where he wants to be as they head into turn 5. Van Niekerk sits there in P2. Nias Modak is out there in P1. Not a far behind them, diving into turn 5 now is Brennan Green. Brennan Green making his way through turn 5, and behind him is... trying to pick up who's sitting there behind him. It is Fakkie Paither. Fakkie Paither is in there behind him, and then coming through towards us now, we have got Wayne Wilson and the BMW of Baby Jakes.
Yep, that's the leading two cars in that class. Next up in Class B is, in fact, Ewald Weiland. Suleiman Effendi, the first of the Class X entries. And definitely going to be finding that is going to be a very quick car driver combination. Once he's done his 2 races, start and finish on the day, will probably be ranked as a Class B car straight off.
Right into turn 1 KFM. There's 4 of them going through there now. There was about 5 or 6 of them as this group works out of turn number 1, heading towards turn number 2. Behind Ewald Weiland, Daniel Kutsia in that group. Then it's Suleiman Effendi, and right behind him Shane Smith and the Golf of Paul Minnick as they head out of a turn 2 G-Energy corner, and they've been chased there by the Jetta 2 of Willie Swart.
Well, I don't think Willie Swart's going to be able to make an impact on them. If anything, you see that group of 4 cars that's going out now past the main grandstand. I think they are pretty evenly matched. If anything, Ewald Weiland, the GTV6 that's just ahead of them, is being closed down pretty quickly. I almost think that, I was just going to say, I almost think that Ewald is going slower. And having said that, as he comes into view, Ewald Weiland is going slower. They were catching him too quickly. It didn't look right. And yeah, Ewald has now backed, rolled out of the gas, and it looks like Ewald Weiland's not going to be able to complete this one.
Well, Suleiman Effendi making his way into turn number 1 into KFM corner. The cars looked alike. I thought it was Effendi in this group of cars coming towards us, but it's Anwar Levy. So we look at this gaggle of cars. Here they come across the line. Into turn number 1 they go, KFM corner. Daniel Kutsia. Then it is Anwar Levy. Right behind Levy, Shane Smith and Paul Minnick, been chased down there by Willie Swart. That's the 5 cars working out of turn 1 KFM.
Well, let's go back down to the back main, because that's where the leaders are right now, working their way down the back main. And what a titanic struggle that is. Ahmad has decided to stick the car into the barrier. He's out of it. He said, let's leave the other BMs to do the necessary work up front. And I tell you what, a brilliant job that is being done right now. Donny van Niekerk trying his best to hold out, but he's got himself into a now distant second position, and Nias Modak has just pulled away from him. Nias Modak has got 1 lap to go. He's done a 121.551. I think breakout is 121.5, if I remember correctly. So on the cutting edge at this stage of the fight. Can Donny van Niekerk make a plan to get through? I somehow think that it's going to be all about Nias Modak from here to the line.
Well, this is the final lap, and the 2 leaders are working their way out of G-Energy corner. There's nothing between the 2 of them. They are approaching a half a lap to go as they race down into turn 3, Damsdip. Into Damps they go now. Nias Modak P1, Dani van Niekerk P2. You can cover them with a handkerchief. Van Niekerk climbs on the gas earlier. Dani van Niekerk on the gas earlier. Slightly defensive line there by Modak through turn 4. Through Car Care Clinic they go now. They've got a Golf ahead of him. It's a back marker. He runs in Class X. You'll see the blue flags waving. Here they come, squirting it down the back straight. The Golf keeps right out the way from the two BMWs of Modak and Van Niekerk, and into turn 5, Foster and Gary for the last time take them to the line.
Yeah, that's about the way they're going to end. I can't see Van Niekerk coming back. Oh, he does! He comes up alongside. Can you believe it? He almost got the whole shot coming out of the corner, but it looks like it's going to be Nias Modak to the line. Yep, Nias Modak from Dani van Niekerk as they come across the line. Next one through should be Brennan Green. Here he comes towards us now. Brennan Green will take third in the race and third in Class A. Fucky Pather comes through in a 4th position. The next battle coming towards us should be the Class Bs. Yep, that's Wayne Wilson. Wayne Wilson in the Helderberg Nissan Maxima coming across the line. And then second in class is Baby Jakes.
Right, then Suleiman Effendi crosses the line as well, so he'll bust out of Class X, probably into Class C or B, because he was pretty quick out there. Daniel Kutsia is the next man coming towards us. No, it's not Daniel Kutsia. That's a couple of back markers. Mel Spur comes across the line as well. Here comes this dice towards us, and it's not Kutsia. It's going to be Anwar Levy from Paul Minnock, from Daniel Kutsia, from Shane Smith and Willie Swart.
Well, pretty interesting stuff. There's still a couple of cars that's to finish their race, and they're pretty spread out around the circuit. So we didn't get a start off Russian car, Nolstander, JP Share, and Francois Immelman. Everybody else making it out onto track, and just about everybody competing it. Nias Modak wins out Class X, Class A, Dani van Niekerk from Brendan Green and Rafik Pather. Wayne Wilson beating out there for Class B honours from Baby Jakes. We'll pick up the Class C. I think it would be Trappis van Tonde that would have ended up second in Class C. Just wait for it to come back up on the screen. We can have confirmation of that. Yeah, Willem Swart, who was winning out there on Class C. Class D ended up being Daniel Kutsia from Shane Smith and then Dwayne Bernard. Class E, I tend to think would probably have been our lady racer, I tend to think. Kiara van Niekerk probably would have been up front in Class E. Unfortunately, our screen has moved across too quickly, so I won't be able to pick that up for you. But yeah, brilliant. Sorry, Deviltron. He won heat number 1 for Class E, and he has won heat number 2 as well. And his quickest lap time there, 1:31.786. Class F, Keanu Fainter from Gary Smith. Rasley Harris obviously not been able to finish that one, and Kiara not finishing that race either in Class F.
All right, folks, here we go again with round 2 of the Formula Libre single-seaters. And Byron Mitchell and DJ Boyson will lock out the front row of the grid. Richard Carr and Graham Knight are on that second row. And we wait for the lights to go off, and away they go. And this time a far better start off the line by DJ Boyson, but a better start than DJ that belonged to Byron Mitchell as they head in through and out of turn 1 KFM. Mitchell sits out there in P1. Boyson is there in that second position. Richard Carr's there in third. And he's been chased down there by the only man in Class B in the Formula Ford, namely Graham Knight.
Oh, having a look there at Zane looking up on the inside there of Hayden Elwood, up behind him now in the red car. I mean, just the correction there. Cyril Somerville. Somerville runs in the car that we said earlier on was actually Kelly Fletcher. She said, thank you for putting my name in lights, but I'm actually in the number 22, the green car. And right up there behind them, it's the car of Damien White, the other Class A car. Damien White trying to find his feet.
Yeah, Damien White has got that rear wing on that Formula GTI race sorted out. And he is the only man in Class A. He'll cut and carve his way through from the tail end of the field as he sits in there behind Somerville, working their way down the back straight towards turn 5, towards Cape Town corner. These gaggle of Class C cars, one Class A car and one Class B car, between these group of cars that are heading now out of turn 5, out of Fostron corner. The leaders are heading into turn 1, but we'll keep an eye on this one that's making its way towards us. Yeah, they come towards us now. It's Carr, behind Carr it's Knight, behind Knight it's Hayden Elwood as they run through. Here comes the Class A car of Damien White heading down into turn 1 KFM.
Damien White sits behind Hayden Elwood and the car of Zane Amundsen. So he'll want to get past that group of cars as he squirts up on the outside of them, going into G Energy corner. He doesn't find enough space, so he's been held up in effect there. And they roll out of G Energy corner now. Those three there of Graham Knight, Zane Amundsen and Hayden Elwood are having a lovely scrap, all of their own now, and Graham Knight looking for a way around them.
Right, 4 Class C cars, 1 Class A and 1 Class B car in that group, working their way out of turn 3. Up the KFM straight, they race now towards a car care clinic. That's turn 4. Out of turn 4, they come now. The leaders are way down the road. We'll keep an eye on this dice. Richard Carr, Graham Knight, Zane Amundsen, Hayden Elwood, and then the Class A GTI Ray of Damien White, been followed there by Cyril Somerville as this whole group of Class A, B, and C cars head down into turn 5 Fostron.
Well, having a look at the timesheets now, Byron Mitchell cruising around a 1 minute 14.8. His nearest contender, DJ Boyson, on a 1:18.3. Those are your front runners. We'll have a look at Richard Carr. He comes over the line. He's a 1:26.1. So in effect, it tells you what the front runners are doing. And you wait there now for Graham Knight, who's managed to get through. He drops down into the 1:27s. He'll want to light up that machine ever so slightly now and put some betterment into his times.
I will stay with this group of cars that's heading towards G Energy corner turn 2 because the two leaders have disappeared down the road. It's Richard Carr that leads Class C, sits 3rd overall and leads Class C. 4th overall is Damien White and he leads Class A. 5th overall is Graham Knight and he leads Class B. Then behind him are the 2 Class C cars of Zane Amundsen and Hayden Elwood, followed there by Cyril Somerville as those group now make their way up the KFM straight towards turn 4. They were bunched at one time, but they are now beginning to split open from each other.
Well, so you're on screen now, you're that bunch of cars going down the back straight and down towards Fostron corner. Graham Knight trying to relinquish those down up the ante a little bit on his car now. Your leader, Byron Mitchell, going into G Energy corner, out of G Energy down towards the kink. He goes. And he's going to go past his lady friend Kelly Fletcher, who we spoke about so nicely in the first heat, but she's not there. And then, going up into turn 4 now is one of the slow marks that is Kelly, and making her way down the back straight now. So the big fight is going up the Uber Straight currently, up towards G Energy Corner. And we'll watch them come up into picture now, Frankie.
Into G Energy they go, and Damon White is right on the back of Richard Carr. The Class A cars chasing down the Class C one and exiting G Energy now. The Class B leader, Graham Knight, behind him. The two Class C cars of Zaina Munson and Hayden Elwood, as Hayden is right on that gearbox there of Munson as they head into turn 3, into Damstep. Not far behind them is the 61 of Cyril Somerville, but we stay with this group that's working into turn 4, Car Care Clinic.
Yeah, just while they go into turn 4, to let you know that Byron Mitchell has dipped down into the 1 minute 13s. So he's starting to get a lot quicker. He's working his way around through the kink now, but watch this gaggle of cars go down the back straight. They work their way down into that turn number 5, Fostron corner. There you see Cyril Somerville, the back end of that red car. He was involved in the dice earlier there with Zaina Munson, but Zaina a little bit higher up there ahead of the likes of Hayden Elwood. So now they come out towards us now. And Graham Knight manages to get past Richard Carr. He's upped his times into the 124s. Not quite what the other two Class S cars are doing, but he's in Class A. So maybe he might if he's not being held up. But going down there now into turn 1, it's Hayden Elwood and Zaina Munson. Elwood gets the inside line and gets ahead of Zane as they work their way now up the Uber Straight towards G Energy Corner.
Ahead of them is the Formula Ford of Class B leader Graham Knight. But these two Vs are making their way through turn 2. Amundsen sitting right on that back gearbox of Hayden Elwood. And they're getting away from Cyril Somerville. That's not getting any closer to them as they work their way through the kink into turn 3, into a Damstep. 113.251 by race leader in Class S, Byron Mitchell. Well, he did a 111 a couple of weeks ago. The track is very green, although it is bedding itself in from the day's racing. Will he get to 111 again? I don't know. He doesn't have competition. Remember, Andrew Rackstraw was giving him competition 2-3 weeks ago. His closest competition is DJ Boyson, and DJ is quite some distance behind him, 17.9, almost 18 seconds behind Byron Mitchell, and DJ still finding his feet in that Reynard of his.
Well, keeping an eye now, coming up the main straight is your leader now, Byron Mitchell. Mitchell screaming up towards the line now. He'll go over the line right now. As he crosses the line, we look at his times. Nope, he stays at 1:13.7. So he's doing same times. He picked up a bit of traffic there. Your leader now goes in. There's Cyril Somerville behind him, and that's Byron Mitchell in the blue and the yellow Formula Volkswagen, making his way up the Uber Straight now towards turn number 2, G Energy Corner. And he's got those 3 cars that are in their almighty battle that have to now step out of the way and let the flying Byron Mitchell come through. He's got to find his way through the traffic. He carves his way through the traffic now and pops up on the inside there. And Hayden Elwood says, thank you for opening up a gap. I'll take it with both hands.
Well, that played perfectly into the hands of Elwood as Amundsen made a way there for the race leader to come through. And Damon White's going very slow down the back straight. He's got his arm up. Damon White down the back main, that black and yellow Formula GTI Ray. He's going very slow. He's picked up some kind of a problem. You see there, very, very slow as those Class C cars disappear into turn 5 Fostron.
Right, into 5 they go now, and coming out is on the front run. There's still Graham Knight, followed by Hayden Elwood and Zaina Munson. Frankie, this camera shot has to be the favourite shot of the year, with those clouds and the grey circuit there as they come up towards us, down towards turn number 1.
I was watching it earlier on. It's a lovely, lovely shot, watching down into turn 5 with those clouds, but there's no clouds in the eyes of these guys that are working their way out of KFM corner. Out of turn 1 they go now. It is Graham Knight that sits there, and here comes Elwood. So this Class C Formula V is hunting down the Class B Formula Ford as they dive into G Energy corner. He has a look up on the inside. The door got left open, and Elwood says, thank you, Graham Knight. I'll take this position and put yourself between me and the man behind me that's chasing me down, namely Zaina Munson.
A lovely scrap there between the B and C cars now as they come out of turn number 3 up the KFM straight up towards Car Care Clinic. Have a look at that, folks. Single-seater racing out of the top draw now as they make their way into that double right-hander to go down the back straight. There the camera picks them up at the back straight. Beautiful stuff here from Imusat, and down the back they go. This bunch is having a titanic tussle there. Hayden Elwood leading out there. Now the thing is, can Graham Knight come back? Knight looks around the outside. He goes around the outside there into turn number 5. Look at this. 2 cars side by side going into turn number 5. But Elwood says to Graham, listen, I worked hard for this position. You stay there. And he comes out on top. And right up between the two of them, behind the two of them is Zayna Minson. And he's coming into the picture.
Right, Knight comes back at them again. Graham Knight says, man, listen here, I am in Class B, but I want to pick up a fight with somebody out there. And he's chosen the 2 Class C hot shots of Hayden Elwood and Zayna Munson. Out of KFM, turn 1 they go, squirting it up the Joubert straight towards turn 2 into G Energy corner. And these 2 Vs are crawling all over the back of the Class B car of Graham Knight as they exit G Energy corner.
Well, Zayna Minson has crept right up onto the back of Hayden Elwood. He's coming all bright back at him now, so that scrap is going to develop into something special as they go into turn number 3. It's Graham Knight, Hayden Elwood, Zayna Minson. They're all over each other there now as they exit turn number 3 up the KFM straight. Elwood looks towards the inside and Knight gets on the loud pedal and pedals his way up into turn 4, Car Care Clinic corner. Out of Car Care Clinic corner they come now, and again Elwood alongside Graham Knight. Side by side they go now, and they decide against it and they decide to draft each other. And Graham Knight has to tow them down to turn 5. Zayna Minson up on the inside now of Hayden Elwood. They side by side going down into Fostron corner. Who's going to have the muscle to go step on the brakes? And oh, there's contact. There is contact. And looks like a couple of the cars have gone off the circuit into turn number 5, and they're all stuck in the middle of the track. That could be a very dangerous situation. There are yellow flag, 2 double yellows waving. I don't know if we'll proceed with this lap on the last lap.
Well, we'll have to look, see what happens. We've got cars all over the place on that camera shot there in turn 5 in a Fostron corner as the rest of the cars still make their way through. Well, Zayna Munson's making his way into turn 1 into KFM corner. He got held up there because Cyril Somerville is ahead of him, and they've both been lapped there by the man in second place, DJ Boyson.
Well, here it comes up towards is it the flag lap or the final lap? We'll have to wait and see. Flag lap there for Byron Mitchell. Byron Mitchell takes heat number 2. He should be followed by DJ Boyson, who's now making his way probably down towards the back straight. Now he's going down towards turn number 3. And that's your second place man, DJ Boyson. As the camera focuses on the start-finish line, we'll wait for DJ to make his way around the circuit.
Right, into turn 4 goes the man in second place, DJ Boyson. And the Dyko and McCarthy Toyota outfit down the back main he goes. He puts a lap there on the Class B man, Graham Knight, as he works his way down towards turn number 5, towards Fostron corner. He's working his way through Fostron, and he will be heading towards the checkered flag. You'll see him come into view shortly there on the start-finish line. You can't see him on your screen, but I can see him coming out of turn 5, heading towards the bridge, coming home in second place. The Dyko and McCarthy Toyota outfit. DJ Boyson, there he crosses the line, and he finishes second in Class S.
Ahead of him there is Kelly Fletcher, then Cyril Somerville ahead of Zayna Minson, so they find themselves there. So it's Richard Carr in 3rd, Graham Knight in 4th, Kelly Fletcher in 5th. So Kelly didn't do too badly. She's 5 out of 10. There's all good there. Zayna Minson in 6th, and the DNFs are Hayden Elwood, Donovan Ramsey, Damien White, and Cyril Somerville.
Well, there's a replay of the Formula V issue, or the single-seater issue we had in Fostron Corner with about a lap or so to go. Something broke off one of the cars and everybody just plowed into each other. Thank goodness all the drivers are fine. That's the most important thing. But you see a piece coming off one of those cars, and then from there all chaos broke loose heading into Fostron Corner. Cheapercars.co.za Formula GTI Challenge, or should I say VW GTI Challenge, as the field rolls out on the track. And once again, Marco Bussi says, come boys, follow me. Let's go and get this done. As the challenge guys roll out for their second race of the day, Marco Bussi leads the field through G-Energy Corner. Colin Mead is there. Charles Visser, one of our top Western Province and SA karting champions, this young man in that polo in Class A. Dylan Jabert making his way through as well. Those are the Class A cars. Eden Thompson coming through. There's the Golf 2 of Chris Roberts. Ian Cup is in there. Mark Thompson. They are all Class B. Wayne Fields also Class B in the Jetta. And then the rest of them are all these Class C Brat Pack Golfs. The Walsher boys are in there. The Walsher brothers, John Henry Vaughan, Nathan Victor, Alfie Van Sale, all of them out there in Class C. Cheaper Cars, GTI Challenge warm-up lap, and they will come and stop on the grid shortly.
Right, this will be pretty interesting stuff. Four Class A cars covering the front end of the grid. Interesting to see when they went out the first time this morning. It was Marco Bussi that went into turn 2, threw the tail end out and slid the tail end all the way through turn number 2. I actually thought that he might have lost it the way that he actually threw it around. He actually did the exact same thing now. So if you think about it, it's probably a way of trying to generate heat into the back tires. Easy to generate heat into the front tires. You just accelerate and brake and turn, and all the work is done by the front wheels. How do you get a balance between the temperature front and back? Well, that's how Marco Bussi does it. Throw the tail end around. Not easy to do that, but yeah, he does it with great ease and makes it look very, very easy. All right, so it's going to be Charles Visser on the second row of the grid with Dylan Jabert. Then the first of the Class B cars, Eden Thompson. And then alongside that, the number 6 of Chris Roberts. So the man that is missing is a Geldenhuis that didn't finish the previous heat.
He's the only man that's not there. The pit lights are on, the lights go off, and away they go. Race number 2, Cheaper Cars GTI Challenge, away they go as they squitter down into turn 1 KFM corner. And once again, it's Marco Bussi that leads him out of turn 1. Colin Mead sits in P2. Dylan Jabert sits in P3. And what has happened to Visser? Visser has gone all the way down to the back of the field. There's chaos. And Nathan Victor finds himself in a whole lot of trouble out there. Hopefully he'll be able to rejoin.
Yeah, he got turned semi-sideways just after the apex of the corner, and by the time he managed to rectify it, it was all systems go, and he was well on his way towards the outside of the track. With a bit of luck, our TV crew will have picked that up and will give us a replay on that, so we can see exactly what did happen there. But all's well for the rest of the pack as the leaders work their way out into the back main.
Out of turn 4, Car Care Clinic, they go down the back main. Boosie using the entire Killarney racetrack and a touch more. Down the back main, they squirted into turn 5. With Mida in second, Jabir sits out there in third. Then you've got this Class B fight that's been led there by Eden Thompson. Right behind him is Chris Roberts. And the Ian Cup as well coming through. And then you got the Class A polo of Charles Visser. Charles got it horribly wrong. Something must have happened in turn 1. And Visser finds himself 4th in class, but he's about 6th, 7th on the road.
Calvin Wiltshire once again leading out the Class C battle with a nice, healthy looking and sounding motor car. So undoubtedly Calvin Wiltshire is the man to catch today in Class C. Let's go back to that Class A battle. It's Marco Boosie that's once again stretching the legs there of Colin Meader. Colin Meader held onto him pretty decently initially in heat number 1, but as time went by, Marco Boosie just slowly but surely pulled away at the front of the pack. His brother Dario in the Utinga Polo Cup has had 2 third places so far for the day, and it looks like another win here is pretty much on the cards should nothing go wrong for Marco Boosie.
Right, look at that Class C Golfs heading into turn 3. It's the Wilshire boys. They're sitting 1st and 2nd, and Kyle is right on the back of Calvin as they work their way up the KFM straight into turn 4. Those 2 Golfs, the 2 brothers, the older brother leading the younger brother out of turn 4, Car Care Clinic. Down the back main they go now. Carl looks up onto the back of Calvin and says, go Boot, because I'm right on your case. And there's no love lost on the racetrack between them. John Henry Vaughan sits there in that 3rd position, followed there by Colin Smith. Alfie Van Sale is also having a squiz up there on the inside of Colin Smith.
Well, that's the best John Henry Vaughan has had to date. He's lying 3rd overall in class with that off of the 2 cars in front of him on the exit of turn number 1 on lap number 1. And that opened up a bit of space in front of him. So now, how does he shake those 2 cars behind him? He's got Colin Smith and Alfie Van Sale all over the back bumper. Somehow he needs to shake those 2. Otherwise, they're going to be all over him like a bad suit. Just like that, having a look up on the inside line. And John Henry Vaughan drops down 1 position on the entrance to turn 1. Now finds himself the center of the sandwich.
Yeah, as the 2 brothers work into turn 2 into G-Energy corner. Calvin's got the inside line. Carl has a look on the outside. Pulls back in there behind him again. And entering G-Energy, it is Alfie Van Sale. It says, come on, John. Get a move on, because Colin Smith is getting away from us. John Henry Vaughan says, I know that corner very well from oval track racing, and you ain't going to get through and pass me there, Mr. Van Sale. As they work their way out of turn 3, damn step up the KFM straight into turn 4. There you see the 2 brothers sliding those Golfs out of turn 4 down the back main. And once again, Carl says, come on, buddy, let's run hard down into turn 5, Fostron.
Well, they've got a nice little run away now from the rest of the incumbent Class C class there behind them. So as long as they don't make any contact and hold one another up, they're well on their way to a 1st and 2nd in class. But then again, there's a fair amount of competition between the boys, and believe you me, Carl will not just settle for a 2nd behind Calvin. Calvin having won the previous heat, Carl will say, look, it's my turn now. We can each have a win and a 2nd for the day. Dives onto the outside line as they come down the front main. Carl on the outside, Calvin on the inside. Can Carl carry that pace through? Calvin's pretty decent on the brakes. Nothing between them, in fact, under braking. Now, if Carl can go just a little bit further forward, he can stick his nose in that his brother can't cut him off coming out of the corner. Calvin says, not quick enough, but you need to be on the inside line going up into turn number 2.
In my 20-odd years of commentating, every now and then you get a combination of brothers. The Boosie brothers were one of them, and there were so many brothers in Western Province karting that were doing exactly what you see there. 2 of the best racers around were those brothers, and so are these 2. that are working their way now out of turn number 3. Up the KFM straight, they go now into turn 4, Car Care Clinic. It's brother versus brother. It's one-on-one. Out of turn 4, Calvin and Carl Wilshire sitting first and second in Class C. Carl using the track and a touch more as he chases his brother down into turn 5, Fostron.
Let's have a look at that battle just behind them, also working their way down the back main. There you see it's the Maps Racing car, John Henry Vaughan, that's dropped there behind Alfie van Zyl, and it's Colin Smith that now leads that group out. So the young lad's going to have to push some. They're doing a 1:33s around. In fact, about 500ths of a second quicker than Alfie was John Henry Vaughan on the last lap. So he's not done and dusted yet. They are past him, but they have not got away from the new youngcomer yet.
Well, Kyle is still diving around this way and that way on Calvin, but just behind them there's another dice of 3 cars heading into KFM corner. Colin Smith, Alfie van Zyl and John Henry Vaughan. That's those 3 golfs that are exiting KFM corner. The brothers are heading into G Energy corner, and these 3 are making their way now towards G Energy. Smith, van Zyl and John Henry Vaughan.
Up front, coming out into the back main, Charles Visser is closed on the back of Dylan Jabez. Nothing much between them at all at this stage of the fight as they work their way down the back main. The blue one, that is Visser, goes on the outside line. Dylan Jabez on the inside line as they come down into Cape Town. I think Visser might have done it. I think he's just blown right around the outside. Jabez well on late on the brakes there to try and hold that one out. But I tell you what, that blue polo looks like it's all said and done. It looks like Charles going to take it over from Dylan. Comes right. Dylan wants to go around on the right-hand side. He says, not going to work like that. Sticks it hard up against the wall. Now it's flat foot all the way down into the KFM corner. Hard on the brakes. Dylan trying to fight back. Charles takes a beautiful line going in, and I think he might even get a couple of car gap between the two of them as he exits the corner.
Well, this is one hot shot little karter, Charles Visser. Him and his brother, they both race at the Western Province karting section, and this young man is a talent of note. Charles Visser out of G Energy goes there. He's a lot quicker on the gas, pulls 1.5 car lengths there on Dylan Jabez through the kink as they run down into turn 3 into Damstep. Let's have a look at these brothers. There they go. They're working their way towards turn 2. The Wilshire brothers are heading towards turn 2, G Energy corner. And still, Calvin has got his nose ahead there of Kyle. And closing up on them is Colin Smith, Alfie van Zyl and John Henry Vaughan. I was thinking motocross for a moment there.
Yeah, I know there's 4 wheels there. Alfie does more of it on
He's
2
more
wheels.
of 2 wheels, yeah.
But I must say that 3-way battle, Van Zyl and Smith very close to one another as they entered there into turn 3. They might slow one another down just a little bit, that the new youngcomer in the Maps Racing car. Oh, getting up side by side as they enter into turn number 4. Now to go side by side through there in these cars, you got to really know your beans. Do they both make it out? Yes, they do. They still side by side. Well, I tell you what, it's going to happen anyway from here now. Smith and Van Zyl down the back main they go. And at the end of the day, it's going to be the Maps Racing young lad sitting behind them saying, that's all right, you two slow one another up. I'll catch back up and we'll make this back into a 3-way battle. Still side by side as they go through Cape Town corner. That brings John Henry Vaughan almost back into play.
131.9 and a 132.3. That's the 2 brothers that are leading in Class C. Calvin is the quickest man in Class C, and Kyle is the second quickest driver in Class C. We watch them turn into turn 1, KFM corner. And if you look just behind them going into KFM now, Alfie van Zyl is looking all over to find a way past Colin Smith. And this is bringing the 32 Maps Racing Golf of John Henry Vaughan into play, and there's now nothing between the 3 of them as they head into turn 2, G Energy corner, and Smith is chucking that golf around out of G Energy.
That's exactly what John Henry needs. They must fight one another. They must slow one another down. 2 cars through a corner together cannot be side by side, can't be as quick as one. And I think if John Henry Vaughan, having lost a bit of ground to them, if they slow one another up just they're going to come side by side again up the KFM straight. Are they going to make it through there again? Yeah, one of them's got to back out. There's just no ways that you get all three through there. And John Henry Vaughan says, carry on. I'm here with you. Let's make it 3.
Now let's make it 3, and Van Zyl has now got his nose ahead of Smith, and Smith is now going to have to go defensive because that Maps Racing Golf of John Henry Vaughan is right there. Vaughan should dive to the inside now because Smith is covering the wrong line, but Smith has done more than enough to hang in there just ahead of John Henry Vaughan as they exit turn 5 Fostron.
The battle just ahead of them, going down now towards turn 5. Still the Wiltshire boys first and second in Class C. That's them going down into the corner now. There's that 3-way battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Van Zyl and Smith now side by side once again as they go down into the KFM corner, and John Henry Vaughan stays in play as long as they are up against one another and slowing one another down. The Wiltshire boys haven't slowed one another up. Here we go down into turn 2. Once again going for a side by side and then diving back underneath and saying, hold on a second, if I do go around the outside, Vaughan is now a little bit too close and I could lose out of position. So the young newcomer is acquitting himself exceptionally well in that 5th place overall in Class C.
125.599. Marco Busi is the quickest man out there in Class A. But we stay with this group of cars that are working their way out of turn number 4. Down the back main they go. And it's Alfie Van Zyl from Colin Smith and John Henry Vaughan as they head into turn 5, but working their way out of turn 5. That's 1st and 2nd in Class C, and they are side by side. The two brothers are side by side, and Kyle is giving Calvin a workover, and Kyle gets his nose ahead of Calvin as they head down the home straight.
That was almost two brothers upside down, up against the wall. That was very, very close. I think Carl's decided, look, there's only 2 laps to go. It's now or never. He wants a win and a second, not 2 second places. And it looks like he's closed that line off pretty neatly. Well, he can run a defensive line now. They've got far enough away from the rest of the pack to be able to fight one another, have a clean fight between the two of them and not get closed up from behind. But with 2 to go, let's go and have a look back at the front end of the field. And it's Dario Busi, Marco Busi, should I say, that's done a brilliant job, has pulled away once again at the front of the pack. And Colin Meader in that 2nd position. Colin does not have an answer for him. Charles Visser in 3rd and Gillen Jabert in 4th. Then, Frankie, that Class B battle coming through behind that.
Well, they still got 1 more lap to go, these guys. So we're going to keep an eye on that Class C dice while we watch the leader, because the leader's got just over a half a lap to go, namely Marco Busi. Meantime, now, Calvin says, which way now are you going to defend, Booty? As I go sit on your outside, these two brothers are having a heck of a dice. They're going to be chatting about this one way into the early hours of tomorrow morning, that's for sure. They're going to come around to start their last lap. So the Wiltshire brothers have got 1 more lap to do, and so is Van Zyl, Smith, and John Henry Vaughan as well. But we need to pick up the leader because he is on his final lap. Marco Busi, down the back straight he goes. There's your race leader, Automan Fitment Center Polo, number 41, race leader Marco Busi. Down the back main he goes into turn 5, fast run for the final time. The checkered flag beckons for him.
Yeah, it's all systems go for him as he comes up towards the line. And a very well-deserved win, I must say. Calvin and Carl Wiltshire still fighting it out. We'll keep an eye on him. Calvin has a look around the outside of turn 2. I think they're going to be explaining to mom and dad where all the scratch marks come from. Marco Busi, I'm stuck on Dario. Marco Busi wins out of Class A. Colin Meader will come through in that 2nd place. Here's Charles Visser coming up towards the line now. And then Dylan Jabert will come through 4th on circuit, 4th in Class A. It's going to be a 1-horse race for Eden Thompson away from Chris Roberts and Ian Cup in Class B. I think what we must do is we must take the cameras with us down to the front end of Class C.
They are running down the back main. These two brothers are side by side. Calvin on the outside, Kyle on the inside as they head down into turn 5 for the final time as Ian Cup gets to the checkered flag. It is Carl Walsh on the inside. It is Calvin on the outside as they come through. As they come through towards the checkered flag. Wilshire versus Wilshire. Carl versus Calvin. These boys are side by side towards the checkered flag. They're not going to give him, but I think Calvin's going to pip him. Carl's coming back at him, but it's Calvin Wilshire that gets to the flag ahead of brother Carl. What a race. And Alfie Van Sale will bring it home ahead of John Henry Vaughan. So where is Smith?
Smith has stopped on that side there, just on the exit of the oval. And yeah, he didn't make it all the way to the end. Something went wrong there for him, and Colin Smith dropped right down. Class A, Marco Busi from Colin Nicholas Meader first and second. And then that Class B battle, the Wiltshire boys running first and second there. And I'll tell you what, that was a brilliant one. And then the Class B battle, Eden Thompson from Chris Roberts and Ian Cup.
Well, what a race these Wilshire brothers had. I think Carol doesn't have any fingernails left anymore. Or she's pulled her hair out by now. I don't know. But man, it was good stuff between the two brothers.
Just remember, if they tangle and they put them upside down, you got two cars to fix, not just one. So an expensive day that could turn out to be. And when Carl did do the passing maneuver on Calvin on the exit of Cape Town corner, it was very, very touch and go. They didn't turn them both upside down and inside out, but they managed to get through there. And all's well that ends well. And yeah, there will not be a tenseness in the house this evening.
Right, a big thanks to our IMUSAT team of Gareth, Stephen and Gideon, and then our two ladies, Z and Alex. A big thanks to all five of you. They are operating our cameras, the IMUSAT team. So Gareth, Gideon, Stephen, Z, Alex, a big thanks guys for a job well done.
Right, welcome to the viewers online and to the folks at the track. RST Trackback Powersport motorcycles, they've warmed up. They're coming onto the grid proper before we go racing. Out there, David Lindemann, Trevor Westman, Lance Jonas, Jason Lineker, Slade Finicke, Eddie Ralston, Mitch Robinson, Peter Hill, Franco Flach, Nick Hutchings and Brad Hutchins all out there. Right, so rolling up onto the grid proper here, it looks like Lance Jonas takes the front row of the grid. He says, how's it? And we say, how's it? And that's the way they go. Jason Lineker sitting there on P2, Slade Finicke, P3, Eddie Ralston on the second row, together with Mitch Robinson and Peter Hill. Then it's Franco Flach, Nicholas Hutchins, Braden Hutchins, David Lindemann, Trevor Westman. We're under starters' orders. And John Green says 5 seconds led. Wait for the lights. The lights are on and we are racing. Away they go down towards turn number 1. It looks like Slade Finicke got the drag off the line and he's taking with him there. It's going to be Jason Lineker. They roll in there. It looks like Trevor Westman might have come through up into third place. He had a good start of it out the outside, but going up towards the line now. And there's Westman. Westman cranks the handle now and goes to the front. Westman goes in towards the front and rolls up on the inside there. Around he goes and he goes a bit deep. And Finicke looks up on the inside. But Westman manages to crack on the pace and get away. So Slade Finicke sits in second there, and he's got young Jason Lineker poised to attack there in third place. Now as they roll up the KFM straight up towards Car Care Clinic Corner. In picture they come there up towards Car Care Clinic Corner, there by Trevor Westman, Slade Finicke. And Jason Lineker sitting there in third. I can't quite pick up the fourth bike as they roll out now. Trevor Westman, Slade Finicke, Jason Lineker, Franco Flach. David Lindemann, here comes Edward Ralston past Peter Hill and Nicholas Hutchins. Then it's going to be Braden Hutchins and Mitch Robinson down the back straight as they work their way down into turn number 5, Car Care Clinic Corner. The marshals watch there with beady eyes as they see the riders come into view. They roll out of turn number 5 now up towards the main straight. Up over the line now is going to be your leader, Trevor Westman. Westman over the line, Slade Finicke. Here comes Franco Flach. Flach already up into second place. And he's got past the two little 300s. Eddie Ralston now sits there behind Jason Lineker, but he's got David Lindemann crowding him like a cheap suit. And they come out and Lindemann around his outside there goes up the Hubert straight and gets a cracker pace. Ralston tries to roll on the throttle now to get ahead there of David Lindemann. Take nothing away from the young lad. He's chasing down the other 300s ahead of him, so he's not worried about the antics of Ralston as he rides up his inside, and Ralston has to sit up. Ralston has to sit up as Lindemann crowds him up on the inside now through the king down towards turn number 3. Turn 3 they go through. There's Flach. There's Finicke. And Lineker up behind him now as they work their way up towards turn number 4, Car Care Clinic Corner. Out of Car Care Clinic Corner they come down now. They're going to make that double apex right-hander down the back straight. They go. Your leader Trevor Westman there on the red rocket there. That's the Rockstar Alan Westman racing machine as he makes his way down towards turn number 5. Have a look at all those bikes rolling down the back straight now. Out of 5 now is to come Westman. Up behind him, Franco Flach is going to want to close down. Now, Flach stuck it to Westman in heat number 1. Can he do the same? Well, it depends whether he can up the ante, and he's already cranking the handle. We'll see their times now when they cross the line. Westman over the line does a 1 minute 23.8. And 1:24.9, so he's a second slower than Westman at the moment, but he'll bring heat into those tyres. Finicke in 3, Lineker 4, Ralston 5, Lindemann 6, then Nicholas Hutchins, then Mitch, then Jonas, then Braden will come up there with Peter Hill behind him. So off they go. Braden Hutchins seems to have lost the plot slightly. He's behind Peter Hill, so Braden's back on circuit. He might have an issue. He's crouched up behind the screen trying to earn some respectability, but having a look there on screen now in turn number 2, out they roll now. There's the whole gaggle of bikes going on towards turn number 3. Out of turn number 3 they come now up the Hubert straight. Flach leads out over Finicke and Lineker, and then Ralston and Lindemann. There they make their way up now towards Car Care Clinic Corner. Up they come. There's Flach in picture. Flach going in there, and he's a little bit way behind Westman. There's a Slade Finicke on the 300 with Jason Lineker. Then it's Ralston and Lindemann having a right royal battle. But at the moment, your leader going down into turn number 5 is Trevor Westman. And you see that whole gaggle of bikes up behind him now. They're all rolling there now, all at high speed, probably doing about 130, 140 kilometers an hour as they come in there. Westman comes up towards the line now. He rolls up over the line, and let's have a look if his times are any better. He's on a 1:20.3 this time, 0.100th of a second. And Franco Flach not quite on the pace, only on a 1:25. Slade van Niekerk 1:26, Lenniker 1:27. So there's about a second difference in all the bikes' times now. As your leader, Trevor Westman, rolls up there now into G-Energy corner. Franco Flach coming into view there. There's Franco Flach. He's sitting in second place. He rolls there into G-Energy. Up behind him you see Slade van Niekerk, then Jason Lineker, then Eddie Ralston, and David Lindemann. And Lindemann just comes right up behind Ralston there as they exit out of the kink and then down into that turn number 3. Have a look at this now. Ralston has got David Lindemann crying. Ralston's on a 650, Lindemann only on a 300. But the young lad is really, really cranking the handle, trying to keep up with that 650. Right, so into Car Care Clinic corner they go now. They'll have that double right-hander as they work their way down the back straight. There they come into view now down the back straight. And the dice there between Lindemann and Ralston. And Ralston on the 650. Lindemann trying everything to close down, but Ralston gasses it up down towards turn number 5. And Ralston's looking to close up there on the back of Jason Lineker. And see if Jason will afford him that opportunity as Trevor Westman rolls over the line. Yeah, they come out of turn number 5 now up towards us. Franco Flach crosses the line. Then it's going to be Slade van Niekerk. Van Niekerk in third. Here comes Eddie Ralston now past Jason Lineker over the line down towards turn number 1 KFM corner. So Eddie Ralston starting to work his way towards the front end of the field there. He's on that green and gold machine. That's Edward Ralston. And he's been followed there and pursued by young Jason Lineker. And Jason is pushing hard, and he's got Lindemann. Lindemann looks up on the inside of Lineker, but Lineker leaves the brakes late now as they dive into turn number 2, G-Energy corner. So that brings Lindemann into the picture now with Lineker. And Lindemann once away past him. Lindemann, a matter of fact, gets past him as they go through the kink. A nice maneuver there by David Lindemann. He squeezes through and gets past Jason Lineker. So David Lindemann's on a fly, and he's using the bike of Edward Ralston as the proverbial hare. So it's the greyhound chasing the hare now. Lindemann trying to stick with Ralston and hoping that he's going to take him down closer towards the front end of the field as they get past Jason Lineker. Down the back straight they go now. Chasing hard. There you see the leaders up in front of him. That's Franco Flach there with Slade van Niekerk going down into Fastron corner, turn number 5. And van Niekerk looking to get a little bit closer there to Flach. Flach got an issue. Your man Trevor Westman is down the road, and he's got a very healthy lead over Franco Flach. This time around, he's not hanging around to let Flach get anywhere close to him. He's rolling around the 123s. Franco Flach crosses the line, and so to does Slade van Niekerk. Here comes Edward Ralston, David Lindemann, and Jason Lineker there up behind him. Lineker goes towards the inside, tries to go late on the brakes, but Lindemann will have nothing of it. Lindemann just dives there into KFM corner, sweeps around and closes up on the back of Edward Ralston, who's trying to get away from him, going up the Hubert straight. They make their way up towards G-Energy corner. Ralston rose into G-Energy corner, and here's young Slade van Niekerk and David Lindemann and Jason Lineker. And Lineker closes down up on the inside of Lindemann. He dives up on the inside of Lindemann through the kink as they come towards turn number 3. And Lineker gets past Lindemann. So Lineker is now on a charge. And will Lindemann come back in? Because he's using Edward Ralston as the hare. And they make their way into Car Care Clinic corner. Into that double right-hander they go now. And Lindemann comes back at Lineker. So now they're side by side. They're going to drag down towards turn number 5. There you see the two young lads. And they sit side by side. Lineker looks to take the inside. He does. He gets the drag down to turn 5. And Lindemann's going to come straight back at him now as they go into the corner. So looks like Lindemann comes back up on the inside of Lineker. Lineker comes back there. And Lineker has the upper hand over Lindemann now as they come out of turn number 5. Side by side again. It's going to be a drag down towards turn number 1. There they go over the line. The two bikes side by side. Who is going to be strong on the brakes? I think Lindemann's going to leave it a bit later, and he gets the upper hand going into KFM corner. Right, so out of KFM they go. And they make their way now up towards G Energy. That is where the most of the racing is taking place. The rest of the field's pretty strung out. These three, Eddie Ralston on the 650 leading out. He's got these two young chargers up behind him on the 300s. The one is David Lindemann. He's on the Yamaha R3. The other one, Jason Lineker. He's on the Kawasaki Ninja 300. So they work their way around. There's two of the quicker bikes up front. It looks like is that Slade van Niekerk catching Franco Vlug. Well, Franco's going to pull his hair out if Slade catches him. They make their way down the back straight now. And Franco Vlug has got Slade van Niekerk who's going to draft him with a pleasure going down towards turn number 5. The 650 a little bit more grunt. But watch the corner speed now of Slade van Niekerk as he goes down into turn number 5 behind Franco. There's the other Edward Ralston, Jason Lineker now ahead of David Lindemann. They all go into turn number 5. They're going to work their way out of turn number 5 now, Fostron corner. And it's going to be Franco Vlug leading out there. He leads out over Slade van Niekerk. Coming out there, we'll look at the picture. As you see the bikers up behind them, there become Edward Ralston, Jason Lineker, and David Lindemann. Lovely battle, yeah. And this is all down at 3, 4, 5, and 6. So fantastic stuff there as they go down towards turn number 1. A beautiful graphic now as they come into turn number 1. You see them on the brakes, pitch it in there, feather their way around. They're down into about second, third gear, and then they'll start winding it up the bare straight and work their way up down the gearbox and up towards G Energy corner. We've got 3 laps to go now, and keeping an eye there as they go into G Energy. Going out of G Energy now through the kink as Franco Vlug. He's got Slade van Niekerk up behind him here, coming up towards turn 2. There's Franco, there's Slade. This is the battle for second and third. And Slade van Niekerk is hanging in there with Franco Vlug. We've got about 2.5 laps to go, 3 laps to go. And I tell you what, young Slade van Niekerk has really got his A game out here to sit there with Franco Vlug. Franco strong enough and quicker to be able to stay away, but young Slade hangs in there with him. He's keeping him honest. A 300 keeping a 650 honest now as they make their way down there. There's that other gaggle now. It's Ralston, it's Lindemann, and it's Lineker. So the Lindemann-Lineker saga continues going down into Fostron corner as they roll in there. Lindemann seems to have the upper hand there on Lineker as they look up on the inside of Eddie Ralston. Ralston gets on the gas and tries to get away from them. What are you youngsters doing here, encroaching upon me? The leaders make their way now, or not the leaders, second and third make their way down towards turn number 1. And that is Franco Vlug and Slade van Niekerk. There you see them going into turn number 1. There's Edward Ralston. There's David Lindemann and Jason Lineker sitting up there with him. They make their way up now towards G Energy corner. Come the second and third placed riders. Franco Vlug together there with Slade. And you see Slade close right up on him as they enter. And on the exit, and he looks around, he's outside. Well, he sits on his outside, but Franco just opens the throttle a bit to get away from the 300. He must be thinking to him, gee, lad, what are you trying to do to me? But this is bringing Eddie Ralston closer to the picture, and he's bringing with him David Lindemann and Jason Lineker. So in the closing stages now, the bikes are starting to really roll on the pace. Into Car Care Clinic corner they go. They roll around the double apex now down the back straight, and it's Franco Vlug there with Slade van Niekerk right up behind him. There goes Edward Ralston, and Ralston's cranking it down towards him and taking with him David Lindemann and Jason Lineker. There goes second and third, fourth, fifth, sixth. They all roll into Car Care Clinic corner. They're going to roll now out of Car Care Clinic. Franco Vlug through there with Slade van Niekerk, your leader nonetheless. Still on the Rockstar AWR racing machine is Trevor Westman. He's way down the road. As a matter of fact, I don't think he's going to be opposed anytime soon. So the next lap will have the flag out, and you see the riders going down into turn number 1. That's that whole pack there going up towards G Energy corner now as Franco Vlug. Behind Franco there, Slade van Niekerk. Edward Ralston gets closer and brings them David Lindemann and Jason Lineker. So now it's a 5-way tie. They're on their final lap now as they work their way down through the kink. Down towards turn number 3 they go. And here comes Franco Vlug. Vlug working his way now into turn number 3. And we look for our leader, Alan Westman. Westman is coming out of turn number 5. So Alan Westman on the Rockstar Alan Westman racing machine coming out of turn number 5 as we watch this battle now. And the checkered flag is out. So race number 2 will go to Alan, or to Trevor Westman on the Alan Westman Racing Rockstar machine. But here comes it now. Second and third, it's going to be, it's Slade van Niekerk who's ahead there of Franco Flach. Is Franco going to crank the handle? We have a look. No, this is some of the back markers, my apologies. That gaggle of bikes is coming out of turn number 5 now, and it's Franco Flach who's ahead there. It looks like Edward Ralston got through. So here comes Franco Flach. Franco, Edward Ralston. It's Slade. Oh, it's no, Lindemann. Lindemann ahead. Lindemann gets ahead there of Slade van Niekerk, and he caught Slade napping right on the final moments of the circuit. Lindemann's ecstatic about that. As a matter of fact, he's taken the 300 class ahead of Slade. And third there is Jason Lineker with the last few bikes going down into turn number 5. Now we'll wait for him to come out of turn 5. That is going to be Mitch Robinson, Nicholas Hutchins, and Lance Jonas. This is going to be a right royal scrap. Let's have a look, see how this one comes down. I think Jonas has got the upper hand. Coming up towards the line now is the last of the 300s, and it's going to be Lance Jonas. No, it's Mitch Robinson. My apologies. Mitch Robinson, Nicholas Hutchins, Lance Jonas. Well, Mitch looking a bit racy here in the second heat. Fantastic racing. Well, for the folks at home and for the folks that are here, the qualies are in. In the Moto 3, it is Darren Binder on P9. And in Moto GP, it is Brad Binder on P10. They don't like to qualify, otherwise they've got nothing to race, qualify any higher, they've got nothing to race for. So let's hold thumbs and say our prayers for our lads abroad, Darren and Brad Binder in Moto GP, and hopefully they'll do a lot better. As we go down to the Superbike category now, at the Killarney racetrack, RST Suzuki South Superbikes, race number 2. It was a 6-bike race early on. A couple of notable emissions here. We don't have Jared Schultz here, so don't know why Jared's not here. He should be here. And David McFadden and Brett Roberts are doing the Nationals up country. There's no Brandon Haupt Having a look, see if Ronald Slamet is here. Ronald indeed is on the line now. Ronald started fading in the first race. He unfortunately has contracted a bit of arm pump. Might have to see if he can get an operation to sort that out. Up next to him there is Jonathan Schwerin on the BMW, who sits on P2. P1 should be Peter Haupt. On the second row of the grid there, we've got Malcolm Rapson. He sits on the GSX-R1000 S1, and it's the new Suzuki that he's on. One of the fastest accountants in Africa. There comes your pole sitter, Peter Haupt, who put up the best time in practice in the wet. Now he's on dries, so he sits on the front. Peter Haupt riding the Fueled Racing R1M. Then sitting on the second row there with Malcolm Rapson is Robert Craig. He's on the number 16 machine. That's the Mad Max Kawasaki machine. Robert Craig, an ex-Western Province Superbike champion. And here comes one of the quickest men around onto the second row, Kewan Snyman. Kewan Snyman has got no electronics on that bike for some reason. He's riding on manual mode, so it just gives you an idea of how hard he's riding it. No traction modifications. All 6 bikes are on the grid. We're going to go racing shortly. 5 seconds. Lights on. Off and we go racing. There you hear the sound of the machines in the background as they roll off the line. And a rocket start there once again from the Red Baron Ronald Slamet and Kewan Snyman, and around Kewan Snyman's outside. I'm having a look to see who's sitting there with Kewan, and pulls up. Is that Rapson? No, it's Robert Craig. It's suddenly got a fresh breath of air under him. And this one joining me now is Frankie Ennis. Frankie, 6 bikes, but rocket stuff.
Oh man, that's going to be rocket ship stuff. I was actually waiting for Gary Fleming to come and grab the microphone. He is absolute superbike crazy. However, he's busy down in race control, so I'll carry on in his place right now as they head into turn number 4. Into Car Care Clinic. Down the back main they go. Snyman sits there in second place. Slamet is the man that sits in P1. They've been chased there by Robbie Craig as Kewan Snyman has a look up on the inside. Is he going to nail him into 5? Yep, yeah. Into Fostron corner, into P1 goes the number 19 machine of Kewan Snyman.
You know what? There's a big surprise here for them. Robert Craig is sitting right up behind them, Frankie. I know they're going to rock it away, but Craig has got the tools in the mind to make this one stick. As Snyman goes into one, then it's going to be Ronald Slamet, Robert Craig, and Malcolm Rapson is there too. So the 2 masters have decided to go and mix it up with the young guns.
Well, they sit first and second in class and third and fourth on track as the 4 of them race up the Joubert Straight into turn 2. Through G-Energy corner they go now. It is Snyman in P1, followed there by Slamet in that second position. Followed there by Craig and Rapson, Schwerin and Peter Haupt. That's the 6 machines out there as the leaders work their way out of turn 3, Damstep.
Right, out of turn 3, they're going up towards turn 4, Car Care Clinic corner. It's still Kewan Snyman. Then it's going to be Ronald Slamet. And right up there behind him is Robert Craig, one of the masters. Robert already in his 40s there now with that man, Malcolm Rapson. Up behind him now, Rapson on the Suzuki sits there in P4. There you see the high-speed stuff going down towards Fostron corner. Turn number 5. Then Jonathan Schwerin and Peter Haupt make their way down there. So everyone's more or less in touch with each other now. We got 9 laps to go now, and the leaders make their way out of Fostron corner. It's Kewan Snyman rolling out there now with Ronald Slamet in second. But here comes Robert Craig. Craig is sitting in a brilliant 3rd position.
Well, 1:13.286 by race leader Kewan Snyman. He is the fastest man out there so far as they all roll out of turn 1 KFM corner. Up to Joubert Straight they go. Into G-Energy turn 2. On the back wheel for a brief moment there was Snyman. Snyman is busy dissecting Slamet, who's falling into the clutches of the master leader, Rob Craig, that is there in that 3rd position. Rob Craig winds it open, dips it slightly to the right as they race through Damstep, and he's going after Slamet, that's in that 2nd place.
Lovely racing here now. Kewan Snyman starting to up the ante there now. It's going to be Ronald Slamet. It's going to hear the purr there of Robert Craig up behind him. Robert Craig is really on some fine form here in heat number 2. Rob Craig is sitting up behind Slamet, and Craig is closing down on Slamet. Robert Craig is past Slamet. What has gone on with Robert Craig? He has definitely been having something untoward for lunch, because he's on some sublime form now as he comes out of turn number 5, fast round corner. Robert Craig is absolutely flying. The older master in the race now sits in second place now, and Slamet wants to come back at him. I don't want to speak about Slamet in an untoward way. He's suffering from a bit of arm pump. He's actually got a bulging muscle coming out of his forearm. So he is fighting with that right hand to get some grip on that accelerator and the brake. But Robert Craig is on some sublime form now as he goes up into turn number 2. And Ronald Slamet sits with him here. Malcolm Rapson will soon be closing up on the back of Slamet. If Rapson can just gear up a little bit as they go through the kink down into Dam's turn number 3. Joining me, Gary Fleming.
Yeah, there's a lot of steps from ground level up to here, so it gives me a couple of seconds. About 2.5 laps is how long it takes me to get my breath back when I get back upstairs. Nice to see that Kewan Snyman once again on song, a 13.102. And yeah, that's pretty quick, but I'm sure you'll take that Missile Motorcycles ZX1 a little bit quicker around the island than that. The temperatures is, I think, a little bit better than the previous race. The wind has died down just a little bit, not as gusty as what it was before. So very, very possible that he will still stick in some slightly quicker times. 13.052, having just said that, but look at this battle behind him. Robert Craig leading out the Masters and ahead of Slamet, but as we heard earlier on, Slamet with a muscular problem on the right arm, and at the end of the day, if your fingers are a little bit dead or hurting on your right hand side of your body, it's the same spot that you need to be able to apply front brakes, and without lots and lots of that, you're heading straight towards the scene of the accident.
Right, rolling out of G Energy corner, turn number 2 now, it's Robert Craig. It's Ronald Slamet and Malcolm Rapson. There you see them roll now into turn number 3. They get out there, and I think Slamet is holding on for the points now, but Robert Craig is really showing a masterclass here now. He's down into the 115s. Malcolm Rapson, a 115, one who sits behind them. He's a little bit quicker than they are, so he'll close down on them. Peter Haupt out there on a 117.8. And Jonathan Schwerin, who's at the back of the pack now up to 173. So Schwerin getting a little bit of speed build up now as the riders roll there into turn number 5. There you see them going there. And Robert Craig leads out there with Ronald Slamet. Slamet there, and here comes Rapson. As Snowman crosses the line in a 1 minute 12.7. Here comes Slamet back at Craig now. Robert Craig is on rails as he goes down into turn number 1.
Well, I tell you what, he had a pretty good race earlier on today, and he's looking very, very good right now in the Masters class. That ZX10R Mad Max entry is flying around the island. The quickest man, a 112.7, Kewan Snyman. Don't be surprised if he even tops that by a tenth or two. But the real battle is that 3-bike battle that you see. 2 Masters and a Ronald Slamet, the sandwich in the middle.
Oh, brilliant stuff now as they roll into turn number 3 now. Make their way up towards the KFM, straight towards Car Care Clinic corner. The double right-hand at turn number 4. Robert Craig leads out there with Ronald Slamet and Malcolm Rapson in tow. They work their way now down the back straight. Down the back straight they go now. And Robert Craig, here comes Slamet on the back wheel. Slamet cranks up the handle, but Robert Craig is up for it. And they make their way now down towards turn number 5. Slamet goes around the outside of Craig. Slamet around the outside of Craig. He cannot afford the master to show him the way around. So Slamet moves up a position. He might have found a second breath, and he blitzes away from Craig. Slamet blitzes away, and Craig is now in the clutches of Malcolm Rapson as they make their way down towards turn number 1, KFM corner.
Well, Kewan Snyman says if there's nobody else who wants to play with me, I'm going to play with my stopwatch. 112.666 is Kewan Snyman. So it's him. It's a Saturday afternoon. It's his toy. It's his favorite circuit. He's doing what he loves best. He's up, dusted, and disappeared from everybody and everything else. It's now me and my toy. I'm doing what I want. I'm doing what I love. I do what I like. And lap for lap, he's just turning that wick up a little bit more and a little bit more. Tucks in there behind the screen. Goes flying down the back main once again. And looks like he's going to try and top that 1 minute 12.6.
Right, on screen now, going into turn number 4 is the Masters. And they make their way down the back straight. Now Slamet is up the ante. He's found some more energy down into turn number 5. Ronald Slamet now in second place. Slamet should show a slightly better time now that he's cranked the handle. And Kewan Stayman 1:12.639. So he gets just even quicker. Here comes Ronald Slamet now. What will he be doing? He could possibly be in the 13s or 14s
Probably
now.
he's quickest as well.
Goes over the line, 1:14.3. So now he's up the ante. Robert Craig and Malcolm Rapson cross. They're in the 1:16s. So they're getting embroiled in a little tussle there, and they're starting to trip each other up as Ronald Slamet now puts in a last-ditch effort and goes hard up towards turn number 2, G Energy corner. Ronald Slamet leans in, works his way around there. Craig still staving off the attentions there of Malcolm Rapson.
I think Ronald Slamet realized that with his physical condition and the pace of Kewan Snyman, there was no ways that he was going to be able to stay with Kewan. I think thereafter it was a case of, okay, let's have a bit of fun with the old guys, Robert Craig and Malcolm Rapson, and eventually decided, okay, right, played enough with you guys. Let's put in a couple of nice fast laps here to really get the adrenaline going. So when I go home at the end of the afternoon, I can say, wow, that was amazing stuff. He's already turned a 14.3. Pretty likely from here on out he will go a touch quicker as Kewan Snyman comes across the line on a 12.7. So that's his second fastest lap by 0.07 of a second. He hasn't rolled off the gas yet.
Right, coming up to the line now, Ronald Slamet coming out of turn 5. Slamet will cross the line. And now he's down to a 1:15. So starting to feel the pain, as they would say. He might roll off just a little bit, put a bit of distance to himself and Craig together there with Rapson. Craig doing a 1:16.7, Rapson a 1:16.78. So it just goes to show you that they're right there with each other, toiling away. And they're in it for the Masters. Schwerin has got past Haupt. So Schwerin and Haupt also embroiled in their battle going into turn number 1. And that's at the back of the pack. So there's 2 real tussles. Your leader, Kewan Snyman, he's down the road somewhere, Gary.
Yeah, I know. He's driven into Sunday morning already. He's not waiting for sunset and sunrise. But this young lad, a iRacing ace, a bike ace, and a man of many talents. I don't know what else there is that he aces, but what I see him do is utterly brilliant. Once again, turning a 1:12.7, so within a tenth of the fastest lap. So, the excitement for him now is between himself, his bike, and the stopwatch.
Right, so coming over the second over the line now is going to be Ronald Slamet. Slamet crosses the line. He'll be in about the 1:15, so almost 1:16. He's made peace with the fact that he's in second place. Craig and Rapson across the line. You see the two of them neck and neck. Rapson up on the inside of Craig. I think Rapson's going to get past him. Indeed he does. Rapson might run a little bit wide, but no, he manages to close up on the corner and keep Craig behind him now. Malcolm Rapson up towards G Energy corner. Robert Craig, well, he might have run off the tires earlier, keeping up with the young guns. And Rapson's managed to come back at him, and already Rapson pulling about a half a second gap there over Rob Craig as they make their way down towards Dams Dip.
Look, the gloves is off. This is the last lap. Now, it's not a case of let's play together. It's a case of I'm going to go and play by myself right now. So Rapson looking pretty good to take away that Masters win for this, their second race of the day. Kewan Snyman takes the checkered flag, a 1:12.9, so within 3/10 of the fastest lap on the last lap. So he's got the juices flowing. I think he'll be pretty chuffed with it. I do think he's semi-killed that rear tire and the front tire possibly, as Ronald Slamet will come through. And then the next one through will be Robert Craig.
Right, Malcolm Rapson crosses the line there with Rob Craig, but I'm watching the dice going down into turn number 5, and Peter Haupt goes around the outside of Johnny Schwerin. So the Masters there, Peter Haupt and Jonathan Schwerin are going to have a dice to the line, 2 potent machines as they come up towards us. I think Peter Haupt has got it. Peter Haupt takes Johnny Schwerin for line honours. So the third in the Masters category, Peter Haupt brings it up in 5th with Jonathan Schwerin in 6th.
RST Suzuki South Superbikes. Unfortunately, only 6 of them out there today. Not what we're accustomed to, but a good couple of the guys going to take part at Red Star. So to be expected. Those that can afford to travel have. But still a lovely race here with the RST Suzuki South Superbikes, and that for race number 2.
Right, folks, we head into the second last race of the day. RST and TrackMac Clubman's classes A and B and breakfast run bikes. No classic bikes, unfortunately. And then after this, we'll end the day off with the Mike's Place Clubman's regional saloon cars. And that will be the end of the show for today. Well, hopefully we'll see you, the spectator, back at Killarney shortly in the not too distant future. And let's just hope and pray that things go well and that we can have our spectators, you the spectator, back here. We are privileged to be able to be here, to watch the races, to have fun, and to call it for you people sitting back home. But yeah, it's awesome, but it's not the same without you guys here. So hopefully in the not too distant future, we'll be able to be allowed to have spectators back at Killarney International Raceway and all the other racing clubs as well. Right, the guys are making their way around on their warm-up laps as the leading group will stop here on the grid. And here come the two Michaels, Michael the Toy and Michael Hunter. Michael on bike number 13, Michael Du Toit on bike number 7. And I'm trying to get Michael Du Toit's attention from up here, but he's obviously very focused to get this one underway. He's done extremely well out there today. There he spots me, gives us Francois and myself a thumbs up from trackside. He's all wired and he's all ready to rock and roll, Francois.
Yeah, they're ready to rock and roll as they're down on the line. There's Mitch Robinson on the Buell, on the Eric Buell. That's the 1200 or the 1120 electric Buell. Mitchy Robinson there says, how's it? We're ready to rock and roll. Next to him, Molefe Ratlechani. He's on the 55 machine, rubbing some bugs off his visor. Molefe is up for a challenge there. He's got a lovely Rossi replica on his head there. Lovely lid. Here comes Wayne Orenser. Wayne Orenser is going up towards pole position. And Mr. Robinson from the Donovan Stevens, I should say, from the Breakfast Clubs there. So he sits on the front row. We're waiting for the second place man to come towards us. Robbie Padrika is going to move up onto the second row. And I reckon that's going to be Zubair Adams. Willem Binnedel's not out there. Right, so lights are on and racing we go. Zubair Adams gets a lovely start off the line as he takes it down towards KFM corner. Is someone going to go around his outside? No, Zubair Adams takes the whole shot there. He leads the bikers into KFM corner. They roll out of KFM corner up the Bear Straight up towards turn number 2. That's G Energy corner. Zubair Adams had a rocket start there now. And sitting up there behind him is the second place man, Donovan Stevens. So Stevens is in there, but Stevens is under some serious attack there as one of the bikers roll up alongside him, but Stevens gets on the crank handle at Suzuki. Pushes it hard. He needs to close down on Zubair Adams because Adams is getting away now as he goes up the KFM straight up towards Carcare Clinic corner. Look at Zubair Adams go. He's really getting that bike rolling.
Well, I'll tell you what, the guys had a lovely start off the line, a nice clean start as they head down the back straight. And Stevens has dropped down into that third place. Wayne Orenser is in there as well. Michael Du Toit had a horrible start. He's dropped down a good 3, 4, maybe even 5 positions on that number 7 bike. And he finds himself way down on the ZX-10R. But there's a lot of work to do. They've only got, 10 laps. They've got 9 more to do when they cross the line.
Right, here they come up towards the line now. Zubair Adams. Michael Hunter's there. And it's Wayne Orenser. And Orenser across the line. There's Willem Binnedal now. Binnedal started from the back of the pack. He sits now in 4th. So Willem Binnedal right from the back now has got himself into 4th. He'll want to get going. Up behind him, Donovan Stevens, Michael Du Toit, Robbie Padrika, Mitch Robinson, Nigel Boer, Molefe Ratlechani, Faisal Mohammed, Brandon Bramdo, and Karaba Makafani brings up the rear.
Yeah, Michael Hunter's crawling all over the back of Zubair Adams as they exit G Energy corner. It is a heck of a fight there. Wayne Orenser and Willem Binnedal. I initially never saw Willem on the grid, but he was there. He sits now in P4. That's a group of 4 bikes that is pulling away as they head up the KFM straight into turn 4 Carcare Clinic. Through Carcare they go now, down on the back straight. Zubair Adams has got Michael Hunter crawling all over him as they head down the back straight. Here comes Mr. Aronson. There is Binnedal sitting there behind him. Then it is Donovan Steven. He's the next man. Michael Du Toit, Robbie Padrika. They're all in that group heading down into turn 5 Fostron.
Well, we're having a look at Du Toit. He's up on the inside of Ratlechani and he's up on the inside there of Rob Padrika. Or should I say, sorry, Donovan Stevens. And it looks like Michael Du Toit has managed to escape that group. And now Mike Du Toit cranks the handle ahead of Stevens. Here comes Mike Du Toit towards the line ahead of Stevens. And goes through. In fact, it's still Padrika who gets the upper hand. So can they go up on the inside? And your leaders now making their way up towards G Energy corner. It looks like it's still that man that sits up front now. No, it's Willem Binnedal that's gone to the front. So Binnedal's gone to the front now. And there's a big change up taking place.
Well, Benadel started from virtually nowhere. He made it into that top 4, and he surely must have his nose up front now, as Francois was saying. Heading out of turn 3. Well, when this guy hits the lead, there's just no stopping Willem Benadel as he works his way through turn 4, Car Care Clinic. Out of that corner, Car Care Clinic, they come now, down the back main. He gets the head under the bubble. It is Arendse that's in second place. Subir Adams is in there, and he's now got his nose ahead of Michael Hunter as they race down into turn 5, Fostron.
Subir Adams doing well. Robbie Padrika has left Mike Totoy as they go down into turn number 5. Coming out of turn number 5 now, it's going to be Willem Benadel. Benadel comes up towards the line. He crosses the line then now with Wayne Arendse. Then it's Michael Hunter. Then it's Subir Adams as they all cross the line. So Michael Hunter and Wayne Arendse have grabbed a bit of places back. Rob Padrika with Michael Totoy, Mitch Robinson, Donovan Stevens and Nigel Boer, and with Leferat Laghani all cross the line going into turn number 1.
We need to watch that dice that's working its way out of turn number 1 KFM corner, because that's an awesome one. That's working towards turn 2. Padrika sits just there ahead of Michael Totoy as they dip it into that right-hander. That is a G-Energy corner. There's 5 motorcycles in there, and they make it 6. And there's nothing between them as they head down towards turn 3.
Well, coming into turn 3 now, they roll in there. That's Rob Padrika there ahead of Michael Totoy. Mitch Robinson on the Buell sits there ahead of Donovan Stevens, Nigel Boer and Maleferat Laghani now. They all make their way up in through turn 4. Down the back straight they go. Your leaders now going already into turn number 5. And still Willem Benadel leading out over Wayne Arendse. Wayne Arendse alleges that he was in rain mode on the computer. He's now reset it for this race, and now he finds himself in second place trying to charge down on Benadel. So Benadel crosses the line. Arendse crosses the line. Then it's Michael Hunter, a revelation in bike racing, together with Subir Adams. They cross the line. Here comes Rob Padrika, and it looks like Michael Totoy is closing down on him. Mike Totoy comes at Padrika now as they cross the line. Hard on the brakes and closes right down on the back of Robbie Padrika.
On the case of Padrika out of turn 1 KFM, he's the man from Worcester. That's Michael Totoy. Totoy sitting right in there behind him. He has got gun sights all on the back of that 17 machine of Padrika as they sail into turn 2 through G-Energy corner. They've not broken away from that group of 4 riders behind them, as the Toys has said to Padrika, if you go, I go, I'm going to go with you, as they head through into turn 3.
Out of turn number 3, they come now up there, KFM straight. Robbie Padrika and Mike Totoy. They're leading out there from Mitch Robinson. Mitch Robinson with Donovan Stevens, Maleferat Laghani and Nigel Boer are in that group now as they head up into Car Care Clinic corner. Your leaders make their way down towards turn number 5. That is Willem Benadel ahead of Wayne Arendse, Michael Hunter, Subir Adams. Then Robbie Padrika, Michael Totoy. Then it's going to be Mitch Robinson, Donovan Stevens, Maleferat Laghani and Nigel Boer. That whole group makes their way down towards turn number 5.
That is a heck of a fight that's working into turn 5 now, into Fostron corner. That's 4 of them, and they are having their own scrap, because remember, ahead of them, Padrika and Totoy has pulled the plug on them, and yeah, they come down towards us now. Is it Mitch Robinson that leads this group? Yes, but he's got Donovan Stevens on his outside, and Donovan runs around him on the outside and dipping now into the left-hander. That is KFM corner. It is Donovan Stevens that leads that group out of KFM, with Mitch Robinson right in there with them as they run into G-Energy corner.
Still got 5 laps to go. Mitch Robinson coming back at Stevens. Robinson around the outside of Stevens. A lovely maneuver. That Buell is a mighty bike to handle, and he takes it around the outside of Stevens, gets in the kink and works it down towards turn number 3, Dam Stip. Yeah, they come up towards us now. There we go. It's Mitch Robinson, it's Donovan Stevens and Nigel Boer together with Maleferat Laghani. That's that gaggle of 4 bikes coming up towards turn number 4, Car Care Clinic corner.
Right through Car Care, that's a double right-hander. There's only one line through there. You don't turn the steering wheel or lift the bike in that corner. You're going to get yourself into a world of hurt as the 4 of them run down, and it looks like Totoy coming out of 5 has got his nose ahead of Padrika. Yes, Francois picked that one up as De Toy gets his nose ahead of Pedrica and pulls away from Pedrica. Here the two of them race across the line. So Michael De Toy has got ahead of Pedrica as the two of them work their way into turn 1 KFM.
Into turn 1 they go now, and Michael De Toy will want to put a bit of daylight between himself and Robbie Pedrica. They exit KFM corner now, work their way up towards that G Energy corner. They're chasing the 4 of Willem Binnendal, Wayne Aronson, Michael Hunt and Zubair Adams. But Mike De Toy needs to stave off the attentions there of Robbie Pedrica. And they're working there. Pedrica's on a Yamaha, De Toy on a Kawasaki. They make their way down towards Dams Dip. Yeah, you see them coming to picture now. Michael De Toy with a white helmet leads out there over Rob Pedrica.
Well, I'll be waiting for the leaders to come around. They've still got 3 laps to go when they cross the line. I saw a white flag waving or some form of a flag waving out there, but that flag has disappeared. Here comes the leader across the start-finish line into turn 1, KFM, all on his own. Willem Binnendal now heading towards KFM in that second position, all on his own. Wayne Aronson, here comes Michael Hunter, all on his own. So there's big gaps there between them, and Zubair Adams will round off the top 4, and meantime heading through. Well, as a matter of fact, Zubair Adams is quite some distance ahead of De Toy and Pedrica, but you can visually see, Francois, as they head out of turn 1 KFM, that De Toy and Pedrica is slowly closing up there onto the back of Adams as they head into turn 2 G Energy.
Zubair Adams riding a Suzuki GSXR 750, so the liter bike should be a little bit quicker. Zubair just very nimble on that 750. He rolls down a G Energy corner. There you see him go out. There's Michael De Toy and Robbie Pedrica following him now. Down through the kink they go, down towards Dams. Here's Zubair Adams. There comes Michael De Toy and Robbie Pedrica. They're on a high-speed course to close down on the back there of Zubair Adams. There they go up the KFM straight now, up towards Car Care Clinic corner. Mike De Toy and Robbie Pedrica are embroiled in a right royal battle there, and up behind them still a Bretta battle. But still Michael De Toy leading out. Is he going to crank a handle up down the back straight to try and close down on Zubair? But Zubair Adams is absolutely flying.
Well, they are closing on Adams, not by much. I think Adams might actually have done enough. There's 2 more laps to go. When he crosses the line, he'll have 2 more laps to go. But that dogfight behind them heading into turn 5, that one is far from done, as those group of riders, there's about 3-4 of them that's making their way out of turn 5. 3 of them, as a matter of fact, and this one is not done and dusted yet as they make their way towards us. It is the 55 machine there of Ratlaghani that is leading. But what has happened to Nigel Boer? What has happened to Donovan Stevens? Did they cross the line? Because there's been a whole change up in that group. I think he might still be in there, Donovan Stevens, but he was ahead of that lot. So clearly something happened out there. All the riders are still in that pack, but they have changed the order of position around.
Mitch Robinson gets ahead of Ratlaghani. Ratlaghani tries to go back at him there, coming out of turn number 3. Mitch Robinson now ahead of Ratlaghani. They work their way up towards turn number 4. Ratlaghani tries to come back at him. Mitch Robinson having a lovely right royal scap there with Molefe. Molefe sits there with him. Down the back straight they go now. Molefe gets on the crank handle and they side by side. They side by side going down towards turn number 5. And is Molefe going to do the trick on him? Molefe late on the brakes. And around the outside goes Mitch Robinson on the Buell. Mitch Robinson having absolute a blast on that Buell there now. Riding there with Molefe Ratlaghani, who's sitting on a Yamaha R6. And it's their final laps about to start. And look at Molefe come here at Mitch Robinson.
Yeah, they're starting their last lap. We're looking for the leader. We've got to pick him up because he is way down the road. He will be heading towards the checkered flag. Willem Botha on a 1:17.247. He is, Willem Binnendal. I'm thinking of iRacing now. Willem Botha. Willem Binnendal done a 1:17.247. He is the fastest man out there. We'll wait for him to come through. Willem Binnendal, he is the quickest man out on track. He's also the man that sits out there in P1. The checkered flag comes out And Bernadelle wins this one rather comfortably. What a great ride there by him. Coming home in second position is Wayne Arendse. The 33 machine crosses the line. A great ride there by him, followed by Michael Hunter across the line. And Zubair Adams should be in P4. Sorry, Michael Du Toit will be in P4. Here comes Mike towards the line, and he's been hunted down towards the line there, Francois.
Oh, Mike Du Toit got past there, past Zubair, and so did Robbie Badrika. They crossed the line with Zubair Adams up behind him. So Willem Benedel, Wayne Arendse, Michael Hunter, Mike Du Toit, Robbie Badrika, and Zubair Adams make up the top 6. Here comes Molefe Ratlagani, who managed to beat Mitch Robinson to the line, followed by Donovan Stevens. Nigel Boo, Faisal Mohammed, and Karaba Magafani making their way down the back straight still.
All right, folks, you've got one more race to go. Mike's Place Clubman Saloon Cars, they're out on the warm-up lap. Remember that the next event here for main circuit for Wingfield Motors Power Series will be on the 24th of October. That will be the next round of the Wingfield Motors Power Series. All right, we head to the final race of the day. Mike's Place Clubman's Saloon Cars, that's a regional category. The cars are out there on their warm-up lap, and they will be slowing down. The pace car is already standing here on the grid waiting for them. That is the emergency glass care car of Piet van der Walt. He's got those lights on that BMW, and G&A Promotions, or G&A Motorsport I should say, that car is waiting for the Clubman's cars to come towards it, and then we will be all systems go for their third race of the day and also the final race on the program. Well, we have a look at the Clubman's cars working their way down the back straight. Nias Modak is leading them down the back straight with Vicky Pather. And then we've got the 85. That's the new driver car combination. I'll get his name now for you. That car is pretty damn quick in a straight line. That is Suleiman Effendi in that 85 boxy BMW. Man, he is pretty quick around Killarney. He's Suleiman, and he's certainly going to break out, I would think, into class, nothing lower than class B. But yeah, we'll have to see. Right, the Clubman's cars roll up onto the start line. Mr. Ian Long is down there with them. Brian Hoskins is also there on the line as they wait for the Clubman's cars to work their way into the appropriate grid slots. Vicky Pather, Class A, 25, in pole position. In fourth position, the NSI Racing, Nias Modak BMW. Then Suleiman Effendi in the Class X machine is right there. Suleiman Effendi, he is there in that fifth position. As the rest of the Clubman's cars come through, the Jetta 2 of Willie Swart rolling up into his position. That white Golf of Paul Minnick making his way into his grid slot. You see the 5 Series BMW of Baby Jakes in his appropriate position. Anwar Levy also moving into his place. Here comes the DTM Helderberg and G Energy Nissan Maxima of Wayne Wilson. He shoves it into his place. Anton Jacobs in the Nissan Sentra moving into his slot. Here comes the Golf 5, Westkar Bakwerker, the man from Vredenburg, Brennan Green, and he'll stick it on the front row, Gary, in P2. And in P3 for this one will be the Wingfield Motors BMW of Donnie van Niekerk.
Yeah, Vicky Pather and Brendan Green on the front row of the grid. Donnie van Niekerk and Nias Modak on the second row of the grid. The pace car pulls off, and the clerk of the course will just let him get a little bit of space. He'll show them a thumbs up. Off the line you guys go. And the next one up there will be Paul Minnick and Armin Levy. Baby Jakes, Wayne's out there as well. Wayne Wilson, Willie Swart, Stacey Wilson, Shane Smith, Dylan Nell, Mel Spur, Keanu Fenter. You see Kiara van Niekerk's made it out for this one as well. And Rashley Harris, the one that went up in smoke, is back out there. So probably just a dry oil sump or pipe that's come off or something similar, because Rashley Harris, who was in clouds of smoke in the previous heat, has actually made it back out onto the circuit again. So it looks like there's going to be a total of 30 cars out there. Nice to see that Rashley has made it. I'm very surprised. I never thought he'd make it back out there again. Kiara also didn't finish the previous heat. So nice to see that she's back out there as well. The only lady racer out there in this group of cars. So one of the fastest people on the grid, Ian Long, works his way with the super fast tackies off the start-finish line. As he's done his job, he said, I've got you guys all where they need to be. And he works his way back towards the start-finish line. He's cruising for a bruising. Coming back to the racing through the double right-hander out into the back main. Nice slow procession of 30-plus Clubman's cars. A big thanks to the guys that have made that pace car available to us. And I think that's a mixture of GNA Promotions. I think Piet van der Walt's involved with that one as well. And I think there's a PG Glass, I think, it's also on that car. So a couple of people that have come together to make that one possible. So Vicky Paether and Brendan Green on the front row of the grid. But how long will it take before they get swallowed up by those two super fast BMWs that is right in there behind them? I think Nias Modak and Dani van Niekerk, it's going to be a case of who gets the gap there first. Believe you me, if Dani van Niekerk gets the gap ahead of Nias Modak, Modak's going to have to do some serious down the back and back straight and up the front main to be able to chop this very quick Wingfield BMW. Talking about Wingfield, our series sponsor for 2020, once again, probably about the 7th or 8th year consecutively that they do it. A big thanks to Johnny Wingfield, Johnny van Niekerk, for making that support of WPMC available to us. Right, here we go. Invert on the front row of the grid. It's going to be pretty interesting. Vicky Paether on that inside line. Brennan Green on the outside. Well, which way does Modak go? He's probably going to try and have a look right around the outside when they get the hammer down. Modak goes to that outside line. Brennan Green holding sway. Brennan Green early on the brakes, which closes Dani van Niekerk off. Dani couldn't run that quickly into the corner, but it was decided by Brendan Green, Weskap Bakwerk. He was not going to take a chance and get rear-ended. Slowed it down nice and quickly. Kept them all together. Blasts out into the Joubert Straight. And it is, in fact, Dani van Niekerk that has got the jump there on Nias Modak. Up in behind the Class A Weskap Bakwerk Golf of Brendan Green.
Going to keep an eye on that man in fourth position. That is Suleiman Effendi. As they work their way through the King, Vicky Paether is in that group as well, working their way through turn 3. There's a whole lot of them that's still fighting for that positions. Anwar Levy is there with Paul Minnick and Wayne Wilson. And they're not too far ahead there of Willie Swart and Trappies van Tonde in that group as well. With the Jacobs, but have a look at these three. Down the back, maybe they go, they're absolutely mugging the Golf. Has the Golf got a problem? Or is that BMW just super quick as they head down? I don't think the Golf has got an issue. I think the Beamers are just that quick in a straight line.
They just turn up the boost and get the hammer down. They dust him in a straight line. But handling-wise, nothing much in it. The Golf's pretty quick in the hands of Brendan Green. So it's still Dani van Niekerk. He closes off that inside line. Going for the outside now is Nias Modak. And phew, they've got the boost. Oh, he gets it all sideways. He locks it up. And he tried to do it all in one lap. So Nias Modak turns it around in the grass. And looks like he's going to get that one going again. Just gets it out of the sand. And he must have air filters on there, otherwise you'd switch that motor off pretty quickly. So that's the end of the could have been battle between Dani van Niekerk and Nias Modak. Nias does recover the circuit, but now it's a case of Brendan Green in that second position. And then Vicky Paether. That's the front 3 cars in Class A. Then Class B, once again, it is Wayne Wilson in the Helderberg Nissan Maxima. That's 4th on track and 1st in Class B.
Well, you could see that one coming. I picked it up already as they... But just before pit entrance, you just saw and knew that that was going to turn ugly into turn 1. But no issues for Van Niekerk and for Brendan Green as they head down the back straight towards turn 5. Those are your leaders. They've been chased there by Vicky Paether. The next group of cars that's heading into turn 5 is Vicky Paether. Vicky Paether's got the G-Energy and DTM Helderberg Nissan Maxima of Wayne Wilson in there behind him as they head out of turn 5. Then it is Suleiman Effendi is in that group as well. Libre is in that group. There's a whole gaggle of them that are just squirting it through turn 5, fast run corner.
Well, let's have a look at Class B. Wayne Wilson from Anwar Libre, Baby Jakes, and then Paul Minnick. So Anwar Libre finds himself in second for the first time today in that Class B battle. So he'll be a hard push to hold on to that one. A little bit further down the Class C battle, we're going to try and pick up that. Oh, that was very close. As Stacey Wilson came through between two cars going up the start-finish straight. Managed to make it through, but that was a very, very close passing maneuver that he did there as that whole gaggle of cars works their way out of turn number 1 and up the Joubert Straight.
Well, there's little dogfights going on everywhere around this track. We're going to have to pick at least one of them working its way now out of turn number 3, heading towards turn 4. We've got those 3 cars having a great fight out there, and that is the fight on track for 3rd position as the leaders are going down the back main. We'll pick them up. Vicky Paither down the back main. Wayne Wilson also in there, and Suleiman Effendi in that boxy BM. Those 3 are fighting it out there for 3, 4, and 5 as they race it down into turn 5 fast run.
The next group behind that, that's the Black 5 Series BMW going down into turn 5 now. That is Baby Jakes, and I tell you what, Baby Jakes is doing a brilliant job in the last 2 meetings with that motor car. It's a very big BMW, that it's not a small pup whatsoever, but he gets around the island very, very quickly with that. Behind him, Linus Stern, the next 4 is not being dusted whatsoever. Beamer Mark 1 Golf, the leading Mark 1 Golf, Paul Minnick, working his way down into turn number 1.
Now we'll watch that group that's heading out of turn 1 KFM corner. That is Baby Jakes. And right behind him, it's Mansour Parker. Parker's been chased there by Anwar Libre, who has been chased there by Paul Minnick. That's those 4, 3 BMWs and a Golf heading into turn 2 G-Energy corner. And not too far behind them is the Jetta 2 of Willie Swart. And sailing in behind them is the BM of Daniel Kutsia and Shane Smith.
Yeah, behind that, Trappis van Tonder with 4 out of 6 gears. That's in working condition. And there Trappis actually slowing down as he comes out of turn 2. So I think you'll probably find that he's over-revving that motor just a little and has realized, hold on a second, let's not kill the motor. It's an expensive hobby to blow that motor up because you're short of gears. So rather saving it a little bit. I think that's the best way for him to go. Come back another day with a full set of gears and you'll be in a much better situation. Let's get back to our leaders. And our leaders have just worked their way now down into turn number 1. That is Dani van Niekerk. Dani van Niekerk leading out there. That second place car going through turn number 1 now is Brennan Green. The next one coming through the third place car is Vicky Paither. Ooh, locking up is Suleiman Effendi. That's with the 2-door BMW that's coming out now into the Joubert Straight. I must say that little BMW is pretty quick, and that first car in the Class B coming through behind that is coming into turn 2 into G-Energy corner. That's Wayne Wilson in the Helderberg Nissan car. 2 cars further back is Baby Jakes in the 5 Series Beamer. He's second in Class B.
Well, there's little pockets of cars everywhere around Killarney. Let's have a look at this 2 that's working their way through turn number 3. That is Mansour Parker, and Parker's got Baby Jakes there behind him as they head into turn number 4. They are all over. There's little pockets and groups of cars having dices everywhere. Ahead of them, it's Wilson that's disappearing down the road, and Mansour Parker has got Baby Jakes heading down into turn 5. Behind them is another 2 cars heading into turn 5, and that is Anwar Libre and Paul Minnick. And they've been chased down by another group of 3 cars, Willie Swart, Daniel Kutsia, and Shane Smith. So little groups of cars all over having fantastic dices.
Minnick with a Mark 1 Golf trying to have a look around the outside of Cape Town corner. Is going to dive back in underneath on the exit of the corner. Harris has stopped on the outside of turn number 2, but we'll carry on with Minnick. Oh, Minnick's having a look as they go down the front main. That's a nice tail end shot that you see as they go down into turn number 1, and Minnick once again trying to have a look around on that outside line. but it's not easy to get around that BMW. That thing is handling very well. It's very smooth out on circuit, and the man driving that motor car is making it look very, very easy. Sulaiman Effendi, the Class X 3 Series BMW entry, making a name for himself here. 4th overall out on circuit and the leading Class X car.
Well, the group of cars that's working its way through the kink and into turn 3, that is Libre. That sits in that boxy BMW, and he's got Paul Minnick right there with him, followed by Shane Smith. No, it's not. It's Willie Swart. Then it's Daniel Kutsia, and then it's Shane Smith as they head up the KFM straight into turn number 4, Car Care Clinic. Out of Car Care they come now. That Golf of Minnick is very quick as he hunts down the Anwar Levy BMW down the back straight towards turn 5. He sits on the outside, the Golf on the outside, the BMW on the inside. Who'll be the last of the late breakers, and who's got the proper line? It's Levy that will hold that one as they exit at turn 5 Fostron.
Well, he was using all of his experience to keep that Mark 1 Golf behind him. And at the end of the day, it's not going to be easy because Willem Swart and Daniel Kutsia, Class C and Class D entrants, are also doing exceptionally well on the day. Very, very consistent, very smooth. And if they slow one another up front in that little grouping that you see there going through KFM corner, turn 1, the 2, 3, 4, 5 cars behind them will turn that into a 6-way battle very, very easily. Minnick has a look on the outside once again as they come down into G Energy corner, side by side. Levy's got the right line. Can Minnick do the cutback? He does the cutback, but that BM's got the torque coming out of the corner, and Minnick just doesn't have answer. Now he's having a look again as they go through the kink down towards turn 3. Levy runs that outside line, takes it nice and smooth next to the rallycross track, comes out there, carries good speed, and actually makes a bit of a gap between himself and Minnick. So Minnick losing out on that one and not making any headway to put enough pressure on to take the position.
Well, the first two have now started their final lap. Race leader making his way out of KFM corner, working towards G Energy. That is the Wingfield Motors BMW of race leader Donnie van Niekerk. Wingfield Motors, the sponsor of the Wingfield Motors Power Series, and they are proud on the side of that BMW of the leader Donnie van Niekerk. Through the kink he goes into turn number 3, Damstep. He's got a half a lap to go before he sees the checkered flag.
I see Nias Modak is back out on circuit, but running around pretty slowly. So he's a lap or twice down, but doesn't matter to him. I think it's a case of just checking out that everything is still okay on that motor car. And that's about as far as his race day is going to go. Down the back main for the last time, the Wingfield BMW man that's raced overseas at Silverstone. I think with Silverstone and Monza, in fact. When we had a chat with him on a Second Gear talk show a week or so back. It was interesting to find out that this man, Donnie van Niekerk, has actually done some international racing as well. So here he comes now towards the line. Wingfield, a BMW, man that's probably leading the series points-wise now as well. Donnie van Niekerk comes through. The next man coming through behind that, also in Class A, will be Brennan Green. Here he comes now. Up towards the line is Brennan Green. And then the next battle coming through behind that will be Fikkie Paether. He doesn't have too much of a problem. He's pretty decent in that one. And then I do believe the next one through is going to be Levy. Yes, Levy takes it away from... that's Effendi, and that's just ahead of the Class B leader, Wayne Wilson.
And then coming to the line now, that's Mansour Parker. Then it's Wilson. And then behind Wilson, it is Effendi that gets to the line just ahead of Baby Jakes. These cars look so alike that you can quite easily make the mistake. Here comes a third car that looks the same. That is Anwar Levy from Paul Minnick, and right behind them, it's Willie Swart. Willie Swart with Daniel Kutsia and Shane Smith.
Yeah, Stacey Wilson and Deerwold coming through behind that. Looks like Trappies van Tonder will be able to finish the race. I think he's done very well to do that well. But look at that dice coming through behind it.
It is Melanie Spur and Kiara van Niekerk. The two ladies are having their own little dice towards the line, and Mel Spur gets to the line just ahead there of Kiara van Niekerk. Lovely to see the two ladies out there having a good dice towards the flag.
So Class A ends up Donny van Niekerk from Brendan Green and Rafik Paither. Wayne Wilson beating out Baby Jakes and Anwar Levy in Class B. Class C is Willem Swart. Daniel Kutsia winning out there on Class D. Francois Trappies van Tonde coming through second there in Class C. And then, that pretty much wraps up all the front runners in the respective top classes. Folks, that wraps it up for the day. From my side, Gary Fleming, it's been an honor and a pleasure to be here with you today and to bring you the necessary racing. Remember, on a Tuesday and a Thursday night at 8 o'clock, going out live second gear talk show, which includes all the information from Killarney International Raceway, compliments of Des Esom and Dave Abrams, as well as lots of other motorsport info. From my side, Gary Fleming, drive home safely, folks, and good night to you, one and all.
Well, from my side, Francois Butler, the final word of thanks to the officials that made today possible, to our marshals who did a fantastic job out there, to our IMUSAT live stream team, Z, Stephen, Gideon and Alex, and Gareth as well. A fantastic time out there. To my co-commentary team, fantastic to have them all on board here together with Tiny doing the radio for us today. We want to say a real hearty thank you and welcome, nice for joining us. Stay tuned for a little live video at the end of the stream, and we'd like to see you again in October with the next meeting. Have a lovely weekend, folks. Further, that's on the 24th of October. Next Saturday, we've got some karting, regional karting here at the circuit, so we'll see you then. And enjoy your time, and stay tuned, folks, online for a quick video.